cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
I can't point to any explosive moments in yesterday's cricket, but it simmered nicely, gas mark 3, and perhaps in the first crucial hour this morning it will finally come to the boil. If England can get early wickets, if India can get stuck in. I suppose the most difficult thing for India is the state of Rishabh Pant, who's we think has some sort of a broken foot, but we're not 100% sure. There are rumours that he could be out for 6 weeks. We must say that we have not been able to confirm those at all. No official statements from the India dressing room as far as I know. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. And you are joining me, Nigel Henderson. You're joining the Bear, Nigel Walker.
G'day.
And the only bloke not named Nigel, but he's another Henderson, at the other end of the tube down, a very long tube, down to Perth in Western Australia, where 5 inches of lovely, lovely wet stuff has fallen from the skies. It's Messy Jez. Good morning.
Good morning from a very damp Perth, but yeah, it's winter. It's supposed to rain.
It's winter.
And at Old Trafford today, it's going to be overcast for most of the day. May get a bit brighter after tea, but doesn't look like it's going to rain. But if it does rain, there'll be very short, sharp showers, I'd say. But I think we're in for a full day, depending on the light at the end of the day. Yeah,
that was the problem we had last night. I think we lost about 15 minutes in the end. 10 minutes, was it? Yeah, because I think England messed around bowling Root and Liam Dawson when they could have taken the new ball, but I think as soon as they said they wanted to take the new ball, the ump said, well, that's it for the night. And I think it was right for England to go off of that. You didn't really want to give free runs,
No.
especially to someone like Shartul, Thakur, who you want to get as cheaply as possible. Ravi Jadeja, of course, is still there. Ravi Jadeja is the danger in some respects. He's been brilliant in this series. Bear, where do you see it? 264 for 4. Is that potentially 264 for 5? I think it is.
I think it is. I'm pretty certain that Pant is out. Looking at what happened yesterday and the pain he was in, I can't see that being anything other than a break. Sources said 6 weeks. 6 weeks he's going to be out for with a broken toe. Well, it's the metatarsal which connects to the toe, probably the little toe, because it was on the outside of the foot. But when he took his sock off, he saw a massive great welt and a bit of blood, and it had come up a good inch off his foot in 20 seconds. So that suggests a break to me, in which case he's out of the game, which, let's be fair, not great for the game, great for England. Is the best way you can put it.
I mean, because it was quite an attritional day again yesterday, I was kind of waiting for Pant to come in, because it was like the storm would then erupt. There'd been this sort of overcast feeling to the day, not just literally the cloud cover, but you just felt, because India had been, I wouldn't say creeping, but they hadn't been going particularly fast, had they? Yeah. They'd been solid rather than spectacular. But, of course, now we may have lost him for the game. And if we've lost him for the game, we've almost certainly lost him for the series, with the next test coming up very quickly indeed. Why don't you say hello to a few people for us, Messi? Who are the early risers or the late going to bedders?
The first message was simply woof.
I think I know who that might be. Says,
morning primates, love and sausages. Mog says Hender's future is so bright he's got to wear shades.
Yes.
To which Jay Grover says, Mog, piss off back to Timbuk 3. Rich Turner Music says, good morning, the blessed day off here. But he says, I always sucked at algebra, but 2 Nigels plus 2 Hendersons equals 3 gorillas.
That's right. That's the way it should be.
Jay says, has Bear not washed his feet since yesterday?
I like to be sockless, and I like to feel my feet on the ground. So, yes, I have washed them. I had a shower literally an hour ago. However, as soon as I take my feet out of my shoes, they tend to gather dirt.
You do realise that by sitting like that, you're probably offending half of the world.
Showing my soul to them. The Muslim world won't appreciate it. I'm sorry, but I like to have my feet up.
If you're of sensitive disposition, just listen to us and don't watch us. Shartul, Thakur and Ravi Jadeja are out there. Let's jingle them up.
They need a more control, Jadeja's on.
And Shartul Thakur, who's hiding right next to him.
Shartul Thakur,
Wokes, then, it is going to open the bowling this morning. He bowls to Thakur, who's nicely forward, bat and pad tightly together, and plays it out into the offside. Now, have we had news of the new ball? I presume they've taken it, haven't they? Or maybe just had one ball with the old ball. Can't see. Stokes has got it, and he's rubbing the ball with the bottom of his jersey. I don't see that there would be any point if it was the old ball in doing that. Cause
maybe a couple of warm-up balls.
He might do, because England haven't been great with their opening deliveries, have they, of the morning. This one moves away, but is left alone.
Thought I saw a glint of gold as that went through, which would imply a new
cherry.
New cherry.
Well, they certainly haven't put anything up, and we haven't had a close enough look at it to be definitive, but it would be a surprise if they hadn't or weren't going to take it, well, at least after a couple of looseners. We're into the 84th over of the innings, and it's Thakur, 19 from 38, goes after this one. It's a little bit wide, plays a decent enough attacking shot, but hits it in the direction of the man at backward point. And there is no run. What's up with you, Bear?
No, I'm just trying to they might tell us whether they took the new ball.
Right, okay. Let's see if it's...
Pant out
There's
with
a
a
picture of
broken toe.
Stokes rubbing it very hard.
Well, no, I know, we saw that, but that's what I said. I think that he wouldn't do that with an 83-year-old ball.
83-year-old.
83-year-old, 83 over ball. Well, this is played down into the third slip. I do remember that we used to talk on the sofa, on Test Match sofa, about the age of the ball and it being an adolescent or it being, fully formed adult. Anyway, yet to get the first run of the morning. 4 balls delivered. And Wokes waits for the ball to be returned to him and then continues to the very end of his run. And chugs in again. 3 slips waiting. Good straight ball. Good length as well. Defended into the onside with some ease by Thakur. So both, in fact, batsmen on 19 this morning. 19. And 1 ball remaining. And then we'll come and say hello to even more of you, and then we'll talk about the GPL. And all the wonderful sort of little bits of housekeeping we have to do here on Guerrilla Cricket of a morning. Goes wide on the crease, angles it in, swings it away. Too wide to start with, left alone by Thakur. Poor old Jamie Smith ends up having to dive away to his right to take. It's a maiden to get us underway. India 264 for 4. Messi.
Jonathan Shawland says, good evening, Gorillas. G'day, Jonathan. Jonathan in New Zealand or Sydney, I can't remember. Brad in Brisbane says, morning all. What moral victory next for England now that India is a man down? Jay says he has no judgment of you, Bear, for the bare feet. He concurs.
Yes, thank you.
And Jay says that in the Indian media were being proper gloomy this morning. I think it's amorally interesting. And Farong just says wibble.
Why does he say that? I mean, we do wibble generally.
Yeah, it's a new ball.
It is a new ball. What now being taken? Or
No, I think it was.
It was already. Anyway, the man that you would expect to take it, at least from one end, is in possession of it, and he's got a big grin on his face.
Break your helmet, break your heart, holler than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Jofra Archer.
And excitement from his first ball. He turns Jadeja, of all people, right round with movement, and he gets an edge. It falls to ground short of Duckett at gully, but encouraging for England. If we can get a few more to do that. Jadeja is one of the keys, isn't he? And he bowls him a loopy swinging delivery, but right onto his pads, and he tucks it away out to deep mid-wicket for the first run of the morning. Jadeja moves into the 20s. India 265 for 4. He might even prefer Jofra Archer, despite his record against left-handers being far superior to his record against right-handers, bowling to the right-hander Thakur.
Yeah, it's interesting that his record is so...
It's weird, isn't it?
It's weird, yeah.
And when you think he's probably remembered for that spell in which he knocked down Smith, a right-hander, you tend to think, ooh, an average of 35.
Maybe he's just bowled a hell of a lot more overs at right-handers, and that series in New Zealand took it. He hasn't bowled that many. He hasn't had.
Well, now he's aimed a drive at that, and he's a little bit on the walk, and it's all Archer can do to restrain himself from saying something rather rude. He turns away, head thrown to the air slightly. But, that was a swinging delivery, and it was a pretty poor shot from Thakur. I mean, we were looking at some, I don't know what they were talking about on Sky, but there were some brief clips before the start. Archer in again. Oh, he's got the edge. Oh, got away again. I don't think it quite carried, and it's escaped Harry Brook, and they're going to get a single. But Thakur has looked already a little bit ill at ease.
I thought that carried, you know.
I don't think. Oh no! Did you
No,
see
it
how much
didn't.
it dipped?
Yeah.
Wow, that dipped. I mean, I'm sure Brook would have thought, "Oh, here it's coming. That's comfortable," and then it goes to ground about 3 or 4 yards in front of him. But you could really see the dip.
You could see the in-swing as
You
well.
could see
It was
the
quite
in-swing.
late as well, wasn't it?
It was good. It was good. Yeah, there were some clips, and we saw some West Indians bowling back in the day. And there was a shot down the ground. Archer in. Oh, it's round the edge again! And has he taken it? Yes, he has! What a start from Jofra Archer, and possibly the wicket that they wanted the most. Jadeja goes, having added just a single, and India are 266 for 5, potentially 266 for 6.
Oh, I'm interested to see that he didn't go up. That looked like it dropped again.
Well, it swung away from the left-hander. It's an absolutely beautiful ball. He's turned round, and Harry Brook, just, ooh.
No, he kept it in his hands.
just kept his fingers underneath that. But, you know, I've seen catches like that, you know, queried, but at last one carried. Brook did very well to get to it.
The problem is if Jofra's doing this, what's Bumrah going to do?
Well, there is that problem. There is that problem, but
That's not a glass half full response, Bear.
Well,
that's
no.
Hendo's line.
yeah, but you know, whatever you say about Bumrah, Jofra is doing it from a greater height, and he's probably doing it generally at a greater speed. I mean, Bumrah's not slow, but I would say that Archer is quicker
Yes.
than Bumrah, not by a huge amount at all, but you know, when he really gets his arm up high and you know gets it to go off a length. But there is always that worry, isn't there? But it makes the game in a way more interesting.
Well, maybe it'll get easier in an hour or two anyway, and maybe it'll take us that
Well,
long to get him out.
we
Who knows?
have to remember that this is a brand new ball. Anyway, the man who has come to the crease is a man with a pretty good. I keep saying he's got a pretty good average. It's come down to 38 now. At one point it was 70, and I still think it's there, but it isn't. But for a number 8, that's not bad, is it? Or number 7 in this case. Oh, now that's gone a mile off the pitch. It's done so much that Washington would have been able to get. Well, he might. Washington. That was Washington, Seattle, not Washington, DC. It was that far away. Anyway, this is the man who's come to the crease, and then we'll have your tweets.
Tubes.
Washington Sundar.
Oh dear. We've got a couple of those now, haven't we?
Yeah.
Washington Sundar. We got Liam Dawson. We need some upgrades. Jinglers. Can we have? I mean, I know there's only one test to go after this one.
But a better Washington Sundar jingle and a better
Liam Dawson. Yeah. Rather than.
He is actually batting at number 8, Hendo, given that Pant's retired hurt. So.
Oh yeah, he is. Isn't he? Now new over. Sorry, I'm going to have to come back to you, Messi. Oh, now that's almost wrapped the fingers of Thakur, but it's gone fine down the leg side, and it's brought Thakur a first one of these of the morning.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I did get some glove or bat on it. I thought on the replay that maybe it had just brushed the jumper, but it did jump on him a little bit in towards his ribs. It would have been slightly uncomfortable. Suggestions that the ball is definitely doing a bit. This one comes back into Thakur, but he's got a big stride in. Outside is off stump. It was probably too high as well for anyone to think of an LBW. 270 for 5.
I have to tell you, Hendo, that you probably have no umbrage left because Mogg has just taken it He says in capital letters, there are already other versions to be had, you plonkers.
Yeah, well, we are plonkers, it's true. Wokes in, bowls in behind that one, but a little bit tentatively. Plays out into the offside. Okay, I'm going to go on a bear hunt. No, I'm going to go on a Washington Sundar hunt and see what I can find. Because the bear's so lazy, you can't be bothered to move another one. So he just picks up the first one, basically. Let's see how many variations.
I think you put Washington.
I put Washington Sunday. Sunday? Washington Sunday. Onto the back foot, Thakur. He's seen enough. He's smashed that through the covers for 4 runs. That is really Thakur, isn't it? He does like to play his shots. Doesn't like to be tied down. And given a bit of width, given a short length, and given the fact that there's a big gap between backward point and extra, he can play that with some freedom, and does.
Wokes has struggled with his length in this match, hasn't he?
He has struggled in this series for his length, I think, more so than I've really ever seen him. This one is defended, but he will advance by another single because it's come off the inside half of the bat down to Liam Dawson, running round from long leg. Thakur quite quickly onto 29. I mean, 2 4s will do that in an over. 275 for 5. Is this the counter-attack from India? They might decide it's doing so much that maybe they need to strike while the iron is hot.
No, there is one there that says Mog on it.
There is. I've got to find room for it. Oh, there. I think
just column cut on top of the other one.
There we go. Oh, right, okay.
Have you put it in boundaries though, Hendo?
Oh, yes, I have. Outside the thump to the left-handed Washington. And I'm now going to jingle up the Washington Sundar, courtesy of Mog.
He's thankful he is granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
I might ditch that because we got dinged on it.
Oh.
We'll have to find. We won't find out till the end of the day.
Imagine getting dinged in the first 15 minutes. Does that mean we lose all the advertising for the day?
Not super chats. Super chatters.
No, Super Chat's not an advert, Ben.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we do lose all the advertising for the day. It'll say you cannot monetize this video, and it'll tell me that this song is banned in North Korea or something.
Well, thank you, Mog. That's all I've got to say.
Oh, you bastard.
275 for 5. Archer now to Thakur. Swings that one in. Very full indeed. He got it past the mid-off. Not quite. Wokes is surprised to be in action, having just finished his over and put his cap on, gone to mid-off, and then, oh, God, have I got to do more? But it was exceptional first over, really, wasn't it, from Archer?
It was.
I mean, every ball did something. And ultimately, Jadeja, thorn in the side of England, really, in this series.
Gone cheap.
Gone. In again, swing, maybe too full this time, and it's clipped away into the onside. Stokes fields, and they take a single, so Thakur into the 30s. Seems like only 5 minutes ago I was saying he's just got into the 20s. So
the next guy is I can't remember what his name is. Amjob.
Of course. Have we got a jingle for him?
Doubt it.
Mog.
Might have.
Come on, Mog. You've got, I don't know. You might have.
Actual Cambodge.
Cambodge. You've got 5 minutes to get us a Cambodge jingle over.
Well, don't push your luck. There's another full Capitals one saying, fuck, I only contribute one thing to this endeavour, and feeble a contribution as it may be, I just get no fucking respect.
You got loads of respect.
Mog. Do you not know that we bow down at the altar of the Mog every morning? It's part of the gorilla, thing. If you want to be inducted into the gorilla
Hall of Fame.
Well, Hall of Fame.
You are the Hall of Fame,
then you have to pay homage to the great Mog. Archer in, gets that to swing, but may have swung more after going past the bat.
Can he get one to swing back the other way, do you think?
I think he can, yeah, absolutely. And that actually, but do you know, you make a good point there, Bear, because I would say in general it is the away swinger to the left-hander, isn't it? Or the in-swinger to the right-hander. And maybe that is the key to his success against left-handers, because he's taking the ball away from them, generally speaking.
But if you remember, if you watched Jimmy in his heyday after this ball,
Archer in again, that's full. Doesn't really do anything this time, but it's left alone.
Jimmy would have the away.
Oh, yeah.
And he'd have a booming in-swing and
Yeah.
trap an LBW or nick the top of the off stump. And, you know, that's what made you've got to be able to give it both ways. And I'm sure Archer used to be able to. There is talk that he's lost a little bit of away swing to the right-handers because of his operation on his elbow. I've heard rumours of that.
I mean, really, because he has such a high arm, you would expect the in-swinger to be a little bit more natural to him. The technicals of that, obviously, is that they're talking now about a lot of bowlers with coming past a perpendicular. He throws in the Yorker from round the wicket, but dug out by Washington, who is wearing the full Monty, as in the full long-sleeved sweater. Messi.
That's not what I'd call the full Monty. Andrew
No.
Kilson says, good morning. Alex says, Hendo looks very shady.
Hey.
Farong says the first greeting should always be Wibble. Kieran Roseblade says, is Bear wearing a Casio F91W?
No, it's an Apple Watch.
Muttley says, wait, I just had a thought, is Plonker a whiner?
No.
Ooh. Oh, we got a super chat from Jay. He sent us £2. Just says, leave Mog alone, thou ingrate pricks.
Hey. People, leave the Mog alone. Teacher, that is, wasn't it? The old Pink Floyd song. Wokes into Thakur, who plays with a little bit of movement into him, down to long legs, suddenly beginning to look relatively untroubled. 277 for 5, 13 runs added for the loss of Jadeja in the first 19 minutes of the morning. So I guess more things happening than happened at this point yesterday, when it was all attritional but entertainingly so.
Opening batsman versus 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
With a new ball.
And a new ball. Of course, it would have been a new ball this time yesterday. Left alone outside the off-stump by Washington. He's yet to score. 7 deliveries have been bowled at him. Wokes 1 for 53 into his 20th over. Have a look now at this field. 3 slips.
2 gully?
No, I don't think it is 2 gully. I think they've just come together to have a chat. A gully, and whoever he was talking to is moving to backward point. There is a mid-on, a mid-wicket, I'm presuming a long leg. Certainly won't be a third man. Wokes is in, bowls outside the off-stump again, curving back a little bit once it's gone past the batsman. And I'm sort of, because I've got my shades on, forgetfully, it does look very depressing out there, very dark, very dark.
Very dark.
And I take off them, oh my god, I'm absolutely blinded by the brightness of it all. I will have to take these off and get my eyes used to the light. Outside the off stump, going further towards first slips. Jamie Smith has had to move around quite a lot to take a number of deliveries in this test. 277 for 5. Welcome along if you're listening in far-flung places. Welcome along if you're just down the road. It's great to have you here on Gorilla Cricket. Don't forget you can become a Patreon, patreon.com. You can get all sorts of different goodies for that. This one rather scuppers through along the ground outside the off stump. It's left alone again. by Washington. You can
Matt-
become a patron, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
GPL.
We would like you to support us at the level of $20 a month, and that means that one of the things it means is that you can actually request coming into the studio if you're in the vicinity or don't mind travelling from wherever you are for a day. Outside the off stump plays a genuine forward defensive, and Wokes again unlucky as it misses the outside edge by a sliver I tell you, and that's the end of the over. Messi.
Well, as it happens, there's a message from the light roller, Steve.
Hey.
He says, I'll be following you today. I'm planning to drop into the studio tomorrow too.
Oh yes,
So
of course, he's still in the
that's
country, isn't he? That's right. He's been up.
Yeah.
He's been up northeast, I think.
Now, there's a particularly good suggestion from Matthew Cullen. He says, Bear, could you end the YouTube live stream and start a new one? Then the new one could be monetized.
Well, I don't know if it has been demonetised. That may be a guess on my part. That might be a reason why we don't use that Washington Sundar jingle, but I will only find out at the end of the day.
Right.
Archer in to Thakur. Has he edged that one? Oh, it looked like it, but he's well and truly beaten by that, and he knows it. He kind of nods acknowledgement to the bowler. He smiles. Oh, that has gone away. It's not swing. That is actual movement off the pitch. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether it's swing or whether it's movement off the pitch. If it moves, and if it moves both ways, that's good. Archer, average swing. First new ball, 0.9 degrees. Second new ball, 1.8 degrees. So that's,
Wow.
I mean,
That's double.
it doesn't make any sense, does it? It's pretty much similar conditions. He's in again, down the leg side. Oh, I thought he might have got something on that, Thakur, and again, a much more difficult proposition for Jamie Smith than the drop of Sudarsan. But the way that people are coming up to him and giving him an encouraging pat on the back, I do think that was another chance.
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
I think they were just saying well done for stopping it.
Really? Well, we will hopefully find out. The other thing that's quite interesting is that they immediately focused on Ollie Pope. In again, he lets that one hit him high up on the thigh. Won't be able to take a run because no shot was played. 277 for 5. The run rate just up above 3.13. Are we going to see a replay? No, we're just seeing a replay of the ball being allowed to hit Shartul. He's on 31 now from 55 deliveries. And Archer turns top of his run. 1 for 47 now. First wicket of the match. This one's jabbed into the onside. There's plenty of room there, and they can just jog through for the single this time. Thakur moves to 32. Washington's still there, waiting to score. Faced 11 balls now. That's not really a problem. Certainly not a problem as far as I'm concerned. It does upset people who like to see cricket played at a much faster rate. And I understand that if you are brought up, if you started watching cricket in the last few years and you've become accustomed to the English way of batting, that this could all seem a little bit slow and dull, but it's not. It's fun. It's fun. It's interesting. The ball is moving. The batsman has to adapt. It's intense, top class Test cricket. This one shoots off the outside edge, but all the way along the ground into the slip cordon.
I have to say, Archer's lines and lengths aren't very consistent.
No.
And it's quite annoying because he's clearly kind of got it on a string, and maybe it's hard to, with it moving that much, to get it dead right every ball, but there seems to be a massive variation in length.
Just sometimes a bit too
inconsistent
full.
in line. Yeah.
Here he is again, very close to the umpire. That's a beauty, but it dies en route to Smith, who picks it up on the half volley. Certainly getting it to move around. It's the end of the over. 19 overs from Archer. He's deserved that wicket, I'd say. He's bowled well enough to have 2 or 3. He's only got the one, but you could also say that of Chris Wokes at times.
Yeah.
Messi.
Jay says to Mog, you know they'd be lost without you.
We would.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
God, we would.
And Mog says, just wait until I start copyright striking my own songs. Did Bear just call Cambodge hand jobs, says Jay Grove?
No.
Did he?
No.
Surely not.
Parrot Badshaw says, oil, salts and sea dogs.
Ahoy.
Just tuned in, says Andy Lally. Oh, wait.
Full from Wokes. Slightly on Thakur's legs. He eases into the onside. Plenty of room around the mid-wicket area for him to take a single. Goes to 33.
Andy asks, what score do we think is par on this wicket?
Oh.
Well, Ravi Sastry was talking about 350.
Yeah.
Well, they're not in a bad position, really.
No.
I mean, as you say, we're talking about that being 6 wickets down. And who's still to come? Well,
Cambodge
and
the bowlers.
and Bumrah, Siraj. Who's the other guy? There is one other batsman to come. Well, one. Maybe that's Cambodge that I'm thinking of.
Cambodge, Bumrah and Siraj, yeah, because next wicket will be 6 down.
Which
And
is
that's
effectively 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wokes to Washington, and there's another one that comes off the edge, a thicker edge. It has to be there. Once more, it goes to ground, and it's the man at the end of the cordon. A very, very fine gully that stops that running away to third man.
Sorry, I've got to read this out. Jay says, and he's spot on, he says, Hendo's glasses look like a late 90s emoticon sorted out. They do exactly look like that.
I look like something that you put at the end of a text message. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Here comes Wokes again, bowls. I'm not really sure that he played at that, but it's been missed by Washington through to the keeper. GPL. We have neglected the GPL. How many pounds?
64
sterling?
it was at the beginning of this morning.
£64. You go to gorillacricket.com/competition. If you haven't registered, please do. This is another way that we keep Gorilla going. I have to say, it doesn't actually amount to a lot.
A hill of beans.
A hill of beans outside the off stump, left alone by Sundar. Excuse me, but it would
quite fun when you're in it, though.
Well, it's fun when you're in it, and it would do if more people took part.
Yes.
And that really is the key to it. The Bear, when we invented it, did suggest that I was going to get phenomenally rich on the proceeds of the
thousands
GPL.
of people in every day.
Thousands of people were going to enter. It hasn't really proved to be that over the years. Wokes in, slightly straighter, more on leg stump, turned into the onside. And that is Bryden Cars at square leg. How are we doing? This will be a change of commentary at the end of this over. 1 ball remaining. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? I was going to say, don't forget to what you have to do on the GPL is estimate how many runs you think will be scored in total in the day. You have until lunch to make your guesses, your estimates, your choices. So get on it.
The link is on the top of the YouTube chat too, Hendo, if people want
right.
to.
And it only costs you £1 per time. Get it all on the nose and you win all the money in the pot. Down the leg side from Wokes, who's just switched to round the wicket for that final delivery, taken by Smith. You might want to do some more tubes while we move around in here.
Okay, Leah says, hello all, India seemed doomed. Jadeja needed to bat long. I singled that out as the important thing in my video yesterday. And Mog is proving that he is totally irreplaceable. He says, Cambodge jingle imminent. Check that inbox in the next 10 minutes.
Bear, Cambodge jingle imminent. I don't know if you heard that. Oh
And,
God, am I on the YouTubes? Yes, it looks like it. Okay.
Okay, well, the next one is Jay Grover saying to Leah, hooray.
Here is Jofra Archer, and he's in, hitting the top of off stump, not literally, but bowling that line and length, which is certainly the line and length to bowl on this pitch. I think he's been absolutely fantastic this morning as Jofra, unplayable at times. We've got Krishna's in. Hello, Krishna.
Good morning. How are you both?
Your microphone is quite stuffy. Can't hear you.
Yeah, a bit muffled, a bit
You're
like
muffled.
when a trumpet player has the that block in the trumpet.
The mute.
As Archer's in, and he attempts an away swinger, and it did swing away. That's the first away swinger he's bowled, but he set it off almost off the cut strip. A bit lucky to get away with that wide there.
Well, hello. What's happened here?
Is that any better?
That's better. That's right. Oh, it's the bear is messing with the wires.
How is that not a wide?
Well,
I mean,
that's crazy, isn't it?
that is as wide as wides could be wide. Tremendous take, actually, from Jamie Smith, because it would have been to the right hand of first slip. I hope you're hearing us at the moment, as Archer is in. That's down the leg side, and Smith is again diving, this time the other way, and gets the ball. So all of a sudden, I think Jofra's got a bit overexcited here and trying to do too much. Krishna, I hope you're now back and clear.
I can hear you.
That's much better. Yes, that's much better. Are you as impressed with Jofra as I am this morning?
Absolutely. It's been a very, very absorbing spell this first half hour of the game. I think looking at what sort of pass score India makes is going to be interesting.
Jofra's in again, and this is defended by Thakur, who's got himself to 33. Perhaps I don't often find myself in agreement with Ravi Shastri, but I think this is a 350 pitch. And I know there have been higher scores at Old Trafford this season, but as my brother, who keeps across Lancashire much more than I do, has said that Lancashire in red ball cricket are often fielding a minor counties attack, which may have something to do with it. But yeah, I think there's movement in the air today that we didn't see so much of yesterday, but there's also movement off the pitch with the new ball. That's a terrible delivery down the leg side, and Jamie Smith can't get to that. He just sort of tips it round the post, and it goes for 4 wides. So he does know what a wide is.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You get a wide for a ball that is actually less far from the stumps and the batsman than the one outside the off stump.
I mean, that was a pretty wide. They've been 2 very wides.
It's another of my little bugbears, the fact that anything a millimetre down the leg side is given as a wide in one-day cricket, whereas a genuine wide in Test cricket is often ignored.
Well, it's the hitting zone, they call it, I think, or the strike zone, they call it in baseball. That beats an indeterminate shot by Thakur, who was walking sideways towards the ball and missed it, and it went through to Jofra.
I think he understands he's leading a calmed life at the moment. Thakur, he's got a smile on his face every time he gets beaten.
Yeah, there's lots of smiles in the ground. Some of them are kind of ironic, I think, saying, how did I not get the wicket? But I think England missed a trick a couple of times this morning, which I'll come to perhaps in the next over, because Jofra is about to finish off the 20th over of the innings, and it's just, his 20th over, deflected to backward square. It's the end of the over. India are 284 for 5 after 91 overs. Washington Sundar has none from 18, and Thakur has 33, and we have your tubers.
Certainly do. Leah says, hello all. India seem doomed. Jadeja needed to bat long. I singled that out as the important thing on my video yesterday. So if you want to follow Leah and see what she had to say about it, I guess go and find that. Hooray, says Jay Grover. I don't know what about. Bear, did you pretend to be a leprechaun to Hendo again? I don't really understand what that's about. Hooray, Gary. Hooray, Krishnan.
I must say, Hendo, you've got a bit of sigh about you. I hope you're not going to break out into Gangnam Style. That's what I thought. The glasses. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Wump, Gangnam Style. Chris Wokes, the top of his run. He's round the wicket to the right-handed Washington Sundar, who gets off the mark with what used to be called a Red Bull single there, but he'll be happy to have one to his name. India 285 for 5. Yes, Krishna, I think England missed a trick twice this morning. The first one, it was in not standing a little closer, especially for Jadeja in the slips, because first of all, the first over, especially on a day like this, is often sort of slightly underpowered, so you need to stand a bit closer than you otherwise would do at slip. And secondly, Jadeja is very adept at taking the bottom hand off the bat. And so even the catch that carried, only just carried, this is defended into the offside and there is no run. And the other one surprised me more, which was England had a leg slip most of yesterday, but did not have a leg slip when Chris Wokes bowled a short delivery to Thakur. Went off the glove and would have been swallowed whole by the leg slip. It's these details, isn't it, Krishna, that make a difference in Test cricket?
Yes, especially that last few overs before the new ball and then the first few overs with the new ball.
Yeah.
You've really got to take advantage of that period of time. And, you know, this new ball is now 11 overs old.
Yeah.
Well, no, not quite, because they bowled a few overs.
Yes, that's right.
Last
of
night.
course, sorry, yes.
Beats the outside edge with a classic Wokes outswinger. It was a kind of half-hearted shot by Thakur. I don't think he was playing or committed fully to the shot, and it certainly was a bit wide.
I thought you were trying to imitate Joel Wilson there with the sunglasses on.
Very good.
I'm going to hand them to the Bear later for when there's an LBW appeal.
I mean, this
very good.
There's prodigious movement in the air and off the seam this morning. I mean, the question is not so much have England done well to chisel out Jadeja, but should they have got more? This is very full, and Thakur just punches it to Jofra, who is slightly on his heels at mid-on, and they steal a single. That should not have been a single.
I have to agree with you, Gary. I think that, yes, it's been inconsistent, the line especially, and with that movement, they probably should have done a little bit more, yeah.
It's where Glenn McGrath was such a genius. In all conditions, he just moved the ball half a bat's width. In these conditions, it is difficult to get the ball under control, and we saw in the previous over that Jofra had it going far too far down the leg side and far too far down the offside. But it's a peculiarity of cricket, the gods giveth and they taketh away, that once you do correct your line for swing, it disappears. As this is a lovely ball from Wokes. It shaped in towards Sundar, who offered a bat and then missed it by about 6 inches because the ball went away off the seam.
Far too much, really, movement.
That's
for him
my
to get
point,
anywhere
really.
close.
My point is that getting the right amount of movement when there's so much on offer is tricky. I mean, Krishna, am I reading that right, do you think?
I think so, and I think that's where the art of Wobble theme is really come to the fore, isn't it?
Yes.
Because they're able to, well, the bowler doesn't know which way it's going, so the batsman definitely doesn't.
I just want to talk about that after the next ball, as Wokes is in, and that's a thickish outside edge that goes to the always vacant third man area. That's Liam Dawson running around like a spring chicken who fields. They're through for 2. India 288 for 5. Off 92, Washington has 3, Thakur 34, and we have your tubers.
We do. Christian, were you just about to finish the thought there, or had you...
No, please go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. I've got an advert that's come up on my screen, but I will, however, be able to get through one or two. Kieran Roseblade says, guys, we usually warn when Gary's about to come on. I heard no such warning. I don't want to be taken by surprise by a deluge of spouse. I presume he means scouse. No one wants a deluge of spouse. Unless, of course, they're a very, very attractive spouse.
A harem, it would be a harem, would be the collective noun, not a deluge. Jofra is in. England getting through their overs quite quickly here. An attempted uppercut, but he missed it through to the keeper. No run. Yes, Hendo, more.
Yeah, let me see if I can get through a few more. I didn't get much of a chance there with that long one. Joe Grover says, it's like a tsunami. By the time you notice it, it's too late. I'm excited for further elaboration of what? I'm not sure. That's Lockie 6. Leah comes back and says, fair warning, I said that in German. You can find English content on my channel as well, though an interview with Gary, for example.
This is shaped in from Jofra, and it's just a thickish inside edge, and there's no short mid-wicket. The bear will be fuming, and Ben Stokes runs in, but can't prevent the single. 289 for 5. Have you got any more, Hendo?
Just one more from Kieran Roseblaze saying, Leah, did you invite him on, or did he just decide he would come on himself? Double entendre, I don't know. I'm not even going to draw attention to the double entendre.
I promise you I was invited and hosted with great care and sensitivity, and I enjoyed it. I'm going to come to the wobble seam after this delivery from Jofra, who's now round the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar, and there is no run. He was a under-19s opener for India, Washington Sundar, so he's got a solid technique, and his test match average suggests so. I noticed yesterday, Krishna, that when I think it was Chris Wokes was bowling the wobble seam, he had a pronounced flick of the fingers on the release, which gets that little bit of backspin and also just projects the ball into the pitch. This ball is defended and there is no run. And I'd heard it talked about that holding the ball loosely and just flicking it with the end of the fingers, but it was the first time I'd seen it kind of with my own eyes, how that ball is flicked out of the fingers by fast bowlers. I just wondered if you had any knowledge of that particular technique.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
It's just watching these masters at work.
Oh, yes.
Sanderson, Broad. It's brilliant.
Helps to have long fingers.
It does help to have long fingers. Here's Jofra in round the wicket, and this is full, but it's a lovely ball. You get that on the stumps because it started off on a kind of fifth stump line. It invited the defensive shot, and by the time Washington Sundar was putting the bat there, the ball had zipped away to the offside.
Just a point with... Oh, sorry, go on, Christian.
No, I have another question to ask you, gentlemen. Where do you sit on the idea of a in-game injury being replaced by a substitute with Pant's injury?
I don't like it, really, because I think it's open to all sorts of abuse, really.
Jofra...
there needs to be checks and balances. Sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Jofra's in off the inside edge, and it goes down to long leg where Bryden Cast does the fielding. There was an interesting discussion last night on another radio service between Alistair Cook and Michael Vaughan, and as usual I'm kind of predisposed not to agree much with Michael Vaughan. Vaughan was all for substitutes, and Alistair Cook made the very important point that you make, Hendo, and with which I concur, that it's simply too open to abuse. It's simply too open to the transactional nature of cricketers. We've already seen it in rugby where there's jiggery and indeed pokery goes on, and we're opening a Pandora's box. It's not ideal that Pant is not playing, but it would be less ideal if Bumrah could go full throttle in the first innings and have his feet up in the second.
I mean, I think it's a really tricky one because, you know, obviously Pant has probably got a really genuinely nasty injury.
Oh, absolutely.
But then again, you could have said that about in the last test, and yet he was able to put his feet up and then come out and bat. And that just something didn't quite.
There isn't
feel right about that.
You know, science is sort of medicine is as much an art as it is a science, and where a line is drawn will just cause endless problems, and it's such a huge advantage to be able to replace a player. As this ball is through to Jamie Smith, there is no run. What's your view, Krishna?
Well, my personal view is that with cricket moving forward and to become more relevant to the masses, I think it's a good idea to be able to replace them. There has to be the checks and balances to ensure that what you're suggesting doesn't happen. And so the policing will be difficult, but I think it's a good innovation to the game.
Wow.
It's really tricky because you probably won't find a better player than Rishabh to replace him with.
Wokes is through to the keeper. There is no run. Well, where we've got diagnoses by medical staff that players are on the brink of being too injured to play, then I don't see how any line can be drawn, because we have players who are fit, and indeed it was suggestion in this match was that Bumrah would be rested even though he's fit to play. Then I just think that's just too easy. You get to the second innings, you say, oh, well, he's in danger if he bowls a spell in this second innings, as Wokes is in, and this is hideous down the leg side. There's no chance for Jamie Smith. That moved a mile, and it's 4 byes. No, 4 wides.
4 more wides.
Well, this is the control we were talking about.
Yes.
England need to control the movement, which is an art in itself. But I just think that if we're in a world, obviously we are, where players are rested for preventative measures, and there can be different views on that, then who's to say that, you know, a bowler bowls in a first innings, a bowl 25 overs, and they say, oh, you know, if I go out and bowl another 5 in the second innings, then, you know, I might get that hamstring going again, and you've got a replacement.
Yes,
it's impossible.
Yes.
It's a really difficult one. It'll probably come, though.
Wokes is in, and this goes through to the keeper. There is no run. There's also, I think, a philosophical issue, which is that it would divorce Test cricket even further from the recreational game, but also even further from first-class cricket, because there's no way you could have the checks and balances, you know, at Northolt or whatever Middlesex are playing now. So philosophically, the game cannot be perfected. Indeed, its ability to bemuse us is at least part of its charm. This ball is defended, and it runs off the face of the bat to Liam Dawson, who again is running back towards third man. Or was that Liam Dawson? I think it might have been through left-handed, so probably was. And they're through for 2. No, it looks like... Sorry, it's Jacob Bethel. Is that Jacob Bethel? Is he on his 12th
It's really hard to know, because Jacob Bethel's hairstyle and colour changes by the day.
I think it's Jacob Bethel in his on his 12th man. I don't know who he's on for.
It's definitely not Dawson, that's for sure.
He's lost the blonde colouring.
Yeah.
Well, he did, and he had his hair cut really short, didn't he?
I think Spike Milligan once had a character who was described as a man of no fixed haircut, or maybe it was Monty Python. But this also runs off the face of the sort of half the outside edge, half the face, and this time the mystery man, who I think is Jacob Bethel. Although why he's not playing in the round of county championship cricket, I don't know. Unless he's an authentic 12th man. He's a replacement. Yeah, they need to have him there in case of replacement. So that was fielded by him as we pick
the other
up.
one that I remember many years ago in Brisbane when Simon Jones died to stop a boundary and his knee plugged in the ground and gone for the series, and that affected England from that moment. Yeah,
this ball is just pushed into the offside. There's a bit of hesitation, a bit of yes, no, sorry, but there was always one there because England, as they have been throughout the morning session, are just on their heels in the field inexplicably. 298 for 5.
An absolute rush of tubes to get through. And now I've forgotten where I have to start from. Rich Turner Music's joined us, says Vaughan referred to Test cricket as a product.
Yes, he did.
8 times in 3 minutes in discussing substitutes. Made me want to vomit. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I'm sorry, Gary, says Messages, but I just cannot sit still while nobody challenges your assertion that medicine is as much as art as science. Yeah, that's the sort of conspiracy theory.
Well, I look forward to your AI doctor solving all your problems then.
I don't want an AI doctor doing it.
Well, that's if it's a science, an AI doctor would do it.
Well, I don't know. It's what's fed into the AI is the problem, isn't it?
But there's interpretation as this ball is an edge past between 4 slips, a gap, and a 5th slip or a wide gully, and somehow Washington Sundar found it. Jofra is shaking his head, not smiling as much now. I just want to defend myself briefly there to Messages. Of course, I completely agree with science. Nobody who takes the amount of tablets and sees the doctor as often as I do, and indeed had a COVID vaccine the 3rd day they were available worldwide, is not going to believe in the science. But there's always interpretation. There's room for consideration. When you see the doctor, they are not giving you a diagnosis or a prognosis which is fixed in stone. They're using their critical faculties, as this ball is through to the keeper and there is no run. And at that point, I shall leave it, you'll be pleased to say, here.
The policing will be difficult, says Kieran Roseblade. To Christian says, sounds like a metaphor for India will get an advantage. Does Vaughan, says Leah, still do the Tougher Than Vaughan cricket show? That was peak cringe, as the kids say these days.
They do.
Michael Ogle says, India already played.
Beautiful delivery from Archer there. Shaped in towards the left-handers off stump, shaped away, and Sundar was nowhere near it.
They've already played silly buggers with it in the IPL, substituted batters for bowlers. Well, I think you can do that. I don't think that. I mean, if you mean the actual organisation has played silly buggers, yeah, I see what you're saying. Forcing the ICC to change the rules at the end of the year. Okay, I didn't know that.
Archer in again, and this is defended by Washington Sundar, who was watching the ball very carefully.
I was going to say, actually, that with regards to that point that Ravi Shastri made, and this being a 350 pitch, that England are letting India get away a little bit here.
I think it's just hard to control that ball. Krishna, I mean, what's your view here? I've got a bit of sympathy with the bowlers here. Hendo's a bit harsher.
I'm a bit harsher Bogley.
I think there would be...
Archer's in, that's down the leg side, well taken by Jamie Smith. Krishna.
I think their bowling has been poor in the sense that they haven't been able to stick to one side of the wicket. They're bowling leg side offside.
Fair point.
And coupled with the extravagant movement they're getting, it's just not been a good session after that early wicket.
Yeah, so bowl one side of the wicket would definitely be a good idea. But the main issue I feel for England is they've just got too much lateral movement today.
There has been.
Washington Sundar on 11. Jofra's in. This takes the outside edge. He squared him up there. Always a good sight for the bowler when the left-hander gets squared up. It went off the outside edge. But it's the end of the over. 302 for 5. Washington Sundar has 11. Thakur 35.
I think there have been a genuine number of bad balls, actually, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I take your point. It is moving a lot more than we've seen, or certainly a lot more than we saw yesterday. But, you know, some of those that have been sprayed down the leg side in particular have just been poor. I mean, you can argue if it goes a little way down the leg side, it was because you were trying to swing it and bring it back straighter onto leg and middle. But a couple have just been wild, in my opinion. Maybe overexcitement, and we can't, argue that we wouldn't do the same in that position. Subs are for other sports, says David. You pick your side. That's it. If you're a bowler down, if you need a slip to keep, that is just the way it should be.
So where do you guys sit on the concussion substitute then?
Well, I mean, I think that's genuine. I mean, if you can get a doctor can tell you whether you've got concussion or can tell you whether you need to be looked at for concussion. I mean, it's actually a tricky one. I mean, can you bring a concussion substitute on straight away? I think
you can. Yes, you can. Marnus Labuschagne came on as soon as Steve Smith was. He came back, but as soon as he was injured, Ben Stokes is on, and this is through to the keeper. I think one of the key differences, Krishna, with concussion is first of all, you see the kind of somebody gets hit in the head, and secondly, the risk is quite considerable. And so you have to veer on the side of caution. So there are concussion tests, and a doctor has got these markers and indicators for it. But I think that it is a special case. I wouldn't like that to be the case with a hamstring pull, as this ball is just deflected down to the man at third or fourth slip, who is Ben Duckett, who extends his enormous frame in order to stop the ball. Yes,
you both made comments about you can visibly see the ball being hit into the player's head while he's batting. Yesterday, clearly, Pant got injured. There was no doubt about that.
That's true. And
I just feel with the concussion thing, is there a risk of litigation that drives the legislation in cricket as it is?
Yeah, and we know that other sports have issues with concussion as well. So, a superb delivery from Ben Stokes, and he's out. I think he's out anyway, although he's standing. He doesn't look very happy here, Shartul Thakur. I mean, it was just a perfect delivery. It pitched on a length. It jumped and left the right-handed Thakur.
It's not been given, has it?
It's not been given, no. I mean, we had the strapline come up with Wicket, and now they're discussing, and they do go for a referral. This is unusual. This is not a referral about a possible LBW. It's a referral for an outside edge. The Sky director put Wicket up straight away. Now, whether they've got a real-time snicko in their ears or not, I don't know. But England then seemed unsure of themselves.
Well, England didn't really appeal, did they? They just sort of gently threw the ball up as if one of those appeals where
they just expected him to walk off.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, we're seeing it again here. Stokes is in. He has bowled fantastically well in this series. It's slightly short of a length, and I think that takes the shoulder, actually. Goes through to Jamie Smith. There's an appeal from Joe Root. Let's have a look. We're seeing it now, and the ball is going past the glove, and it's going to take the shoulder, I think, here. It does take the shoulder, and well done for Shartul Thakur, who stood his ground, and England burner review, and well done Paul Rifle as the umpire. Some good cricket out there.
It's not Paul Rifle, it's Rod Tucker.
Oh, sorry, Rod Tucker. I do apologise.
Dodgy Aussie, whatever you say. I just had to squeeze that in there. It was a great ball, though.
It was a good ball.
It was a great ball. And, you know, he is the
Thakur
man.
was pretty confident that he hadn't hit it, so he just wasn't going to walk with it.
Yeah,
he would have challenged, I'm sure, if he had.
It kind of looked wrong, and seeing it now, it's pretty clear it comes off the shoulder. Of course, we've got slow-mo, which helps. Stokes himself seemed a little reluctant. Stokes is in, and that's a half volley, and that is thrashed by Thakur through extra cover. It's the first ball England have really bowled as a half volley, I think, apart from Archer's second delivery of the day. It got the treatment. Krishna, it's so important. It's so important when conditions are not in the batter's favour for the batter to leap all over any four balls, and Thakur did that well there.
Yes, exactly. You've got to take those opportunities when they come.
I wonder what you guys think about Stokes and how he a lot of talk about how he handles Archer, but how he handles himself as a bowler.
Well, Stokes is in, and this is through to the keeper. There is no run. I heard that he needed 4 days in bed to recover.
Right.
Which seems a bit much to me. Well, he's in the fourth test of the series. He's not injured, so however he's been handling himself, he's full throttle in the fourth test. So yeah, but fair enough.
It was related to the fact that after the first test he said he needed 3 days in bed, or he was useless to anybody. I'm worried about him. You know, the efforts they put in the third test. I'll come back to that.
Yeah, there's a series to win here against India. This ball is another absolute beauty, shaping in, which is what he gets from that 11 o'clock delivery. They're moving off the seam, past the bat, through to the keeper. I don't know if they're taking drinks now, but if they do take drinks, we should have a change
around. Actually,
which we're going to have.
Yeah, I'll continue with my thought, because I'm not sure you've you're totally understanding what I'm getting at. There's only 3 days between this test and the next test, and if he bowls himself into the ground again here and has to, and he needs 3 days in bed to recover, is he going to be in a fit state should England need to win that test? That was my point. We've had, just before I go, because I've been neglecting it with all that's been going on, we've had one of these.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Jay Grover, it is £2 lovely. He says, Gary, stop it. You're on ball by ball. That was probably about 20 minutes ago.
Well, thank you, Hendo.
Yeah, because just to add to that, there is another one from Jay Grover for £2. Says, Gary, time out or fucking commentate. Let Krishna. ... Sorry.
Well,
Get 2 for the price of 1.
I was just hearing the conversation about Ben Stokes. I mean, I need 3 days to recover from a gentle stroll to the post office these days. So
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I do.
You need to walk up the stairs here more often. Maybe you're getting,
Well,
little bit of
I
exercise.
do regular exercise, Bear, as you well know. Not that you're there watching me, but you know that I do. Well, it's been a fascinating morning so far. 264 for 4. Jadeja and Shartul Thakur were both on 19 last night. Jadeja didn't stay an awful lot longer. He was out to a brilliant
Put
ball
Samantha
from
over there.
Archer. Oh, Samantha's just gone flying across my eye line.
Oh,
do you want to take her with you, Hendo, or do you just want me to stroke
desert her.
I'm throwing her around the bedroom, as it were.
Oh, please.
God.
I will go back to what I was saying, please, chaps. Jadeja didn't last so long this morning. He was out for 20. 2 Archer, slightly playing across his pads, outside edge, brilliantly taken. But since then, Shartul Thakur has rolled on very well indeed, and he's been well supported by the man yesterday called Sundar Washington, but by Washington Sundar, who's done pretty well. Who's done pretty well, hasn't he, Bear?
He has done.
And they both come back.
Yeah.
There's an important and relevant message from Leah. She
Yeah.
says the BCCI has just said that Jarrell will keep with Pant available to bat if needed.
Well, you know, that's very interesting you should say that, because when you looked at that 4 wickets, 264 for 4, was it for 5 if you count Pant? We did see him in very much his playing kit, which I was thinking, well, why would he be in his playing kit if there's literally no chance? So they obviously think, I can imagine.
I mean, if he comes in, I'd just be bowling toe crushers and wait for him to miss one, and that'd be that, and then he'd be out for a longer time with a messed up foot. That's dumb.
I was literally about to say, surely England would be bowling at his toes, just to let him know that's probably daft. We've had 96 overs, so they took the new ball. No, they were going to take the new ball last night, weren't they? And that's what sent them off. So I would imagine, and we've had 16 with the new ball. It's 306. 4-5, and this partnership between Sundar and Shartul Thakur is definitely one they will need to break. Bryden Cass is going to be coming into the attack to bowl his 17th over, wicketless so far. Bear, are we jingling Bryden Cass?
Well, I'm trying to find Liam Dawson for the time being.
We're finding Liam Dawson, who's not bowling, but there we go. In comes Cass. Right arm around the wicket. Yet another left-hander in the shape of Washington Sundar, who has scooped this up and over point. Hasn't quite got the legs to make it all the way there. It's hunted down by Liam Dawson, proudly wearing his England cap after so much of 102 tests.
And this is the bowler.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Bryden comes a-calling, all your pools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
As soon as I get the opportunity, of course, we'll let you know what sort of field is there for Bryden Cass. We were lamenting, the Bear and I off air, or was it Gary and I off air, the lack of a leg slip earlier, and it did cost a wicket for England. This one is wide of off stump and left, well enough with good judgment by Sundar.
I was listening to those two bang on, and I was thinking about the substitutes thing. I think I don't have a problem with substitutes if it's a confirmed injury. You know, like something like Pant, where it's an obvious break and he's gone to a hospital and he's had an X-ray and it's a broken this, that, or the other. Admittedly, you know, for a hamstring injury or something like that.
Cass is in around the wicket. It's just pushed towards mid-on, and there's no run. Sorry, Bear.
Well, no,
It does get tricky though, but I read the debate on the BBC site, and several of the people there were saying, "Oh, well, they should just have tactical substitutes."
No,
so
fuck
your
that.
Fast bowlers, not. But you know, it's sort of the thin end of the wedge. It'd be like the bloody IPL, where it's effectively 12 aside.
Well, you could have a whole bunch of rolling subs then, like rugby. I know, not down with that at all.
Well, I mean, we all looked last night at the state of that foot and the horrible black and blue protrusion from it as Cass is in, well defended. They think about a single, but it's driven to point. There's 3 steps of gully and a point. We can definitely tell you that much because it was point indeed. All of whom are quite short, considering not short in stature but short in their position. But we all sat there looking at that and go, well, that's got to be his test done. But to be honest, none of us are doctors, and particularly bone specialists. So you do have to wait to get confirmed and have a serious looking injury like that properly investigated. And none of us, other than the evidence of our eyes, would know that. That's nicely worked off his legs, past square. In comes Ollie Pope, who's situated at deep square, and they will take a single. One ball left of this cast over, 3 from it so far, 309 for 5.
I kind of feel like England have wasted this new ball a little bit here, really. Should have had another wicket or two.
Well, Archer certainly didn't. Not having a leg slip earlier seemed a mistake.
I thought Archer was all over the place.
But he beat the bat so often.
Yeah,
he
but
really did.
he also bowled, wasted several balls in between beating the bat, whereas he should have been. The likes of, Gary was mentioning Glenn McGrath or Jimmy Anderson, the greats, they concentrate, they get that ball where they want it.
Over the wicket to the right-handed Thakur. It's nice to have a right-hander back at the crease, and immediately gets a little bit of a way swing. But Thakur, I beg his pardon, could easily leave it. 309 for 5 at the end of the 97th over, Messers.
The wonderful Brian in Brisbane says, did England get the nod to review from the dressing room? Maybe someone saw the TV say Wicket. I doubt it. Jay says, Hendo and Gary on together are the Foucault's pendulum of solipsis. Idara Kardik says, Stokes is Superman. Mog says, I might use that as the title of my next more experimental album, Jay. The title will be longer than the songs in that case. Kieran Roseblade says, regular exercise being once a year, every year?
Well, it's certainly regular.
Yeah.
Anyway, the man...
bending an elbow isn't going to help one's calves unless they walk to the fridge to get more beer.
Well, that'll happen later.
That is very true. Right. Well, Ben Stokes is going to continue. The man who needed 4 days in bed. There is a third man, a deep backward point, and a fairly deeply set mid-on as well, as the left-handed Sundar defends. No run.
No, my point is that your great bowlers, your Glenn McGraths, your Jimmy Andersons, even Broad to a certain extent, you try and find the length that does it, and then you try and you adjust your line so it does it, and then you concentrate on that because you've got a new ball in hand that's giving you something, and you're always going to be testing the batsman on them. If you're constantly altering your line or trying to alter your length all the time, especially with a new ball that's giving you, you're offering. I mean, we've had probably 15 wides and about 10 buys.
There's a leg slip 2 now for Ben Stokes, but the left-handed Washington Sundar pushes it out to Archer, who is at short cover. There's no run.
Thakur came out on 20.
14 wides, 6 leg buys and 2 no balls.
There you go. That's over 20 runs they've added, because these two have only Thacker's only got 19, Washington's got 14, and I don't know how many runs today just scored this morning, but that's less than 30. That's 34, 33 runs, and they came out on 260 something, which is 290 something, and they're actually on 309. It's like
Stokes in. That's very full. And he was looking to York him, and crikey, Moses, Washington Sundar got the bat down on it. The ball still nearly wriggled underneath it. He spun around to see if he needed to. Perhaps he'd had. Who was it in the end who got bowled at Lords?
It was Siraj.
Oh, Siraj. Probably thoughts of Siraj on his mind as it trickled. But this one missed the stumps. It was a very good Yorker indeed. Then went past his leg.
No, it hit his leg. That's what took it past
his leg on the way through, and that indeed, as you rightly say, was enough to divert it past the slumps. The 3 slips go down, up onto his toes goes Washington Sundar, drops the bat to point, and they do take a single, much to Ursine frustration on my right, and I do tend to agree. 39 now for Thakur, 15 for Sundar, 310 for 5, and that 5 and that 310, remembering that in the last 6 tests here, I think we're looking at about 311, aren't we, as the overall average first innings score. They're pretty much there with wickets in hand. Stokes in, well defended, back towards him by Shartul Thakur. No run. Something is making Messrs Chortle.
No, yeah, I was taking a vape. Nobody made me chortle. I'm sorry.
Well, if you're suddenly just going to start chortling mid-vape, we want to know what exactly is in the vape, and can we have some? But there we go. I mean, there were some very interesting stats we were nattering about yesterday. One being no batsman, no captain has ever elected to bowl at Old Trafford in a Test match and won. That's well defended by Thakur to backward point. There's no run. It's the end of that Stokes over. It's 310 for 598 gone, and we can go back to Messrs.
Kieran Roseblade says, we've essentially just given them Crawley, but in extras. and Jay Grover says, I blame Gary for this. Gary's been the subject of a few comments, but we'll let that be for the time being. Other than the one I rather like where it was suggested Gary did the vocals on Mog's album, and Mog says, I just don't have a big enough hard drive to record that.
Can you imagine? Besides which, I mean, Mog's musical genre tends to involve quite short tracks.
Yes.
I mean, how Gary might ever contain himself to condense a thought to about 6.5 seconds is... would be worth seeing him trying. Let's put it that way. 310 for 5. Bryden cast to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. And Washington Sundar rocks back. Through it goes to Jamie Smith. And there is no run. He's looking increasingly assured, is our man Washington. There's a Grover Washington. Who's Grover Washington? Why am I thinking of other than Jay?
Isn't he an
president
of the USA, isn't he?
No, that's George Washington.
Oh.
Grover Washington's a musician.
I've got a feeling.
Grover Washington, famous. Father, I Cannot Tell a Lie, and Cherry Trees and all that. That was George Washington. Oh, my word, that one's short. And again, we see a bit of limbo from Washington Sundar, who really arches his back to stay out the way of it.
It was one of your mob, Grover Washington Jr., American saxophonist, died in 1999 at the age of 56.
Not very old.
No, gone too young, but that's who I was thinking of. Famous Washingtons. So we've got George and we've got Grover. Cast around the wicket. That one dies a little bit. And Jamie Smith tumbles, but ended up probably near enough second bounce to him. And there was no run.
They're all looking pretty comfy up there on the balcony, aren't they? Bumrah's going to be a handful when he comes in. I mean, if he has the same problems as England have, though, then there could be a bunch of buys for England as well. Amongst some very good deliveries, one would have thought. And the first 10-12 overs for England are going to be very tricky when they come out to bat.
Cass, around the wicket he comes. That's nicely flicked off his hip by Washington Sundar down towards fine leg. In rushes Ollie Pope. Executes a very arrowing, accurate throw. And they take a single and the score moves on to 312. Actually, did they take two there?
They took two.
They did take two, yes, they did. They did indeed.
Kieran and Mog point out that we were probably both thinking of Grover Cleveland, who was the 22nd and the 24th President of the United States.
Well, I've got to be honest and say, at least for me, I could categorically say I wasn't. but now I will. I didn't. If I had to name US presidents, I think I might struggle to get as far as Grover Cleveland.
Well, he got mentioned in the context of Trump as being one of the few presidents to do non-contiguous terms.
Ah, right. Cass over the wicket. This time to the left-hander. Hurries him up too, as there's a sort of a combination of inside edge and pad.
That was a nice.
Keeps him out. It was a good ball.
In swinger to him.
You see, I sometimes wonder, Bear, I've got to be honest, that bowlers default to it's a left-hander, therefore I must come around the wicket if they're a right armer. I don't necessarily think that's always the best ploy.
Well, it's only been, really, to be fair, kind of since the advent of T20, actually. I mean, you think in the old days when I first started watching cricket, right-arm bowlers hardly ever went around the wicket.
In he comes from the Anderson end, over the wicket to the left-handed Sundar, who, with a nice high elbow, defends towards Jofra Archer, short mid-on, and there was no run. Messers.
Yes,
with some messages.
of course, Denzel Washington, as Tony Moroney mentions.
Indeed.
I've just crashed altogether. And come back. Jay Grover says Tom Waits did a wonderful album called Jesus Blood Never Failed Me Yet, which were a desperate tramp singing on a loop. Mog and Gary could work with that. Two desperate tramps singing in a loop. Oh dear, that's a worry.
Right, well, Ben Stokes is going to continue from, is it the Statham end he's bowling from? I think it is.
A bloody boots end.
The bloodied boots of the great Brian Statham. Now legendary. Oh, I say, that one was short and wide, but swinging a little bit. And Thakur looked to cut, and well, it was more of a swish, and it was a swish and a miss. And there was no run. How much did he miss that by? Because it was a bit of
Not a huge amount.
Not by a lot, was it?
No. Mind if he'd have got the top edge, he probably would have flown over the top of the...
It's quite short to get it to rise that much. And it was a absolutely not a controlled shot from Shartul. So will that encourage England's captain? In he barrels, and again he's got that outswinger going quite nicely, but it's just starting too wide. And an alert Thakur can leave it through to Smith, and again no run. 312 for 5, just the one wicket of the morning. It's a big one.
It was.
Jadeja, but since then, frustration for England.
Indeed, it is. And this is the problem England have got, isn't it? I mean, their bowling attack isn't.
They're all.
I mean, they're all okay, but you know, no one's firing on all cylinders really.
He slips the gully go down. That's very full. Looking for the Yorker, pushed off his toes by Thakur, straight to Bryden Cast at mid-on. And I think the throw that came back. Well, let's have another look at this for you. Yes, had Cast hit,
we'd have been out.
The non-striking batsman, Stumps, he was gone by
not a lot.
Well, I was going to say more than enough.
Yeah, more than enough. I think it's
not to have needed to review it.
His bat was in the air over the crease, but it hadn't come down. I think when the ball went past the stumps.
It was indeed. 2 for 52 for Ben Stokes. Very big wicket last night of the Indian captain, of course, and boy did he enjoy it. Full-throated, double-fisted celebration.
It wasn't given out either on the field, was it?
It wasn't either. In comes Stokes. That's interesting leave, because it was again the right-hander, to a right-hander this time, but behind his legs. Not sure it missed his leg stump by that much. We're going to see that run-out chance again. Yeah, crikey. Rob Tucker was keeping a very weather eye on that, because he was 100% gone as he turned. If you're a batsman, I mean, you must have been there, Bear. I know and recall over years ago when I used to play, everything seems to happen in slow motion when you're trying to turn and get back in that situation.
I think I've been run out of non-strikers end.
Stokes in, outside of off stump, left again, and there was no run. 312 for 5. You know, it's like literally everything slows down around you, and you kind of know you're doomed, but somehow you just keep trying to go through the motions as quick as you can to get yourself back, and rarely does it work. Last ball coming up of the 100th over, so that'll be 20 with this new Duke's ball. Boy, has that been a subject of
only
debate
17.
and discussion. Oh, only 17, I beg your pardon. In comes Stokes, up onto his toes, and cut. Beats the man at backward point, which was the diving Ollie Pope.
I think that was nearly a catch, Tone.
Was it?
I think he top edged that somewhat, and it bounced just before.
They're not showing us replays.
Shelled.
Well, 100 overs is complete. 313 for 5, 17 for our man Washington. Actually, before we go to Messers, we will just see exactly how close that was. Drop short
Just.
of a tumbling forward Bishop of Rome. It wasn't a chance. Messers.
Stephen Kelk appears to have escaped the vicar. Says afternoon all. Kieran Roseblade says Tony says full-throated, double-fisted, and the pawnbot does nothing. What are we even doing here if that's not picked up on? I suspect the pawnbot is still a bed.
Do you? Whose bed?
Oh, yeah.
His own or someone else's?
Well, possibly.
And hang on a moment. We say his. Yeah. Do we know that for a fact? Has he ever gender identified him or herself?
That's a very good question.
We're just being sexist old farts.
It is in bed.
And assuming.
They.
And if it's a bot, it is presumably genderless anyway. Anyway, 313.45. There is a delay here. Because, well, firstly, Thakur, who's a bit of a notorious glove fiddler anyway, was in deep conversation with Ashan Raza. Anyway, we continue. Cast is in. Thakur guides it. Again, Ollie Pope is the man at point who has to go thundering after it. And will restrict them to a single 314 for 5.
Can I just, point of order, Mog, if you're listening, you said there was more Liam Dawson's, but I searched the jingle machine and I've searched the emails and I cannot find a Liam Dawson jingle that has ever been sent post when we set up the Gorilla Jingles email. So, and if you do have one that you thought you'd sent us,
can you dig it out
just
for
resend
us?
it?
Yeah, I think that's normally the answer. Right, Cast over the wicket to the left-hander again. He's gets that one to straighten. Was there bat on that bear?
I think there must have been, otherwise there'd have been an almighty
surely.
appeal.
I mean, it was potentially a little high.
Yeah, it probably would have been too high, but I'm sure there'd have been an appeal if it wasn't off the full face of the bat. But for a minute there, I thought it had just gone into the knee roll.
Oh, well, we shall see.
I mean, England seems to have bowled nearly 60% of their ball's length today, which is probably the right place to bowl. They've beaten the edge a few times.
Because we're all waiting to see the debutant. He's in it mainly for his bowling, aren't we? But we're having to wait. That's left again outside of his off stump by Washington, and there was no run. First test for Anshul Kamboj. Is it?
Yeah, it's a J on the end.
Was it? It's my writing is just shocking.
We've got enough bots.
Yeah.
We don't want no more bots. No more bots. Yes. 24 from Karnal in Haryana, apparently. Did take the wicket of Jaiswal, and that one's well defended in the IPL this year. Back to, it goes to Cars. He also got Shubman Gill.
I don't know. Who cares? That's the IPL.
Well, the only thing that you might care is that the captain of the team you're now playing for is likely to remember people who got him out. Yeah, so when his name came up in discussion, he might be going, "Oh, he's good." He
might well be on the England under-19s tour and available.
Actually, I wonder if I didn't look to. I don't think he played in the 2A games against the Lions. That one is thrown up wide of off stump. Washington just steers it to the man whose jingle we were just looking for.
Mark has got the message.
Dawson.
He says, "I'll have a gander when I'm back in front of the ossuary of jingles." If I remember.
But Mog, don't mention ganders to Messers. You know that could. Next thing you know, he's got his trousers around his ankles, and we don't know what's happening. 314 for 5.
Who needs the pawnbot?
Yes.
It's number 66 for Brydon Cars. Everyone's wearing jumpers this morning. It's not that warm, is it, at Old Trafford?
No, it's not.
Left
it is
alone
21.6
by our man Washington. Cars has completed that over. It's 314 for 5. The run rate a shade over 3. 101 overs complete, and Messers at the social wheel.
So Jay says the pawnbot lives under Lady Liberty, and Mog says everyone knows the pawnbot is Annie taking the piss, right? Stephen Kelk says, what does I suspect the porn bot is asleep mean? Is it Mrs. Goose? I like big bots and I cannot lie, says Shay Gruff. And Kieran says that Goose Gander joke was quite good for Tony.
Hang on a moment, I'm not sure I like the for Tony part of that particular. Talk about damned with faint praise. Crikey Moses.
Backhanded compliments and all that. It's the dad jokes, Tone. It's the dad jokes.
Right, Ben Stokes is going to be continuing for England. Deep conversation is what we're witnessing between Gautam Gambhir, who looks increasingly sort of elf-like to me. That's defended by Shartul Thakur. Into the offside, there is no run. Normally he's fiddling with a cricket ball, isn't he, is Gautam Gambhir?
We just had one in his hand a couple of overs ago.
I think he might just have temporarily put it down to chat to
somebody.
Poor old... Well, no, he's chatting to Rishabh Pant.
Ah.
Whether he's constantly asking how's his toe feeling. But on the evidence of the worst bit of last night as they took him off was when the golf cart had to go over the ropes.
Yeah.
And he did that little bump and I thought, oh my God, that's going to hurt him. And he winced. You saw him wince. Right, in comes Stokes. Over the wicket, 3 slips. It's down leg though, and a tumbling Jamie Smith.
I mean,
does the necessary, and there's no run.
The thing is with Pant, I mean, surely if he's got a broken toe, he's not going to be able to run. Especially where it was on the outside of the foot, that's pretty much opposite where the arch is. And he's flexing all the time when you're running. And if he takes off for a run or tries to put any weight on it, it's going to cause him immense pain.
But the question there is still, have we definitively been told it is a break? So I'm not sure we have.
We haven't been definitively told if it's a break or not.
Right, there's 3 slips, a gully, a mid-off, a mid-on, a deep backward point, and that's wide of off stump and left alone by Shartul Thakur. And there is no run. 314 for 5. It's been an enthralling morning. Certainly India have not got away. Has just been the 1 wicket though.
Yeah, that's the annoying bit. It's only just the 1 wicket. You need to break this partnership, get into the tail.
Runs, wickets have been at a premium at Old Trafford for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
The other thing
Results
is,
have been hard to get.
If Pant is going to bat, surely he comes in next, doesn't he?
Well, we'll find out.
Oh,
that's
yes!
taken! It was a wild drive, and the flying Duckets. Wasn't that a band? No, it was a flying picket. Yeah. This was the flying Duckett at gully to his left. I'd like to see a replay of that. Put a cape on him and an S on the front of his England jersey. It was absolutely Superman. It was a bit of a wild drive, but goodness me, let's have a look. Oh, there he goes. What reactions from the mighty giant that is the Duckster.
Good catch. It was going quick.
Great catch. It was going quick. When you take a catch where the ball's actually gone behind you when you catch it, you know it's a good catch. But the job has been done. We are going to find out who's coming in next.
Oh, I thought they were waiting. I thought they were waiting for a call on a no ball for a second there.
No. Shartul Thakur makes his
Another
way,
one
and
bites the
it
dust.
is Rishabh Pant. Crikey.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
This is crazy. This man is coming out to bat. I think this is a really bad call by the management.
I would tend to agree.
It's probably his call, but I think it's fucking insane.
It's a bit like Lyon at Lord's last year.
It is very
much. He's just not going to stop some people.
But he came in at 11 when he would argue the team absolutely needed him to do it. In Rishabh Pant's case, he's really struggling to walk. He could barely get down the steps, which is very much like Lyon. But he's coming in at 8, or resuming his innings as if he was at 8. 41 was what Shartul Thakur made off his 88 balls, caught brilliantly by Duckett at gully, diving to his left, off the bowling of Ben Stokes, who's now got his 3rd wicket. I'm a bit with you, Bear.
Presumably he's pumped up with painkillers, but my first ball would be fucking as fast as I can straight in at his feet and hope he misses it.
Yeah.
Get his foot and put him out. cause him extreme pain and say, you're a silly fucker, get off the pitch.
Well, is it him? Is it him being daft? Is it India?
I imagine it's his decision at the end of the day. You know, he's probably gone up to the manager and said, I want to bat. But I mean, look, he can hardly fucking do anything.
He's taking an eternity to get there. I can only assume, with the score of 314 for 6, which is about par for Old Trafford in Test matches, and certainly for the last 6 Test matches, India are going, it's going to be a stand and deliver Pant.
Well,
and if he can smack a quick 30, they'll go, job done and thank you.
Well, that's presumably.
But if it's at the cost of whacking him out for another 6 months, then
it won't be 6 months. It's a broken foot. He'll be, he'll be okay in 8 weeks or whatever. You might as well take the hit now.
I tend to agree. First thing I would have is a man short. You've got 3 slips and a gully. You've got a deep backward point. Surely you put at least one man in short of the wicket, whereas England's plan here seems to be to set them back. You've got quite a deeply set mid-on and mid-off. Let's see, around the wickets to the left-hander comes Stokes. There isn't any footwork. It's a swish, and it doesn't connect, and it's through to Jamie Smith.
Before we change over, I've got to give you one unequivocal vote of support for you, Tony. Stephen Kelk says, you can't buy happiness, but you can listen to Tony's jokes. And that's kind of the same thing.
Oh, there we go. That 6 foot hole he was just digging for himself as he's clambered out of in some style. So I'm appreciative of that fact. Right, Stokes to Pant. Is he going to be full and fast at his toes? No, it's Fuller past the outside edge. Pant again is prodding without really having much chance of connecting. It's 314 for 6.
We're going to have a switcheroo. I'm just going to go and change the
I can't remember
settings.
who's doing what.
You are doing
You're on
social.
You're on messages, Tony.
Right. Bear and ball by ball. Gary already in situ.
I'll do a couple of messages as we go. Farong says India's lost wickets regularly this series before the breaks when seemingly cruising. And Kieran says Gary might reckon an artist or sculptor could give a good assessment anyway. Someone accomplished in the art of medicine. And Stephen Kelk is the next one for you about Duckett.
Okay. Well, also, hang on, I'm looking for where you are, Messrs. How far back were you? Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. The bear is back. Gary, how are you this morning?
Well, I think...
that's live, short. And Washington's been clanged on the helmet. Sorry, I thought that was a replay.
Well, that would
but
also
it's not.
be a delay if he's clanged on the helmet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a short ball aimed at the body by Carter. It's a good short delivery. And Washington Sundar didn't look very comfortable with that at all. Did he get clanged on the helmet? Let's have a look at the replay. I literally just sat down as he got hit. No, it's a glove.
He'll be all right.
Fended it in front of his face. Could have gone anywhere. Should have had a short leg. Would have been snaffled. But, no.
I believe I made that point.
Yeah.
Why England don't have at least one fielder short on the leg side. If you're going to bowl to a batsman who's massively inconvenienced and one who clearly doesn't like it up him, it's just wrong.
That would have gone to short leg again. That's 2 in a row. That was into horses and bolted. I bet someone now goes in there, but
yeah, I mean, this wicket is now playing pretty much in favour of the bowlers. It was early on because of swing and seam. Now it's going up and down a bit. I mean, this score is looking better and better every time I think of it.
Well, yeah, we won't tell until both sides are batted. I think Bumrah and Siraj will be very much a handful with a new ball. But if they can get through that, England, with wickets intact, I think there'll be a chance to prosper. That one is through to the keeper and so on. I do think Garrett comes onto the bat quite nicely. So much better than Lords, anyway.
Yeah, well, one of the things I always look for in what I would call a capricious pitch, a pitch that you can't trust, is that there are 8 batters who've all got into double figures. They've all got starts and all got out. And that's because you're never in on pitches like this.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much you watched of it yesterday, but...
saw some of it.
Yeah, India were very, the opposite of Bazball, really. Casts bowls that very full and it's dug out by Washington. There were opportunities to... it's not as the same, but very similar to how England and Australia went at the Ashes, just a very different approach. India very much playing the line of the ball, a lot of leaving, all this kind of stuff, whereas England don't play that way, and there was certainly, they could have scored at a quicker rate yesterday had they taken more chances, but they didn't, and I think England will if they don't lose early wickets.
Yeah, I just from what I saw, there seemed to be lateral movement all the time, and this morning it's also been up and down.
Not a huge amount, I wouldn't say, especially after the ball got a little bit older. That's the thing. That was wide by Carson around the wicket at Washington, and there's no run. Certainly the ball has swung more this morning than it did yesterday, but then they just looked up at the sky and it looks like this bank of cloud is going to clear, and it may be a bit more sunny, and it may not swing as much. I just think that opening spell from Siraj, I think Siraj has bowled pretty well this series. He's got better as the series has gone on.
Yeah.
And Bumrah is obviously a big threat. Once you get past that, I don't really rate Shartul Thakur as a bowler. Certainly might get a couple of wickets, but that's maybe down to complacency type thing. Left alone by Washington through the keeper, and there's no run. And none of us know what Ambot is like. Ambodge. I can't fucking remember his name.
He has got a first-class 50. But that's what we do know. He got a 51 not out to his name.
That was an O-ball.
Oh,
so
was it?
It wasn't the end of the over.
It wasn't quite. It's weird, isn't it? Because they caption it as the over done, and then they quickly revert to it not being done.
Yeah, have to cut out the adverts that they've quickly got in there so they can get the payday. And it wasn't a huge one. Half a line, maybe the whole width of the line. Cast around the wicket, and that one comes in a little bit from wide, but it's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
315 for 6. Right, Stephen Kelk, is there no part of the art of cricket that Duckett does not excel in?
Bowling.
Well, wait a minute, because there's a later comment that I might as well read. It's from Lockie Sexo. Duckett is obviously fired up. Now is the time.
It is not the time. Never will
Leah,
be.
it's like Tiger Pataudi playing that innings with one eye and one leg. A Mr. Handjob of Acacia Avenue in Melbourne has written to us to say, not entirely sure this Pant return isn't fucking stupid.
It is fucking
in big
stupid.
letters.
He's going to go and smash 2 sixes now, and
But what he knows is that his only job is to stand at the crease and swing the bat. He doesn't have to do any fielding.
Yeah. Well, that one jumped on him. That one's clapped him in the hand that he got hurt last test as well. He's falling apart, his Pant. He walked away. It was that hand as well that got hurt, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what kind of shot you're supposed to play against that ball. That's why I think this pitch is pretty bad, really.
No, I mean, that's a length ball. It's not got up super high. It's not done anything I wouldn't expect it to do.
Quite high.
Well, yeah, but it's pretty short as well.
Yeah, but he's not even forward.
Well, yeah, but he can hardly move either. I don't think that do anything particularly unexpected. That one is carved into the offside. Now, the thing is, he's not going to be able to run quick twos either, is it? That's going to be a single, presumably. He's going to amble down the other end, which he does.
Limp.
Yeah.
Wobble.
See, I suspect India will see that as a bonus run.
Well,
because unless he injures himself more and can't bat in the second innings, there's no cost here.
No, I guess. But there's a cost to his potential health.
Yeah, but he's got time off after this. I mean, he probably won't play in the 5th test. So this is all just bunts.
We did see Rod Tucker there.
He doesn't
check on his health.
Yeah, he doesn't look particularly comfortable, does he? I mean, he looks in a lot of pain.
Look of parental concern.
And it's not the usual smile that you get out of Pant.
Well, that's true. I'm sure he is uncomfortable.
Some might call it heroic. That's short of a length and ridden by Washington, who taps it out to mid-wicket. No run.
See, if he had to... Obviously, he couldn't keep wicket, but if he was obliged to field, then there would be a cost, because you'd be carrying a man in the field. You're not carrying a man in the field.
No.
And therefore, there's just no cost to this. This is all extra runs for India.
To paraphrase, was it Keith Miller?
Oh, the Messerschmitt.
A Messerschmitt up your arse is heroic. Batting with a broken foot in a cricket match where you've already got more than 300 on the board is just plain daft.
Well, that was thrown up wide. Washington thinks about carving at it, but stops himself, and it's through the keeper, and it's no run.
If he scores 22 runs from here, that was the margin in the last test.
True.
A test where India got more runs off the bat than England did. I think
absolutely.
Worked out, didn't we?
Yeah. And bowled 33 extras in the second innings, which
perhaps
was more than enough to win the game.
Perhaps suggests that India might not have the control to make the most of these conditions.
Well, this is it. I mean, if you saw England struggle with a new ball, how much it swung, you can imagine that there'll be a fair few buys. I mean, they did in that second innings to England in the last test. It's pretty much cost them the test. That's a good ball, but it's bounced short of... just short of Jamie Smith.
See,
He's parried it away to the leg side. Presumably you're not going to get quick singles into the gaps here, though.
But you see, that is my point there, that the ball that hit Pant on the hand jumped up and hit him on the hand, and that ball has just scooted along the floor.
Well,
what can you do with that?
It's died off the pitch, but it's not... I don't think it's particularly gone low off the pitch. It's just that it's not carried the pace off the pitch. Which, you know, might make it a little bit too paced. Stokes in to the pads, clipped nicely. Washington checks that Pant can run amble a single, and he can. But it means England will have a certain amount of control here. They know they're not going to get 5 quick singles taken off them each over if it goes into a space that they can't normally would scoot through for a quick single.
Oh, absolutely. Time the bastard out, Kieran Roseblade said. Presumably that was when Pant was hobbling down the steps. Mr. Handjob says the guys near him in the field will be getting contact highs from the pethidine. Farong's claiming that wicket, and the lad was part of it. Michael Ogley says the man survived a near fatal flaming car crash. A broken toe is merely a scratch.
Well,
just a flesh wound.
Very good.
Damn right, says Yank G-Man, who also says the guy with the thick gut who's yapping off doesn't get it. Don't know who that is.
I think he means me. Who was that?
Guy with the thick gut. That could be all three of us.
Well, it could be.
Do you want to be more specific?
Yeah.
Yank G-Man.
Exactly. Through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Speaking of sportsmen with injuries, it was interesting to see a couple of days ago in the Tour de France that Julian Alaphilippe hit the deck, dislocated a shoulder, put it back in himself, finished third in the stage, and then was interviewed by his wife at the end of the day. That's a full day's work for you, isn't it?
There is a full day's work. What was all the furore yesterday about Pogacar? Because there was a crash, and was it the fact that the previous day everyone had let him catch up and all that nonsense, and then yesterday there was a crash and he went on and cast across Washington through to the keeper, no run.
I think it's because it all looks a bit of a foregone conclusion, and there's no more story in saying Pogacar's a nice guy and he's good for the sport, so you've got to get something moving in the media. So what you do is you say he's being arrogant, but it seems to be raining at Old Trafford.
Do it?
I thought there was a sign of rain there.
Well, it doesn't seem to be any sign of Washington Sundar or Rishabh Pant looking like they're desperate to come off. I think, not quite sure where you got that from, Gary.
It was from the screen. It looked like it was raining. Maybe I'm wrong.
Cast is in. The lights are certainly heavy, and that's worked into the leg side, and they will amble another single. Again, Washington has to check every time, and this is it. You've got to attack the ball when Pant's coming. I wonder what the odds on a run out are. I bet they're about half now. And mind you, they won't go for any quick runs, will they?
They're being really cautious about it. They're taking one where the usual shout would be come two, isn't it? Aren't they?
Statistically speaking, you have a good chance of being right about the rain.
Yeah, of course.
32 days of Test cricket have been entirely washed out at Old Trafford, far more than any other Test ground in the world.
Yeah, I remember sitting there in England against West Indies in, I think, 88, when it may have been 84, where it rained. It rained from 12 o'clock till 5 o'clock, so we missed 5 hours of play. It wasn't raining the whole time. Obviously, there was some drainage to be done.
I'll tell you the worst I've been to. Cars. Oh, that one comes back into Pant. Are they going to go for the quick single? Well, he hobbled a bit quicker there as he got himself a single.
It looked like one of Messi's geese there.
It came off his gloves really out into the offside quite softly and allowed him to get through for a single. The worst place I went was Bristol in the last World Cup in 2019 in England. I think I had 3 games there and not a ball was bowled. Every time I turned up, it was absolutely shitting it down.
Bristol's reputation for ODI internationals, one-day games or T20s is shocking.
There was a period in that World Cup, I think we lost 3 or 4 games on the trot just because we'd go there and it'd be cancelled by 2 or 3 in the afternoon because there was just no chance of play. Just a little bit in the middle of the competition. Cast around the wicket, short and into the hip of Sundar. Again, they'll hobble a single.
Yeah, but
and
again missing their fielder in the leg side where they should have one.
Yeah, England look like they've got a bit of entitlement here. Like, all you need to do is just bowl the ball and they're going to get Pant out. And yet they're milking singles despite the fact that one of the batters can't run.
Yeah.
It seems wrong. Once went on a 4-day cricket tour to Sussex and didn't bowl a ball. 1992 that was.
Yeah, well, Pant is now facing up. Now what's Cast
See
going
the
to do
rain?
around the wicket?
See, that's rain.
That does look like rain. It always looks heavy. If it was that heavy as it seems, they'd be off, I think. That's big swing, no ding from Pant. And there is no run.
But that's what I'd seen. That's what I'd seen last
Yeah,
time.
well, presumably if it gets any heavy, it'll come off. It's close enough to lunch that it'll just be lunch now, wouldn't it?
I would expect so.
It's a no ball as well by Cast, another one.
Oh,
it always seems to be the 6th ball of the over. It's like he likes bowling a 7 ball over.
Might be just, well, or it could just be he's just straining that extra bit. If you've had a row over without
very tight one there. I don't think that is a no ball.
I don't think that is a no ball.
Ashan Raza.
Because you don't actually, it's not where your foot lands, is it? It's where, if your foot is over the top of the line, where a part of your foot lands, then it's not a no ball.
I think there's a bit of talk between the umpires about the rain going off.
Sorry, over the space which is behind the line. When your toe lands, then it's not a no ball. You see spinners doing it quite often.
Yeah, your foot doesn't have to be planted on the line, does it?
That's right, or behind it.
Or behind it. Cast around the wickets to Pant. It's in a channel, he doesn't play a shot at it, there's no run.
End of the over, 3-2-1 for 6. Right, let me do some catching up here. For wrong, I think I can safely say Pant won't be playing at the Oval. Moral victory for Pant, says Lockie 6. A Mr. Handjob of Acacia Avenue in Melbourne has a particularly interesting question that he's quite philosophical, in fact, which is, why does Sundar's jumper look like it's mostly covered in piss stains? Not sure we can answer that.
It's because he dived to get back into the crease, if you recall.
Would be the reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
when he was not the non-striker's end.
What's that umpire? Not the other one.
Ashan Raza and Rod Tucker.
Rod Tucker.
I think they're coming off, aren't they?
No, Rod Tucker's getting a rain jacket.
Oh, there are rain jackets going on, you're absolutely right.
And it is Manchester.
John Kevin says, sorry if you've answered this, why does Pant not have a runner? They did back in the day. Well, we're not back in the day.
We're not back in the day, they got banned.
They did, sadly.
About 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was Saywag, wasn't it, who got them banned? He'd always have a fucking
But
runner.
I also think it's a bit of a loss to the game, but that's just me.
It was rife for comedy run-outs.
It was absolutely hilarious. It's where they used to run behind the square leg umpire.
Yeah.
I used to enjoy that.
Yeah, exactly. And one of them would just be standing there, and the other guy would be standing there. One guy's running up and down. No one knows what's going on. It used to be hilarious.
All three padded up players in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah. All fun and games. Well, it looks like the game off.
It is off.
It is off. End of the over. It ends on the end of the 105th over. That will be lunch, one presumes.
Session ends with a whimper, not a bang.
Yeah. Well, I think that's quite a good time for England to have a break, really. I don't think they've been massively effective this morning.
Why are they so slow with this cover?
I was looking at that and thinking...
Maybe it's got a puncher.
Lords, it's on before the players have got even close to the boundary.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, it's a bloody shambles, Old Trafford. I do have some feeling because they got some criticism overnight because of problems with security on the way in, and I think there might be a reason for that, which perhaps is not necessarily for the public domain. So, because it would only be conjecture on my part, so I won't say it.
Pant's ambling. Well, he's struggling off, he's limping. Sundar's getting 2-3 yards in front of him, and Rishabh Pant is still nattering away, trying to make a point to him. And now Sundar's kind of waited and let him through. Do you want to wrap up the morning, Bear?
Well, yeah, it's been for me. It's been quite a disappointing morning for England. I think that the ball was doing enough to be able to kind of get to 3, maybe 4 wickets, and they certainly got Jadeja early, which was a big fillip to get. But then there was a kind of lack of control with the ball, too many variations of line and length rather than trying to stick and trying to put pressure on people in you know the corridor of uncertainty, if you like, and around and bowling cleanly at the stumps. I mean, the ball was doing a lot, which can put off the bowlers a little bit. You think you've got it right, and then suddenly it swings wildly. But I mean, we let a hell of a lot of extras go. And yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a top of off stump pitch, and England didn't bowl enough at the top of off stump. The other thing I would add is that I think England's bowlers did underperform because Ben Stokes was absolutely fantastic, and if he can bowl like that, surely the others could have got close to him. Archer was great for 3 or 4 overs and then seemed to lose it completely. Brydon Castle's been out of sorts all through the game, and Chris Woakes, as has been throughout the series, he didn't really do anything wrong, but he didn't do that much right either.
Well, it definitely looks 3-2-1 for 6. It looks very miserly and overcast and rainy
mank.
There. Where is our man in the weather cave who promised us faithfully?
No, he didn't. He said there'd be no. Yeah, well, he did yesterday, but today he did say there might be some showers, and they would probably be short and sharp.
He's the WinViz of weather forecasting.
Well, you know, it's not a bad time to have a shower 10 minutes before lunch, as long as it's gone by the end of lunch. So we shall see. We're going to head off now.
Let me just do some last
It will be
messages.
fine after lunch, I can promise you that.
Okay.
Excellent. Pant's delusional. This is going to thinks he's going to be a hero, but has misread the room. Says John Kevin. Not sure. I disagree with that, to be honest. Mr. Handjob says, good to see Gary is happy to sacrifice a man's health at the altar of a few runs.
He's doing that. If Pant said I don't want to bat, they can't frog march him down there with a gun in his back.
Farong Bangladesh elector field play starts in an hour. He's clearly keenly following his Tigers. Mr. Handjob says, why does Tony keep doxing me by announcing the Acacia Avenue address? I have to keep my banana man identity secret.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'll pretend I never said it. You never heard it. Mog, God bless you, sir, says Jay Grover. There's a few more, but
it's time for us to go to lunch.
Time for us to go to lunch. What are we going to play at lunchtime?
We'll play the podcast again, I think. We've only
the
had it
podcast.
once.
Do you want to narrow it down a bit?
Yeah, the last one.
The most recent, Bishop and Bear. Number 96.
Indeed.
Fantastic. We'll keep you posted on what's happening and when we're back.
Which is quite insulting when you think about it, was to take the pressure off Moeen Ali, who they considered to be the number. Yes. All of these suggest someone who's been dicked around and has kind of gone, do you know what, screw you, and probably is thinking, well, okay, I am going to give it one more go, despite all of that.
Just to prove you're wrong, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does it, good luck. Good on him.
One more go. I mean,
Well.
look, I don't think it's make or break for Dawson in terms of his own willingness to play. I think anyone gets a call up would love to play for their country. And I don't see Dawson as the tail end of his career, and I'm sure he didn't take very long to say yes. I mean, it's like when Ben Stokes sent that famous text to Moeen Ali, Ashes? Question mark. You know,
lol. Don't forget the lol. Please. Don't forget the lol.
Lol. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, the point there is exactly that. Dawson turned down going to India when we had Hartley and fucking Bashir as our only spinners. Last year, was it last year, 2020?
of things in between. So between us, David, you first. Last 2 tests of the series, England 2-1 up. How do you think it's going to finish from here?
Okay, draw in because of the rain in Manchester, and then England will win at the Oval on the 31st. That's the one I'm looking forward to. So 3-1 England.
All right, Ajit, what about your boys?
My heart says what David feels, but my head says no, it'll be 2-1.
So are you back?
Exactly
where is going to be? You're still saying it's a draw, but you think
surely the other way round. Surely the other way round, unless your head is determining.
No.
Your heart is being logical.
Yes, for a change. Yes.
So you're summoning up the spirit of what's it, Wodica and the boys of 71.
Something like this, yes.
Go for it. Bear, what about you?
Well, I'm hoping there'll be enough play, and I'm thinking if there's weather around in Manchester, it'll be more English conditions, and I want to see how this India batting lineup go against a pitch that is traditionally English and the ball is actually doing something. I'm hoping we get Gus Atkinson back. I would go with Atkinson, Cass, Stokes, obviously, and
Archer.
Archer, Cass, Atkinson, or Wokes for Atkinson, one or the other. And Dawson will. I mean, England like a spinner; they always have balance, so there will always be a spinner. So he will definitely play. I'm hoping there's enough time in that test that England get a result. I just don't trust him.
Weather's not looking great.
Dawson will also strengthen the batting, of course.
Of course he will.
He's a very handy batsman. And do you know, I'm going to conjure up a name from the past. He wasn't a huge spinner of the ball, but did a fantastic job for England. Yes, he's an Ashley Giles. He's Gary's number 8.
He's better than
Giles. The wheelie bin.
I think he's better than 8. He's better than Giles, both to the bat and
there's no room for him. He's got to get above Stokes to get any higher, Ajit. You're not going to put him above Stokes, are you? You've already put Stokes at 7, Smith at 6. But Dawson at 8 gives it a real solidity. The other name that you mentioned there, Bear, Wokes, I think, it's been a great servant. He chipped in with a couple of wickets, but his batting has been poor. The shot that he played in the second test, when England all had to do was survive the day, was appalling. His batting's gone down. He's not playing a lot of county cricket.
Well,
I can't believe we said to Anderson, we want you to retire to give the next generation a chance. And they were thinking of Chris Wokes.
No, I don't think
2 years
they were.
younger.
And he's only 2 years younger, that's true. No, he's not. He's 4 years younger.
Okay, 4 years.
Yeah. Well,
not the next generation.
Maybe 6.
Unless you're in Liverpool.
Anderson's now 42, 43. Wokes is 36. So there's quite a difference. Yeah. But, no, that's untrue because he had a really handy innings with Jamie Smith when he got his 100 in the, or 80 odd in the first or second test.
Oh yeah,
correct. He also made some runs. Yeah, he saved.
Yeah, he has made some runs, and he's a pretty decent batter. Yeah, poor shots. There were some poor shots all round. Let's face it, from an England side. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that there's enough in the pitch at Old Trafford, and there's enough time in the game that they do actually get a result. We shall see. But hey.
Well, they'll announce the team a couple of days before. So, a quick question for you before we go on to the extraordinary events in Jamaica. David, I'm going to ask David because he wasn't here when we were nattering about it outside the pub or the pub doors opened. And that is, David, do you know the process by which the replacement balls are actually selected? Because there've been so many of them.
No.
Do you know? Neither did I until I read the article about it. And there are some really extraordinary things that surprised me. So it's the home governing body of where the test is being played. So, for example, it would be Lancashire cricket at Old Trafford. Those balls come from previous matches. They don't come from the nets. There would typically be about 20 of them where the umpires have to then put them through. They have to go through one but not two of the hoops that you see used in the game. They're all used in matches, not in net sessions. They're not selected at all by the number of overs that's on them, because the argument, and actually it's a reasonable one, is 30 overs on a dry, abrasive outfield is not the same as 60 overs on a lush green, softer outfield. So there's no real characterizations of the balls. They just have to be undamaged and to fit through the hoops effectively. If none are found or they start to run short, Lancashire would have to go to the nearest neighbour, effectively, which would be Yorkshire. Say, and then go, can you ship us over some in a hurry, please? So you'd be going, can you roll them down Snake Pass? So to get some extra balls, and there are only about 20. I thought there was just like this infinite supply that had been like specifically nurtured in the nets. No. There's only ever at any one time about 20 of these balls, and if for any reason they are dodgy and they can't pick one that's right, the next recourse that they have a spare stock of is balls from earlier in the series, but they're anonymous. So even though you may have a ball that has been hooping round corners and probably taken 10 wickets in an earlier game, if it hasn't done its 80 overs, it might still be thrown into the mix. But of course, no one will know that is that ball. So it's not a lottery as exactly, but neither is it anywhere near as scientific as I thought. I thought they carefully had like bowling machines chucking these balls down, but for various amounts of overs, so that they could then grade them. Nothing like that. It's not even done by age. It's just done by a sort of random selection of stated ball. Interesting. The silence of which and the tumbleweed that's blowing through the bar says it's not as interesting as I thought it was. So
it is interesting, but just to keep things more balanced, playing across different conditions, I think they have to go with a more garden variety approach rather than a more scientific one.
Right. So I'm definitely starting with David on this next one. Unbelievable test match in Jamaica, a very low scoring series, even before West Indies had a pretty good tilt at breaking New Zealand's low scoring record. David, what are your and the convening now of a sort of a legends committee who have said some unbelievably harsh things? Where do you stand on that? Is it West Indies just being shocking, don't care, lack of technique, everything is broken? Or was it just some unplayable conditions that they were having to deal with at the worst time in a game? Big question.
Well, it's hard to compare it to any other previous test match. It's the first test match ever played under floodlights in Jamaica at Sabina Park. They didn't have floodlights for the last World Cup, and they've been missing out on, they haven't had any one-day internationals of any note. Obviously, this is the first day-night match there. And it's part of the Jamaican government's laudable efforts to re-establish themselves, as one of the main cricketing nations of the West Indies. I mean, that's to be applauded. And however, pink ball under those lights, it was challenging conditions for all batsmen, and that's reflected in the scores. Australia bowled out for 129 in the third innings of the match, their second innings, and that seems to have been, completely missed by most pundits, who are obviously steaming in to say West Indies shouldn't be anywhere near playing Test cricket at this level, put them into Division 2, they're hopeless. And of course, the West Indies legends will pile in and say how terrible the young players are these days, lacking in discipline, letting down our young men and all that sort of stuff. But I think, and I've learnt this from, spending time with Roland, who was a national selector, Roland Butcher last year. He and Desmond Haynes were both dismissed as selectors following the most successful period in recent West Indies history. They won 3 competitions, women's under-19s, and the main team was looking like they were on a revival. Then all suddenly change, and why is that? And you have to look at what. It's not lack of talent that is an issue with West Indies cricket. They lack the resources to identify and develop that talent, and that's because the administrators appear to be so insecure that, and don't forget, none of them have played cricket, Test cricket, administrators. The administrators of West Indies cricket are so insecure that they feel that these people represent a threat to them. So that's why you don't see the Brian Laras. Curtly Ambrose only had a short, albeit successful stint as a bowling coach. You don't see these guys around the team because the administrators, the faceless individuals, 16 of them on the West Indies cricket, who sit over the top of the management group, like Chris Derring and what was Johnny Grave, until recently. So Brent Dering's joined as chief executive to replace Johnny Grave, but they don't run things. There's a board of 16, only one of whom has played first-class cricket. And the guy that sacked Roland Butcher and Desmond Haynes after their most successful stint, Miles Dascombe, I think he may have played a test match or maybe one-day international. A sort of, very mediocre career at Guyana. But once they get these jobs with the status that comes with them, they want to show that they're the ones who are influential. So we've just had a recent changeover. Keisha Shallow is now president, just administrator, has come through the ranks. He appoints Darren Sammy across all formats. Darren Sammy didn't ask to be test match coach, didn't ask for it. That's what he said in the press conference. So they've given them all the keys to they've abolished the selectors altogether and said, Sam, you can pick the team. So Sammy's got a whole train set now. What does he do? He leaves the bowling unscathed. So the bowlers did really well in the series, as you said.
Bowlers did very well.
Yeah, bowlers did extremely well.
They were the ones that kept the
Alzari
series
Joseph, Seals, etc. What they do with the batting, they got rid of the two players there who scored centuries against England in test matches last year, Alec Athanaze and Cavan Hodge. They were replaced by two white ball players, Shea Hope and Brandon King, both great players, entertaining to watch. Hope played test cricket 10 years ago, scored 2 centuries at Headingley. He hasn't played any red ball cricket since. I think he made himself available for one match in the first class championship, and Brandon King also one match. Now they have the ability and to get to play a role in the test team. Hope, especially with Hope's taking the gloves and batting number 6 or 7, great player to have a 6 or 7. Brandon King got a 70 in one innings, but one swallow doesn't make a summer. And will these guys continue to play first class cricket? May not. So are you going to keep them in the team, Joss Butler style, even though they're only playing in white ball tournaments and 20 over tournaments? That's what they let. So Sammy's only move so far has been to take 2 test players out, 2 of the recent success stories, and to replace them with 2 white ball players. That's his contribution. So he's made life a lot harder for himself.
Yeah, good point.
So you are very much. I mean, you raised a lot of points there, but your main one, and poor selection is one. But you really started with the inequality of funding. You kind of alluded to that, but some incompetent administration. You kind of alluded to that. Would any side have been rolled by Mitchell Starc under those conditions?
No. I'm sorry to be so blunt about it. Look, Mitch Starc was absolutely amazing in those first couple of overs. I was lucky enough to watch it live. They were streaming it live for free on YouTube, right? So it's still, I mean, as good as he was, for a team to not be able to cross 27 is unacceptable. Their bowlers, the 2 Josephs and Seals, have been doing such a good job right through the series. You needed somebody. Look, you've been picked in a test match. We are going to get into that in another time. Should Ali Kathanazi have been dropped at all? That's another question, right? But with the 11 players, all international caliber, international experience up to a point, what is going on there, right? So they slipped to 16 for 6. Anything could have happened. And I'm like, will they even cross 15? Something like this, 15, 20, anything. It was pretty bad. And he bowled really well. There were some mistakes also in the first 2 overs when they were facing his bowling, but he was good. I thought 3 or 4 wickets was unavoidable, but I thought you cannot really give up that easy and play a bunch of irresponsible shots. From 16 for 6, you go down to 27 all out. They even went to 26 for 6, if I'm not wrong. Then 27 all out.
Can I just add one thing, Ajit, to what you're saying? Yes, it is unacceptable. And yes, to blame it on the administrators, you could say the players have to take responsibility.
Yes.
What about the batting coach? Who is the batting coach of West Indies? Is it Brian Lara?
No.
Is it Desmond Haynes, who's come up through the tough school of hard knocks? No, it's a fellow called Floyd Reefer, who played 3 matches when all the West Indies players were on strike.
One of the
now he happens to be one of Darren Sammy's mates. They go around together in their cap sleeve shirts. Fine, but he hasn't added anything. He's like when John Lewis was coach of England's bowlers, they all went backwards, and this is the same. All the batsmen, they
before
get
he sprinkled
into
his fairy dust on England's women, and they
Yeah,
right.
I mean, he's anyway. We diverged, but with Floyd Reefer, you need someone in that backroom staff who's able to correct these flaws as they appear in a test match. Now, I know you can't coach people during a test series, but you can offer them some guidance. Floyd Reefer is not in a position to do that. He hasn't got the technique or the ability, or the man management skills to do it. He was a club cricketer. He's a club cricketer. Why is he in that role? Because Sammy needs someone loyal, to him. I'm afraid it's all tied up with this. We're not seeing the players. I mean, Brian Lara was at Lord's last week, looking incredibly fit and well and enjoying life. But why isn't he playing a role?
Well, he will be now, won't he? Because haven't they convened? They've gone back to the generations. You've got
legends.
Bears mate Clive Lloyd, who, let's face it, knows a challenge when he sees one because he's driven around the country with the bear. You've got Viv Richards, and you've got Brian Lara. Brian Lara, David, has been saying some extraordinarily, possibly tough things, but possibly true things. So that he's effectively been saying, and I'm paraphrasing because I haven't got the quote in front of me. The players don't care. They're only interested in playing for the West Indies as a route to be noticed to get themselves into franchise cricket elsewhere. And actually, that's the only motivation. They have no real...
This episode is brought to you by new Surf Magnificent Wash. Spend less time doing laundry and more time living your life with Surf Magnificent Wash. It'll sort your stale, smelly stuff with a super speedy spin that leaves it spotless and smelling sublime, even in 15 minutes. So whatever you're up to, you'll always look super sleek and smell sensational. If you want fabulous fragrance fast, it's got to be Surf Magnificent Wash. Available now at Waitrose and all major retailers.
This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. And this,
Simply Safe On,
is the sound of peace of mind. Simply Safe's sensors, HD cameras, and 24/7 security monitoring protect your home inside and out against break-ins, fires, water leaks, and more. So you can relax. Visit simplysafe.co.uk.
Desire to play for their country now.
Well, yes,
that's damning as hell. Is that?
Well,
true?
no, it's not. It's not damning. It's just a statement of fact. Because one thing has changed since Brian Lara's time, and Brian Lara wasn't taking the moral high ground here. One thing has changed since Lara's time, and that is the amount of money you can earn playing T20. It's huge. It's gone through the roof. These players like Buran, got two Daimler and a Rolls. He's managed to house his whole extended family. There'll probably be a village named after him. I mean,
look, all that
there's untold riches, and which one of us can really say that we would have turned that down, given the incompetent administrators who don't give you a run in the team anyway? The reason why Bravo was in and out the team was because nobody ever gave him a run. Pollard was never picked for a test match. Buran's never been picked.
There's two sides to this. There's two sides to this. The administrators need to be a bit more accommodative. Like people like Kyle Myers, who won a test match, on debut test match, 4th in 700, right? Now, he's also not made himself available to play for West Indies, is what I read somewhere, right? So
it's administrators' problem.
There's two ways to it. So if you can persuade the likes of Pereiras and Narayan to come back, if Sammy can do that, he can also
Narayan
do that.
won't come back because his action will be under scrutiny. You won't see Narayan play a test match because he knows that his action will come under scrutiny again. So forget Narayan. But your general point stands.
Right, Meyer should be opening. I mean, if he can open in a T20, he has the skills. He's open in ODIs.
He got his double century in the middle order, but I take your point. Yes. But I'd like to prefer to open with an opener.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at West Indies, Test record since 2000, I think it's quite marked. Against, let's say, the big three. It's been horrible. They've won test matches
only away from home, Tony.
Largely, yeah.
They've beaten England twice at home.
Well, exactly. We haven't won a test series.
So if it's that bad, then what's England's away record then?
No, also
they've beaten England 3 times, lost 9. And
they've only had 3. England have only deigned to go over there 3 times. There's not an England tour of West Indies in the future tour programme.
They've Australia and won and drawn 1, I think. That can't be right though, because
it's not so long ago they were celebrating a famous win in Brisbane.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just looking at this, which I got off the BBC very recently and realised that bollocks, because they've obviously beaten Australia.
Not one of Michael Vaughan's columns, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Zimbabwe, I think they've beaten 6 times. Afghanistan, they've beaten once. India, they've won 2, lost 9, drawn 1. But I'm doubting this whole table now, because that famous Brisbane win doesn't seem to have registered on this table.
Maybe it's an older one.
So
Maybe
BBC, what are you up to?
All right.
So you agree with Brian Lara, assuming that you can't just shake the ICC money tree and it will rain money.
Mm-hmm.
What is the one thing? What's the biggest thing that they can do to at least restore pride and competitiveness?
It does need. I'm with Dinanath Ramnarine, former head of the West Indies Players Association. He gave an absolutely corrosive analysis of the issues, which he pinned fully and squarely on incompetent amateur administrators. I totally agree with him. It all stems from that. There's no talent identification. Anyone with a decent cricketing brain and track record is seen as a threat to these sort of amateur administrators who enjoy all the trappings of the office. You know, we've seen in Pakistan latest stories about, people claiming some expenses that they shouldn't claim, and, all sorts of funny business going on there amongst the Pakistan. Same with West Indies in terms of incompetent administrators. Now, someone like Darren Ganga, who we see on television, we hear him a lot on TV. He responded to Ramnarine's points by trying to trash Ramnarine's reputation. That, to me, is typical of the West Indies establishment.
Backroom politics, not focus on the
And Ganga should immediately resign from his role as commentator, because he's sacrificed any a pretense to objectivity and impartiality. He's just shown himself to be a bored man who wants his TV contract. Don't forget, all the TV people are appointed by the board, who report to the board. Chris Derring's not on the board. Johnny Grave wasn't on the board. Wow. So you've got a dysfunctional organisation that needs to be reformed. It's not fit for purpose. I'm not repeating anything new. It was in the Patrick Patterson report when he was Prime Minister, the ex-Prime Minister, but he didn't do it while he was Prime Minister. Straight after he was Prime Minister, he wrote a report and called for immediate break-up of the West Indies Cricket Board as it stands at the moment, place it with the fit for purpose, streamline. But that won't happen because Turkeys don't vote for Christmas. It needs the board to approve that. So of course, they won't do that. They're incompetent, and
so we got
it's an insult to everyone. And because if the board was right and if the management was right, you sit down with these players like Carl Mayers and say, right, there's an IPL window, you can play in that, but let's talk to you. I want to talk to you about PSL. We're going to put you in the team. Because they could say with confidence that. If the guy was actually doing the negotiation, you could say with confidence that someone is going to get a run for their money. I mean, I was just thinking there, Sam Billings was told, wasn't he, a couple of years ago, that he'd be playing if he made himself available in Australia to come in and fill in that time, that he would get a place the following summer, because he didn't. Yeah. It needs to be sensible sit down with these players, and there never is, because, it was getting better under Dave Cameron, who's a sort of hate figure in West Indies cricket. But, Tony, I don't think a group of legends coming together, again under the auspices of the same failed board, is going to make any difference, because they'll just be supplicants. They're not given proper roles.
Well, I mean, someone as big as Clive Lloyd, as in every sense. Do you think?
Clive Lloyd should be chairman of the board, but he's not going to be offered a board position. He'll be seen as too old. These are all 40, 50-something sort of executives. Imagine, imagine the smartly dressed executives, the suits. That's who they are. And they're more middle class than the English, and they want the trappings of office. And the way they assert themselves is by getting rid of the previous lot. So they all have to go. So when Vicky Skerritt took over, he was a good guy. But when he took over as chairman or president, whatever he was, he immediately fired the coach, Richard Pybus. The bowling coach was Vasper Drakes. The batting coach was Toby Radford. They beat England 2-1 in a series in West Indies, with Jason Holder scoring a double ton.
Yes.
It was all going in the right direction. Then the president changed because of the electoral cycle, and immediately all those were removed. And the obsession was then West Indies coaches. We must have coaches that were born in the Caribbean. So out go Toby Radford, in comes Floyd Reefer, in comes Andre Coley. You know, it was.
Who? Never heard of him.
Yeah, well, Coley was the coach before Sammy.
He was there,
and he was appointed because he was a West Indian. And I believe Reefer, Ajit might be able to correct me. I think Reefer had a go as coach briefly as well. That was a
interim
disaster.
coach, I think.
Interim coach. That was a disaster.
Never a full-time
So we know that just appointing West Indian coaches is not a solution. No other country restricts its choice to that.
So we're bringing the last orders bell. Chaps.
Well, hold on. I just want to say something.
But Bear was about to say something.
Yeah. I mean, I seem to remember going back about 10 years when all this kind of started to start, and they would try. Was they touring India or something, and everyone kind of went on strike?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, halfway to there was a strike, and then they all didn't want to go out of Dubai.
And that was all to do with could they play in the IPL and represent the West Indies as well, wasn't it?
No, I think there was more.
Yeah, well, there was more to it as well. But I mean,
they actually objected to a Cameron reform there, whereby they were asked to sacrifice some of their earnings in order to get more professional players playing for the regional islands. So it was a tricky one, that. Because you'd have to say that it's in West Indies' wider interest to have a broader range of people being paid adequately. But to take the money from out of the pockets of the existing players without a proper agreement, it was asking for trouble. And Cameron has said that in retrospect he played that wrong. We had Bravo and the wicketkeeper, now Sport Now, Spoke Now, Talk Now Viv.
Dinesh
Ramdin. Yeah. They came out on strike because that's the first they'd heard of it. And Wavell Hines was then the weaker sort of go-between. And he hadn't done his job, I don't believe, thoroughly in terms of sitting down with the individual players. So they tried to spring these contracts on people during a series. I mean,
yeah, that's why I said, yeah. But I mean, this is it goes back to this, doesn't it? I mean, it goes back to earnings, and you're a professional sportsman. I mean, part of the problem must be down to pay grades in paying for West Indies. In 800 grand for 4 weeks' work. Yeah, I know you can't match that, but I mean, if you can pay him a couple of $100,000 instead of 100 grand, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, as you say, I don't know enough about the ins and outs.
I mean, if you paid them a couple of $100,000 at the moment, you would be taking away 10 contracts from first-class cricketers.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. They've also got to subsidise their A team and various other things. So I think the money is there, though, Bear. It's the way that it's being allocated at the moment, and there's not enough effort to bring new money in. You know, the recent attempts to get sponsorship have been lamentable. You know, and it's a vicious circle. It needs to be broken. There are parallels with 1999 England, bottom of the table, and everyone laughed at us at Channel 4 when we got the contract for English cricket. They said, "Oh, well done about the rights. Shame about England." Yeah, it was a laughing stock. and we had to break the cycle of negativity around.
Are there parallels going back to the 70s for different reasons, David? Because well, if you go back to the 70s, it was a pounding in Australia that led to Clive Lloyd's single-minded vision of a way that he could unify the disparate islands that make up the West Indies and give them a common sense of cause and purpose. And we all know what happened.
For the next 30 years.
For the next 30 years. You do feel that with a bit of money that behind them, that they, you know, if I boil down what you've been saying, it's vision and leadership that seems to have been allowed to trophy.
And I would say, I'd say batting. Because they do seem to have bowling stocks.
They're linked.
I'll give them
they
that.
are linked.
Yeah.
They are.
Well, I mean, it's always one side of the game or the other, isn't it? But I mean, they do seem to have fairly decent bowling stocks at the moment.
Yeah, they do.
Their batting
it's not all bad, and I think
it's not all bad.
Chase,
you know.
I mean, I wouldn't have selected the captaincy on the back of biometric sort of tests, which Miles Dascombe did. But I think in Roston Chase, I think they've got a good individual there. I think they end up with the right choice of captain. I'm supporting Roston Chase.
Captain, possibly bad set of cards and lack of.
Hope he gets
he described the batting as heartbreaking and unacceptable. That was the quote from Roston Chase. I mean, some batsmen have scored runs in the series. King got some, Chase and Hope, you know, did get some, but no one's gone on to get a big one. And Casey Carty, he fell this way. He was another white ball player introduced by Sammy. So they had white ball players at 3, 4, and 5. And if you remember, Joss Butler didn't find it that easy playing Test cricket after a diet of white ball. You lose that technique. You lose the patience. You lose the ability to select your shots. You know, it isn't proper cricket actually. You know, but Test cricket is unrestricted in that sense. It doesn't have restrictions, so it's proper cricket, and it exposes these frailties. And my God, Australia have got the bowlers to expose those frailties. I was surprised they went with the full-strength team. Before, there were rumours that Stark wouldn't tour, that Hazelwood wouldn't tour, but they ended up going with full-strength bowling lineup and more or less full-strength batting as well. And that was a surprise. So they obviously didn't underestimate what they were going to find in the West Indies. And in terms of
Hendo, was it on this ground, I'm sure it was, that Malcolm Marshall batted with one hand and then took kind of 7 for 20 with one hand? I know it's a foot here, but it's still an appendage down. 1988 was it? Maybe 84.
Well, I don't know. In my own mind, I would have said that was Edgbaston, but then I may be getting mixed up with when Andy Lloyd was poleaxed in the first over of his Test career. First and only over of his Test career, sadly. Might have been a very decent batsman for England had that not happened. Anyway, back at Old Trafford. Yeah, probably was Old Trafford. Sorry,
I think it was.
I was getting a bit confused because we've just been watching some England-India stuff. Are we back live? I think we are. Jabbed into the onside by Washington. 20 not out at the slightly early lunch break. He's 20 off 73.
Yeah, it's also hard at Old Trafford when you look, when in my mind's eye, because I went to Old Trafford. The first ground I saw professional cricket, first ground I saw Test cricket. But of course it was oriented the other way, and so it's hard always to conjure the same visions. I mean, all grounds have been redeveloped, but Old Trafford is completely different, and the ugliest cricket ground in England.
I was mentioning this yesterday. Stokes into Sundar outside the stump, left alone. He has got that leg slip in.
Good.
Possibly we were talking. Well, I wasn't personally because I was off air, but discussion was taking place as to whether there should be a short leg. I would have agreed, had I been on air, that there should have been. But he hasn't got the short leg, he's got the leg slip.
Well, it's to Washington, isn't it? It's Pant who really needs a short leg too.
Yes, he's wrapped him on the gloves a couple of times.
Well, he can't get out of the way if it's short, he can't.
Well, no, absolutely. Stokes then into Washington, a little bit of swing away, but plays it comfortably enough into the offside. Yeah, we were just watching that old India Test match from Trent Bridge. I think you said it was 2011.
I think it was, yeah.
And I had sort of Trent Bridge in my head as to where we were playing today, but of course we're not.
It's where we should be playing today.
That'd be better. Well, I mean, they had the Zimbabwe test, the lucky buggers.
I know, but Old Trafford just, it's not, it doesn't deserve it. I know it's all about how much money you pay the ECB, but...
There's a very good article on The Guardian today. Stokes in, a little bit of fizz, a little bit of movement away, about how Lancashire have been, I think it's fair to say, sucking up to India in many ways. It's absolutely fascinating piece of the things they're doing. They've got their own little YouTube channel or streaming service that's based in India. I think it was the previous chief executive who said that he wanted Lancashire to become Indians' second club.
They think of themselves as another Man U, do they?
Something like that, maybe. This is quite a good bouncer from Stokes, which follows Washington's Sundar, who has to bend his back quite extravagantly to get out of the way of that one. Well played, actually.
Well, I enjoy the way Washington Sundar is watching the ball so carefully. He's playing late. He's watching the ball. He's playing it under his eyes. This is how to play on a wicket that's given plenty of up and down and side to side.
Well, Pant is on 39. If you think he doesn't seem to have been there long enough, that's because he scored most of those runs yesterday. In comes Stokes, full of ball, has him pressing forward. There might be a single there, but oh yes, eventually there is. The limping, one-legged Pant has ambled down or to the other end, and it's the end of the over. He's kept the strike, Washington. Messi, hello.
There's nothing new on YouTube, but I've just checked the weather forecast. The Met Office have updated their forecast, so a bit cloudy at the moment, obviously. Some sun poking through from 3 till 4, and then after tea, they say full sunshine.
Oh, God, I thought you were going to say thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Well, that's good news then.
Well, it means that we won't be affected by the light, if they're correct.
Yeah. Rishabh Pant has something of the air of Dudley Moore in the famous one-legged Tarzan sketch, if you recall.
I don't.
With Peter Cook. You don't know the one-legged Tarzan?
No, I don't.
I don't have anything against your leg. The trouble is, neither do you.
Indeed.
Oh, that rings a bell. That line rings a bell. Yeah.
It's got a great punchline as well at the end of it.
One-legged Tarzan. Archer looking for swing. A little bit round-armed there, I thought. He does seem to bowl slightly differently from round the wicket. His arm doesn't seem to come up quite as high.
I don't think he's been up full throttle all day. Maybe he has been a little discombobulated by the swing and the seam he's been getting, but I don't think he's touched 90 miles an hour, and he was bowling 3 or 4 overs in a row without being below 90 miles an hour in the previous match. Well, he seems to be just a little restrained in his pace.
There is the sun poking through. He gets that one to move. Started it too wide, went further away, and Washington could stay well with it inside that one. Just 79 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's I know it's only the second since the break, but
he does definitely.
He's within himself today.
He does actually build up, and I think that's for a man who's had the injuries that he has. That is particularly important.
Yeah, I think in his first spell he built up from 82 to 86, whereas at Lords he was going from 86 to 92.
Here he is again to Sundar, LBW shout. I think that's close, unless there's been some bat involved. I think it's actually hit the back pad.
Jofra says it's going down leg side.
No, I think he's saying.
I think so.
I think he's saying he's missing off. Actually,
I think he said down leg side, but Jofra isn't that keen. Neither is Stokes.
Only one review England have left, so they perhaps didn't want to use it on Washington. Let's have a look. That's definitely not going down the leg side.
It's definitely not going down the leg side. That's for sure.
He's saying that's
maybe.
Well, could be. I think
little high.
I think he's going for it missing off. Well, if they had another review in
I mean, it did hit him above the pad, but he was sort of crouching down.
and it was the back pad.
Came back a long way.
Well, it moved away. Oh, he's bowled him, has he? Oh my goodness! No.
That's out. Sure.
How has that? How is that not a wicket? That is just unjust. By all that's holy, that should have been a
You'd
wicket.
say miss the bat here. Ben Stokes is saying, did it miss the bat? If it hit the bat, he's caught. So they are reviewing. That's a good idea.
I'm not sure that he actually got bat on that. But
Well, if he did, he's out because Smith caught it.
Yeah, no, but I'm not sure that he did get bat.
No, I don't think he
He
got
may
it.
have got pad on. It might even be LBW.
Well, I suppose
I think
basically
LBW.
they'll have to look at both, won't they?
Well,
As
they will.
the umpires. So
I think the only thing that will save him is if he, and it'll only be umpire's call, is if he's got the pad outside the line. I mean, that was a hell of a delivery.
Brilliant ball.
That was out. That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
Oh, within 2 balls of us saying that he's really not been quite at his best. He's suddenly
Not on pace terms, but he's been moving the ball.
Ooh.
Oh, I think he's edged it, hasn't he?
I don't think so. I think.
Oh no, it didn't. It didn't. Sorry, he was not caught. It bounced in front of Jamie Smith, which is why he didn't appeal. Yeah, this might be umpire's call here. Umpire's call on line, hitting outside the line of the off.
I think he's going to be all right.
I think
there.
you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah, there's not enough ball from that angle. You wouldn't think hitting.
It's just kissing
and hitting in line.
Yeah, I think
it's
you're right.
Incredibly tight, but I think he's just going to be okay.
Yeah, impact is umpire's call.
Hitting.
Yeah, but as we did read that right there, Hendo. Impact is umpire's call.
That's very unfortunate.
It is. I can see why the umpire didn't give that. Sometimes on umpire's calls, you think, well, you should really be given that, but it's you can see that it would only ever be kissing the stumps. So if you think it hasn't hit in line, then yeah, I think that's fair not to give that, and I think it's still a good ball. And a good review, because you don't lose the review, and you've got to review those tight ones.
It's one of these. Next ball is steered from leg stump to mid wicket. I suppose if you wanted to be positive in outlook, you might argue, well, will that just get Archer going? Has his rhythm returned a little bit?
He's bowled well, he just hasn't bowled fast. He had that towards the end of his first spell, he lost control a little bit. He's bowled well even if he hasn't been 90.
He's moved that one away again, but it started a little too wide. Well judged by Washington. Let's it go through. That was just 82 miles an hour. 322 for 6 as the rate goes even closer down towards 3. Oh, this is the first one we're looking at, which was straight enough but going over the top. Actually not missing off stump, but missing the bails by 4 inches, I guess. Messi.
Stephen Kelk says, while it's quiet in here, does Gary have any tips for the Edinburgh Fringe?
No, never been to the Edinburgh Fringe. Once got there by accident, but not as a visitor for the Fringe. I turned up 28 hours early for a ferry to Stavanger.
Oh, you didn't. You didn't get to the Fringe by mistake. Just Edinburgh.
No,
itself.
I got to the Fringe by mistake. The Fringe was on, so I visited the Fringe because I had 28 hours to kill instead of the 4 I expected before the ferry left.
I mean, I don't know whether it's age or different sense of humour amongst younger generations, but I have to say I would have loved to have gone to the Fringe a few years ago. Now, I just don't think there's enough that's genuinely funny.
They're no longer doing the joke of the year at the Fringe.
Saw that.
They've abandoned it, so Olaf Falafel will not pick up the prize this year.
Stokes in. Oh my goodness me! He's lost his line completely there. That's gone way down the leg side. That's presumably going to be 5 more wides. We've had 2 or 3 of those today.
Buys, I'd say, in a test match.
Well, you said that, but we had a couple of those this morning.
Is it leg bars? I thought he got something. Something was on it.
Well, he's aiming. I don't think so, because he's massive.
No, he missed it though. Yeah,
everything. The one-legged and the one-handed Rishabh Pant was trying to hit that, but could get nowhere near it. Anyway, two slips. Ooh, here he goes. Old hop along goes up the end after taking that on the thigh, I think it was.
Yeah, I did see a
got about net.
Edinburgh Festival show on Monday. It was at the festival a year or two ago, called Woodhouse in Wonderland, and it was a one-person show. Robert Dawes was playing Woodhouse and reflecting on some of the writing, some of the events in his life. It was very good, very much, I suspect, for Woodhouse fans, but I enjoyed it very much.
Stokes then to Washington. England need this breakthrough. Down the leg side, flicked on its way through square leg. Umpire Raza stands back, allows the ball to run to the deep square. They take a single.
Of course, he did mention, although they didn't mention cricket, although he did talk a little bit about cricket, because Woodhouse was a great cricket fan, is that he got the name Jeeves from Percy Jeeves, who was a cricketer who was unfortunately killed in the First World War. But he'd already come up with the name of Jeeves, inspired by Percy Jeeves.
I don't say I wasn't a Woodhouse fan. I just never looked at it. Now that's a really big in-swinger from Stokes that poor old Pant can barely move to lay bat on. Unfortunately for the England skipper, unfortunately for the batsman, it was going far too far down the leg side. England just, as I say, they're getting the ball to do stuff, but not generally doing it from the right line. Stokes has 3 for 58. He's the go-to man. He's done another really big swinging delivery, which once more hit Rishabh Pant on the pad, and then he hobbles up to the other end for another painful and painstaking single. 329 for 6.
These are all valuable runs.
Well, I think you're right. In what might be a relatively low scoring match, certainly by the standards of this series, it could be very important. And it keeps England out in the field longer, doesn't it?
We keep saying these are well matched sides, so you can't afford to throw runs away.
You can't. 3 slips and a leg slip, and he's in, and he bowls it. He bowls it one wide of the off stump, tempting Washington, and Washington adds insult to injury, really, because he drives at that, gets an edge, but through the gap, wide of third slip, and that has left Ben Stokes just shaking his head in barely contained fury, because he wasn't in control of that. In fact, was it that far from the third slip? He just didn't seem to see it. Can't see from that replay, to be honest. Anyway, Messi.
Yeah. Sorry. Weird test, this, says Scott Harrison. Just plodding along. Stephen Kelk says it's a boring middle overs. Lockie 6 says the next half hour is crucial. Jay says I'm snorting citronella because I hate flies, which Stephen reckons is a good plan. I'm not entirely sure that snorting citronella will do much other than ruin your already ruined nasal passages. But you do have a super chat from Jay.
Do we really? That's most unusual for him to send
Super
money
Chat
our way.
Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
I have to say that injury, as we're seeing it again to Pant, and when he's being taken off in the mini ambulance, the bruise and
it hurts just to see it.
Well, it does, and the bruise, and whether it's the bone as well sticking out, it looks like an extra toe. 3 for 6. Sorry, Messi. We'll come back to Jay. Angled into the legs. It's going to take Pant not just a very long time to get to his 50, because most of his runs are coming in leg byes, which kind of says that England, if they're aiming at that leg and trying to cause worse injury, not only is that a little bit nasty but understandable, but they're not doing it very well. So yeah, what was the super chat about?
Jay says the fringe died when Norcross charged for the birthday game. Hendo, you are a multimedia philistine.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay. Archer, poor ball on leg stump, and Washington flicks that away into the deep. Have we seen Liam Dawson at all today?
No, we haven't. Not with the ball. I just want to say something about the last ball, the previous delivery, and why Stokes was so disappointed. Because Washington Sundar had survived those 2 close calls for the LBW, and Stokes deliberately bowled it wide as a attempt at knowing he'd be wanting to feel bat on ball and get a bit of confidence back. Washington Sundar chased it, he edged it, but it didn't go to hand. So it was a good plan, it was well executed, just didn't have that little bit of luck.
Didn't have that luck, didn't have the fourth slip. I mean, it's hard to have a fourth slip. And he stops his shot there a little bit, Pant. Whether that was a slow one? No, not really. 85. Pope just scampers round to his left.
I mean, he's pretty much like in the coconut shy here, Rishabh Pant. He's trying to get bat on ball where he can, but as you said, the interesting thing is he's scoring his runs in wides, leg bys and bys, because if you can survive long enough, the extras will pile up, because this ball is bananaing at times and bouncing at times.
Archer in again, he's gone for the full bunger, which Pant has stepped back from. And I thought for a moment that was going to be one of his incredible shots that went down the ground for 4 or 6, but he really did shank it somewhat. It's just gone more or less straight up in the air, over the top of the stumps at the other end, and dropped in no man's land.
It described a kind of perfect parabola, like one of those kind of, was it Fred Couples shots out of the rough, where the ball goes way, way up in the air and travels about 20 yards.
Yeah, it's actually, barely dribbled to the edge of the circle if this was a one-dayer. But he did have the advantage of hitting it pretty much dead straight, so no one could get around to it. This is defended into the offside by Washington, doing a really fine job for his team. 27 off 88.
Has he got a new jumper on? I think he has got a new jumper
he has.
on.
I think he has, yeah.
They are very good, these Indian jumpers.
They're much better than the English jumpers.
Cable knit, looking good.
I don't like the plain white that England wear. You got to have stripes, haven't you, on a jersey? He brings this one in to Washington, gets onto the front foot, plants the ball out to extra cover. End of the over. 366. Is it 366? I may have misread that. Messi.
336.
336. Sorry. Yeah.
So Stephen Kelker's trying to provoke me, but he's. Well, I'll explain. He says, I know Messi won't like this, but the lad needs a bowl. Now, the truth is that Liam Dawson is Liam Andrew Dawson, so he is the lad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, very good.
Any other person. So I agree, the lad needs a bowl. Andrew Kilsell says, I'm enjoying my dinner at the Furbank, but I'm having a roast beef dinner with mashed potatoes and gravy. Nice one. That sounds delicious.
Can you have it? I'm not sure that you should have roast potatoes. A roast without roast potatoes. Can you? It just seems wrong to me. Seems wrong.
It depends how well the roast potatoes are done, because pubs can often do mash better than they can do.
Oh, you know what? Potatoes. You know what's been an absolute revelation at home. I first picked it up at Christmas dinner at my brother's last year, and I bought myself one. When you do mashed potato in a ricer, you know, when you sort of have 2 levers and you press it through some tiny holes, mashed potato just tastes completely different when you run it through a potato ricer.
Oh. Well, there you go.
Don't
say you don't learn anything on Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, I was going to say
it highly enough.
I do believe you are taking over from John Turode. That's going to be our next media outlet. Now they're all trying to bowl full tosses. This time it's nicely timed by Rishabh Pant, and Pope has to run 20 yards or so around the boundary at mid-wicket. Unfortunately for Pant, what would normally have brought him 2 or even 3 brings him only 1.
Yeah, incredibly, he's still scoring at a decent rate, 42 off 63. I know some of those were yesterday.
Yeah.
But, he's not really slowing the side down. They're going at 3 and over the period of the innings, and he's going at 42 off 63.
Stokes into Washington, goes for the pull, top edge. Anyone down there? I think that might go the whole way. No, it won't.
Oh.
It's been pounced. It's Stokes again. That man, he did it with Sudasan yesterday. He's done it with Washington Sundar today. And his Birmingham mate has pouched it. And a rather disappointed, if wearing a new jumper, Washington Sundar wanders off. A slow walk of despair. And
identical.
Massively important wicket for England to have got at this stage.
The crowd says, you're out.
Well, he looked impatient. I remarked upon that not 5 minutes ago. Maybe he was a bit disconcerted by the 2 close-ish calls for LBW.
Yep.
But he certainly played differently after lunch as opposed to before lunch. So whether India have got together and say, we've got a debutant, we've got Siraj, and we've got Bumrah to come. So Rishabh Pant's on one leg, so try and get as many as you can. I don't know. I mean, the even more attacking way would be to say, look, we want to be bowling in these conditions, so get out there and try and score as quick as you can, because if we are all out for 360, that won't matter because we want to bowl. Either way, it's very different to see his approach vary so much from pre-lunch to post-lunch.
Well, we've got a debutant on the way, Anshul Kamboj, and this is his jingle straight off the presses. You won't have heard this anywhere before. It's Anshul Kamboj by Mog.
Everybody loves Anshul Kamboj.
That's absolutely splendid, Mog. Brilliant stuff. He's got a best of 51 not out in his first class career, which isn't that impressive. An overall average of 16.
It's number 9, Endo.
Yeah, I know, but he's kind of described as an all-rounder.
Is he?
Yeah. Washington, he's gone. Big away swinger from Stokes, back over the wicket to the right-hander, but it started far too wide. And Stokes is within a wicket of a 5-for.
Is it a bodge with a D, or is it a bosh with a soft J? I'm not sure. I mean, if it is bodge, if it is Kamboj, you'll have to be the bodger, won't you? You couldn't be anything else.
We've got a soft J, based in Sheffield.
He's a hard lad.
He's a hard J.
See the guy in a Dinesh Karthik t-shirt behind Chris Wokes when he caught that?
I didn't see.
Yeah, there's a guy in a Dinesh Karthik t-shirt.
Stokes in, bowls too wide, left alone by Kamboj. Yeah, I mean, I think Kamboj is quite obviously a bowling all-rounder.
He's just had a nice couple of sighters there to get you started in Test cricket. Maybe Stokes going for the magic ball there. And I'm not going to complain at Stokes. He has 4 for 63. He's deserved every one of them.
Effort.
He's been the best bowler. I mean, I know that he's had some good spells, Bumrah. He's had some poor spells as well, but I think Stokes has been the best bowler in the series, arguably by a distance. Siraj has also bowled well, but Stokes has been fantastic.
Siraj wasn't so good in the first test.
Well,
he's been good in the last 2. Here he is, Stokes again. That's a goodie. I think he's found the outside edge.
That's the 5-for.
Kamboj's debut has been short and not particularly sweet if you're an Indian fan, and it's a 5-for for Ben Stokes. On your way, my friend.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, that might have been the ball that he was looking for.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't know what Fred Truman was. Fred Truman that's wasted on you, son. I can't do a Yorkshire accent, but that would have got much better batters out than Kamboj. That was a perfect delivery.
Is that more difficult for a Scouser to do Yorkshire?
I can't do any accents. Everything comes out. Everything comes out as mangled Welsh.
You do the Scouse one pretty well.
Well, I don't even do that particularly well now, and I know that because my son does a Scouse accent better than I do.
There you go. There you go.
Jesus.
Do you want to squeeze a few things in, Messi? If there are
I was just
any?
going to say that's not only the first duck in in the innings. It's the first dismissal in single figures, which is interesting.
Well, yeah.
Jay Grover says, Hendo disliking Woodhouse when they're sitting next to Roderick Spode is bang out of order. That's a bit mean.
Well, is he playing? I'm about as far as you can get from Roderick Spode as you're ever going to come.
And Jay Grover sent us another super chat for £2. He says, cheers, Jeremy. I'm now burning citronella. That's probably a sensible move.
You used to spray it on the light bulb in your citronella because then the heat would vaporise it and keep the muzzies away.
Well, you should remember, with an injured Pant out there, that these two are now, well, to come, the one that's out there at the crease and the one after him, have shown that they can stick a different wicket, different
circumstances,
balls moving all over the place now. In comes Stokes. He bowled another one too wide. The new batsman at the crease is none other than the genius himself.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
That's pretty much the perfect away swinger. Looking at that wicket again.
You can't bowl a better ball in these conditions than that.
Close to the off stump, had to play a little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement.
Mog says, what the fuck was that? I presume he's referring to his own jingle.
What, you mean this?
Everybody loves, everybody loves, everybody loves, you can't bosh.
Or do you mean, what the fuck was that? I mean, are you upset? Are you offended by the fact that having done his jingle, he only managed to stay out there for 3 balls? I mean, it's such a lack of respect, isn't it? It really is.
He'll be bowling soon, very soon, I suspect.
Archer looking for another in-swinging Yorker, turns into a full toss, which is nicely driven by Pant, but straight back at the bowler. And there is no run.
I've just thought of something, which is a possible headline or something. But I'm surprised amongst our punning fraternity and sorority it hasn't come up.
Go on.
Pantaloon, because he's certainly a bit of a loon in this match, isn't he?
Or do you mean he's been left a loon outside the off stump, pretty much? I don't know which one you mean.
Well, Pantaloon, he's been playing lunatic shots, and some people say he's lunatic in terms of going out there to bat in these circumstances. I don't, but plenty of our tubers have suggested there's some madness. Or it's more madness than method that he's there. I think it's more method than madness. These are all important runs.
They may well be, yes. Yeah. Well, we'll have a word with our purveyor of dad puns and see why he hasn't come up with that. Oh, now that was vicious from Jofra. It was right up. It was not so much a toe crusher as the top of the foot crusher again, but he's managed to get bat on it, steer it out to deep square.
He was trying to slog sweep him, wasn't he, yesterday? Rishabh Pant. Archer's got every right to give plenty back, I think.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, there is a definite plan at aiming for that boot.
But it also makes sense. It's not just to hurt him. It's because it's going to be difficult for him to get the back down, because if he tries to move one way or the other, he can't adjust in flight, so to speak. He's not going to be light on his feet when he can barely put one down.
And not at the speed that Archer can bowl. And he's going to turn there and he smacks it for 6.
Well, that was a slower ball.
It was, but he read it and he pulled it away. It's gone all the way. There is still danger in them there hills.
Lovely stuff from Pant. I mean, he's picked what was coming, see it coming out the back of the hand. And waits for it and then absolutely nails it over cow corner. Well played, lad.
So he can twist a little bit.
I think that's his 90th in Test cricket, I think.
He's looking again for that in-swinging Yorker. It's again a full toss. It's again worked out to deep square, and they're going to take a single. Because now Pant, not only is he out there with a broken foot, he's going to protect Bumrah. He's gone to 49, 344 for 8. Bumrah has actually got to face one delivery from Archer.
Yeah, I think he's India's highest six hitter. Well, hit the most sixes in Test cricket. I think he went past Sehwag yesterday.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. And now he's got 90.
That's pretty remarkable.
Stokes is miles ahead at the top with 133. But he's in some exalted company. You know, the people you'd expect to see, Gilchrist and people like that towards the top.
Chris Gale?
Yeah, Chris Gale's up there. But
Stokes is the leading six-hitter in Test cricket?
Yeah, by miles. I think next best is 107, I think. So he's got 133, I'm pretty sure. But, Pant is relatively young. Amazing six-hitting.
Yeah, true. Archer then will presumably come back over the wicket to the right-hander. He does. Leg slip is in there. Looks for the Yorker. Well, Bumrah just says, you bowl a lot of those at me at Lords. I know how to keep out the Yorker, and he does.
Top of off, lad. Top of off.
344 for 8. Messi.
So Lucky Six says Samantha is keeping a low profile today. She got chucked across the room earlier there.
Yeah, that's the bear. He's got the way he treats women is terrible.
Sean Elliott says, I love gorilla jingles. Mog says also Dawson jingle has been sent as well.
Ooh,
well done, Mog.
Dawson jingle. I don't think he's going to get a bowl, so I don't think we're going to need the Dawson jingle until he bats, which could easily be this afternoon.
You know who would definitely have had a bowl? Here? Shoaib Bashir. He wouldn't have ignored Shoaib Bashir the way he's ignored Liam Dawson. Maybe they're different characters, but Bashir would definitely have had a bowl.
Yes, yeah, I agree with you actually. Stephen Kelk says disinterested Cambodge.
Oh, very good.
Very, very good. Stokes round the wicket to Pant, and Pant jabs at that outside the off stump. Sees it beautifully through the covers. That's 50 for Rishabh Pant. And Stokes can't believe it. He really can't. He just placed the bat there. And there was a big open space. Marvellous stuff from Rishabh Pant. Whatever you say, that's just great work for him. And we mark it with one of these. I think this is funny because, let's face it, if he doesn't stop, we're in trouble.
Just because you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Don't look back.
Good ball as the second one was, and much more discomforting for Rishabh. Speared into his damaged front foot. I can't help thinking that Pant is the kind of bloke who could get 100 from here.
Well, he
Stokes again. Oh, it's a magnificent shot. Just a little chip. It was all wrists, because there was nothing else there. But they haven't taken the run.
Well, Glenn Maxwell, if you recall, got 200 off no legs, never mind one leg. So all things are possible. I tell you what, Pant has got a pretty impressive bit of willow in his hand there. He barely placed the bat on that ball that went to extra cover.
That was an extraordinary shot.
Some concern that climate change is impacting on the environment for willows, but he's got a good piece there.
This one jabs into him. Just manages to get a bat down on it as it threatens to take him in the knackers, and he's going to get a run down to the other end, which will expose Bumrah to 2 deliveries.
Maxwell's innings was one of the greatest things you will ever see, not just in cricket but in sport. I mean, it was just absolutely extraordinary. But there were plenty of people who would have said, oh, well, he's risking his long-term health and all of this kind of stuff. I think Glenn Maxwell wrote himself into immortality in that innings, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. I bet he wouldn't either.
I missed it. But then I do tend to miss some of these really great innings. 4 slips and a gully for Stokes coming into Bumrah, who comes across his crease and then finds himself completely outfoxed by the England captain. A lovely away swinger.
That reminded me of, the kind of what's it called, find the lady trick. You know where they're always doing it in the streets in Paris or something, where you've got to find where the queen is. There, with a sleight of hand, pushes it away. I mean, it was definitely a sleight of hand there. Bumrah says, "I know where that ball is." Oh no, it's not. It's not there at all. It's now past me.
Oh, Bumrah is adopting the same technique that he used at Lord's, which was to get right outside his off stump. But he was thinking it was just going to come straight onto him like at Lord's, but it swung late and it defeated him by some margin. He just gets enough back down on that one. Straighter one from Stokes, but they won't take the run.
But that's how it works. You correct your line because of the swing away from the stumps. You bowl it on middle and the ball doesn't swing.
Yep. No. Not much there. Messi.
Lots of love for Stokes from Zivi Tuna, Stephen Kelk and Sean Elliott. Jay Grover said, weirdly, I flinched when I heard soft J, but I trusted Hender not to go there. How naive I am.
Well, I won't miss an opportunity like that, Jay.
And he's also sent a £2 super chat just because I agreed with Gary a moment ago.
Oh, wow.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
If we get two...
Archer in. Oh, that was not a particularly impressive shot of any sort from Rishabh outside the off stump. Misses it.
If we get £2 every time Jay agrees with me, by the end of the year, we'll have £6.
Yeah, well, exactly. I was going to say, I think we should probably have a little badge saying, maybe we should have a little gorilla badge saying, I agreed with Gary. Might prove popular. 2 wickets for England to grab, and 350 was the number that Gary was putting forward.
And Ravi Shastri.
Outside leg stump, smears it airily into the onside, does Pant. However, I thought that was sailing away for 6. I don't know that they've even taken a run there.
I don't think they have.
No, they haven't taken a run.
It's such fun. I mean, he is such box office. He does stupid things. He invites trouble. But dear me, you can't take your eyes off him, can you?
So he starts
that was
limping.
6 at Wankity.
Yeah. Well, he starts walking down, and he realises there's only 1 in it for him.
Hey, Jez, I think it would have been 6 at Edgbaston as well with those boundaries.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Well, Pant continues. 54 off 74. Resumed his innings shortly before lunch, I think it was, when he was on 37. We believe he has a broken foot. And he's got a broken stump now. Because Jofra Archer has repeated what he did to him on the final morning at Lord's and ripped out his off stump. And it's going to be a long limp home.
Yeah, a little tap on the shoulder there from Joe Root, quite acknowledging the courage,
the bravery. Absolutely. I imagine he probably can't feel because he's that full of painkillers that he probably doesn't quite know where he is at the moment.
He should have been 4, but it was a beautiful delivery from Jofra. Top of off, you see, hit the top of off, you're winning.
Sent the stumps cartwheeling, which is a fantastic view. I mean,
it actually stuck in the ground.
Yes, it did. It like a tent pole, didn't it? Yeah. On the sort of 5th turnover.
I don't recall of seeing that before. I've never seen a stump sort of lodge itself back into the ground as if it will not move.
It's a good job I didn't lodge itself into the chest of a wicket-keeper, though. That would have been nasty.
The bails you have to worry about.
I always think of the example, wasn't it, the javelin, where that official got in the way of it.
You don't want to talk about that.
Speared.
What I would like to have seen, Pant call for the transporter to come back on the cart to wheel him off.
Yeah, come on. I think that would be fair.
Look, it was brave. He did the right thing for his team. He's got some crucial runs there. He's got India within a hair's breadth of the 350. I, for one, take my hat off to him.
Well, I can see that new people are entering the equation.
Okay,
Richard
I'll do a couple of messages.
Well, we've got 3 balls of this over to go, so we'll just finish off that. Mohammad Siraj has come to the crease. Let's see how long he survives. Archer would be very happy to pick up a third wicket, maybe getting a bit of reward for what he did earlier.
Yeah, his first spell was really good, and he didn't get any reward or much.
Here he is then into Mohammad Siraj, who goes across his crease. Would have been plumb LBW. However, he's played it quite well. He's got a run. Up the other end he goes. 349.
350.
350 is up. The
It's
350 is up. It's all over for England because India have got to 350. Yeah, I mean, now if Pant does play...
Mog says the way Pant's going, it's lucky the stump didn't go through his liver.
There's definitely something in that, for sure.
Well, I tell you what, he's been so unlucky. If the stump had come forward and speared him, you wouldn't have been totally surprised.
He was lucky that Newton had those laws of gravity correct.
Decent. He was a decent scientist. He aims a swing at this, does Bumrah, misses it completely, chastises himself, and the score remains 350 for 9. We will have a change in 1 ball's time. Hello, Richard. He's muted, so he's just waving.
Yeah.
Which is very professional of him.
Bit of jazz hands there. I was very impressed with that.
I've still got to get his book about driving long range trucks in Australia. I must do that.
Too bloody right, mate.
Too bloody right. Well, yeah, he comes out there, doesn't he? He comes out now.
But didn't they use a brick for cruise control?
He's nearly chopped on there, Bumrah, but he's going to get 4 runs. It's run down to fine leg, who cannot get round in time. And Bumrah has one of these to his name.
I'll nip through a couple of messages while we're changing. Mog says Cambodge was only out there for slightly less time than I invested in his jingle. More disrespect. Lockie 6 says despite the obvious moral victory, India is still short on runs.
Really?
Martley says, wow, I go away for a couple of hours to talk to the new cleaner while she's here, and 4 wickets have gone. You should do it more often. To know how young Pant is, says Ankush Goyal, and why his record is a big deal, Adam Gilchrist hadn't made his debut while he was Pant's age. There you go.
You say...
So I'll take over ball by ball duties, and then Stokes has bowled a horrible down the leg side, which Siraj hasn't got a prayer of laying about on. Easily a wide in one-day cricket, won't be called in the test.
Of course not.
And in the other 2 chairs, welcome back to the bomb squad.
The bomb squad.
Well, I think that's a high compliment, very high praise.
Well, thank you.
You
very
know what
much.
the bomb squad is in rugby, right?
No.
It's the Springbok bench when they bring on 7 forwards all at once.
And crush the opposition into the ground.
Yeah, usually with about 50 minutes into their legs already. Here's Stokes once again, and it was going to be, but he's got something in his eye by the looks of it.
A little bug.
Is it ladybirds again? Is it?
I don't think it's it's ladybirds this time.
There's already been eye incidents, I think, yesterday at some point, weren't there?
Oh, right.
Anyway, he's looking unhappy and particularly Van Gogh-esque right now. But he's making his way back to his mark. On the turn and ready to come in again to Siraj. And Siraj has a flash of that one, which is moving away. It's too good for him. He doesn't move his feet. The ball misses his bat by a fair distance, I should imagine, through to the keeper.
All right. Well, we just need to get this one wrapped up, don't we? And on to the England innings, which, 350 is a pretty decent score, I'd say.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good score. It's going to be fun to see how long these two can bat without being shepherded by Ravindra Jadeja.
Well, yeah.
They can bat normally if there is any such thing for a 10 and 11.
One would assume not so long, or would hope.
And so will Ben Stokes, who bowls it fairly short. It's over the top of the stumps as Siraj backs away and tries to splay it over point, which he fails to do. And it's through to the keeper again.
Time to tuck into the afternoon lager.
Very nice too.
Get rolling on, waiting for England's innings.
How was your trip down to Devon, Bear?
It was quite wild. Pretty drunken.
in both senses of the word.
Yeah, it was literally after the heat waves either side of it. It was the only 2 days that rained, which is really quite annoying because it's beautiful down there.
Stokes into Siraj. This one's full, and Siraj manages to get bat on it whilst again backing away. Stokes does his own field thing.
When was the last time Stokes got a 5-foot? Do we know? Or has it been quite recently?
8 years ago.
Was it really? Or was that a
Yeah,
guess?
Quick Info was quite quick with that information.
Yeah.
Really? Is it that
Yeah,
long?
it's first fiver for 8 years according to them. I haven't verified this, but it is a reputable source.
Yeah. He had a few 3s and 4s, I know, but well, I suppose he hasn't. Apart from this year, he hasn't bowled that much for the last few years.
And here he is again, and this time Siraj does get bat on that. It's gone for 4, straight back over the bowler's head.
1, 2, 3,
Tailenders, eh?
4.
30 runs here, very damaging.
Well, it would be, indeed. Need to get this wicket done.
It was quite a full one, actually. Fair play to Siraj for smacking that.
Well, they probably get plenty of practice for trying to have a slog for the IPL in the IPL.
It was very much the kind of shot you'll see in one-day cricket, but very rarely to such a full ball in Test cricket that goes aerial. This one, again, we're back to not being able to lay willow on it. It's ugly, it's agricultural, and he misses. He's on 5. India are 358 for 9.
I'm not quite sure where Messer's got to. I should have been listening, but I wasn't. Mr. Handjob says...
the mic up towards your mouth.
Mr. Handjob says, the way Pant is going, it's lucky the stump didn't go through his liver.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite impressive the way it landed in the ground.
Well, apparently we had that one.
We did have that one, but it was a good one, worth repeating.
Worth repeating. Andrew Kissel says, who do you think is going to win the World Cup between England and Spain? I think Spain are the better side. England have been showing remarkable get-out-of-jail style resilience, but I just think Spain have just got that little bit extra. Although Jamie Wilson says England, hopefully. David says, do not like that you can bat, not field, then bat again. What's that all about?
Jofra Archer into Bumrah, who tries to hoik it away on the leg side. There's half an appeal from the keeper. Joe Root is calling for calm, and then he's calling for a replay.
And he says you got a glove on it. Might as well. You got one left, and this is the end of the innings. He's talking about Pant, isn't he? Pant's got injured. He's going to bat, doesn't got a field, and he's going to bat.
He was
again.
talking about that. Yes, that's exactly right.
They still haven't decided if they're sending this up. Everyone's looking quite mystified at the moment. Camera's on the umpire, who looks equally mystified, and it seems to be a case of play on.
No, the decision has been reviewed.
Oh, Zippy Tunes.
It has.
Apparently we might have missed a super chat.
Oh, okay, it must be the last one there.
Zippy said, well, it was Jay Grover, who said, Gary, you only make 6 points in a year.
In the meantime, we have a
Harsh.
look at whether Bumrah got a glove on this Jofra Archer delivery before it went through to Smith. And the first replay doesn't reveal much.
Could have done.
Well, the second, we got to wait for a snicko, I think.
Yeah, maybe the bottom of the bottom glove.
There's something.
Yes.
Oh, he's gone.
He has. That's a
Yeah,
good call from Joe
absolutely
Root.
right. Bottom of bottom glove. Spot on. That will almost certainly end the innings. We'll just wait for confirmation, but that looks clear as.
What? No, that's out.
Hello?
That's out, Ashen.
But then he has to actually...
He's supposed
I think
to-
there's been a signalling error from the umpire.
Yeah,
He didn't put the finger up, did he?
No.
I did say he looked mystified a few seconds ago.
Joe Root was convinced.
Well, so too was the batsman, to be fair, because he was disappointed, hung his head, was about to walk off, and then went, hang on, no one's appealed here.
Right. Well, no, they did appeal, but the umpire didn't give it. And then Jofra has a wry little chuckle to himself when it's finally given. I mean, that Washington Sundar LBW should have been given really on the pitch, but it wasn't. But fortunately, we had a review left because of that, because it was umpire's call. And England did take it, and they've done it. Over to you, Richard.
They have done it. Shall we have a look at the score then, which adds up to 358 for India. The highlights of the England bowling performance first. Again, there is that Ben Stokes 5 for 72 in 24 overs, and ably assisted by his star-strike bowler Jofra Archer, 3 for 73 and 26 and a bit overs. Looking down the Indian batting now.
Means they've lost 94 for 6 today, which you'd say represents a fair effort.
It does.
It's a reasonable result, yeah.
Yeah, it's taken a little bit of time now, hasn't it? I mean, again, we got the early wicket and then we were a bit stymied by Washington Sundar and Shartul Thakur for a good hour.
What? But it was no major damage done, you'd have to say, and India will regret a lot of starts that didn't get through. Jaiswal 58, KL Rahul 46, Sudarshan 61, and Shubman Gill didn't really get much of a start with his 12. Rishabh Pant, who was bowled quite recently by Jofra Archer, 54. Fair play to him, he's got a broken foot, so one of his more memorable half-centuries. Jadeja made 20, Shardul Thakur 41, Washi Sundar made 27. Cambodge really didn't last long, a 3-ball duck. Bumrah, as we just saw, was out for 4, and Siraj not out for 5. And as we said, it adds up to 358 off 114 overs.
Yeah, they were, at one point they were 337 for 6 and 358 all out. So I guess England wrapped it up reasonably well. And 7th wicket falling at 337. So I guess England will be happy in that sense, but they'd have rather that happened 40, 50 runs ago. But we shall see. I think Bumrah is going to be a handful.
Puts them ahead of par. If you say that 324 was the average first innings score here for 85 tests, and if you look at the last 6, it was only 311.
Well, we could end up with another one-inning shootout again.
Wow. We shall see. We shall see. Pant added 17, so pre-dodgy foot Pant had made 37, and post-dodgy foot Pant made 17.
Yeah.
Right, there are loads of different messages actually coming in. Jay Grover, Richard Asher, where can I buy your book? It's not quite the way
RichardAsher.com.
There you go.
There you are. He says, where can I buy thou book?
Oh, very polite.
Zippy Tuna. Okay, let me see. Farong. Oh, I've managed to. Farong says, what happened to Samantha and Sven today? Well, Samantha's been here.
Been cuddled on the sofa over there.
She's currently reclining beneath Hendo on the sofa, I think.
This is an animal we're talking about?
It's a pillow.
It's a pillow.
A pillow.
Hendo's pillow is Samantha.
It's been given a name and it's called Samantha. She's called Samantha, I beg her pardon.
She has made an on-screen appearance.
Oh yes. Multiple on-screen appearances. The delightful Samantha.
You missed a test, you missed puns.
Well, exactly. Luke Hallahan says, loving Richard's accent, he's giving the Bishop a run for his money. Except I don't have an accent.
Well, you have an English accent.
Well, if you're from South-East England, no, it's true, you don't have an accent.
Well, all right, then yes, it's okay. Yes. Yours is a more noticeable accent, perhaps, than mine around these parts.
Well, exactly. Well, actually, funny enough, if we went to South Africa...
To be honest, in South London, I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I do have an accent in South London. Jamie Wilson, how well would you say we bowled with the new ball today? Sounded like we lacked a bit of control. It certainly was swinging, wasn't it, Ben?
Yeah, I thought we lacked... we were inconsistent with line and length, really. Too many extras. I mean, there was one point where, we bowled shockingly wide, 5 wides, 2 or 3 overs in a row, and it was giving runs to the opposition. I think at the time, Thakur and Washington Sundar had added personal runs. They probably added about 19, and actually the score had gone on by about 40 in total, and the rest was kind of extras. There's 20 odd extras, and it's just like,
yeah,
in a tight game, you don't want to be giving that too much away. And we just saw Stokes bowl another horrible one that ballooned down the leg side, and I'm sure India will do the same. I mean, that's what cost them the game last time when they were bowling at England's third innings, wasn't it? There were 33 extras in England's third innings at Lord's, and we won by 22. So, which is also the same score as
It
Crawley.
seems to be a phenomenon in this series that just really, really comically bad balls.
I think that's partly to do with
the keeper village style.
Well, yeah, I think it's partly to do with the wickets have been quite dead, really, haven't they? And trying to get anything out of them has forced people to bowl stupidly short and ballooned over the keeper, or tried something erratic and gone miles down the leg side, which is never easy for the keepers, I
think, Richard, we might be heading for a super over or a penalty shootout in the accident debate. Luke says the dulcet tones, a toss-up between whose audio book I would buy.
Ooh.
There you go.
Well, have you got an audio book, Tony?
I don't. And you probably do.
Well,
so you're already one up on
I
me.
have several.
Well, there you are.
Do you narrate them yourself?
Yeah, I narrate them myself because I can't afford to pay anyone. But I also like to think I can do it professionally.
Okay.
There you are. Brian in Brisbane, was Archer's bowling worthy of an Ashes tour? He didn't bowl badly.
You'd imagine he's a bit rusty. He hasn't played a test for 4 years or something. I'd certainly take him along, and he'd certainly be my strike bowler. And I'd hope that with some games under his belt and remembering what it's all about at Test cricket level, that he'd work out some plans himself. He's smart enough and a good enough bowler. I think
he was really impressive at Lords. I mean, less so today, pace-wise and control-wise, but I liked him last week particularly. Can he bowl 3 tests in a row, fitness-wise? Do we have a steer on that?
Well, I do think if England win this, they'll probably rest him for the last one. But then they might want to test him out, on
a flat wicket.
Well, yeah, the oval again is quite flat.
I was just wondering if you think he can't play 3 in a row, if you might have kept him back for that.
Well, I think England want to try and get the series done, don't they?
Yeah, and I suppose for the same thinking, saving the series, that's why Bumrah is playing this week.
Yeah, exactly that.
Right, well, I can also say, let me see, somebody's shouting, Jay Grover, Luke Hallahan, Ajit wins, always.
What was his accent?
Luke Hallahan says, forgot about Ajit, good shout. How about Bennett, says Brian in Brisbane. What if we get him to actually turn up? We'll let you know.
I haven't heard from
Where's Bennett from?
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Hello,
viewers, he says.
But he has a very plummy voice.
He does. He does.
Too much time spent working in corporate banking, I think.
All you viewers out there, as he delights in addressing people.
See, we have a much more multicultural diversity of accents here at Gorilla. We don't just take people from the 2 countries that are playing on the field.
Absolutely.
The boring Sky approach.
Yes. Dead right. Well, like I say, I think it's an interesting. Score-wise, it does feel just ahead of where England would have wanted to have got them out for, having put them in. That's for sure. I always think if you put a team in, you've got to be looking under 300, and that's whether it's a 5-day game or a 4-day game. But England don't think that way.
They just think they want to bat last.
They just want to bat last. They just want to chase, and you certainly wouldn't say it's a score that's got them out of sight. And Crawley recently got about 180 in a day or something. What did he get in a
189
day?
He got against the Aussies here.
189 exactly. That would have been his last, not his last Test match here, because he would have played against Sri Lanka, wouldn't he?
And that day he was it was Stark, Cummings, and Hazelwood, I'd have thought. Or Stark, Cummings, Boland.
Well have been. I'll let you know in a second.
Well, no Nathan Lyon in that Test.
No, that's very true.
And the 2 England openers are officially on the field now, as there'll still be a few minutes of fannying about while they get set up for the innings. And they have got an hour. I would imagine it's an hour until tea now with the revised schedule.
No, I'm thinking they're just going to add 10 minutes onto the session and they'll still go off at 22.
Okay, so it's either an hour or an hour and 10.
Yeah.
Depending which one of us is right.
He got 9 and 11 versus the West Indies and 38 versus Sri Lanka. So his average of 60, which he does have in 3 tests at Old Trafford,
it's virtually all down to the one innings.
Pretty much down to that one innings, yeah.
Well, he's got a
well done for using the words Old Trafford and pretty in the same sentence, Mr. Bishop.
Well,
it's all right. I don't mind Old Trafford. I don't mind it as a ground.
I've only ever seen it on telly, to be fair.
It's quite nice ground. Yeah, I have been there as well.
I can imagine the crowd's fun, being up north and all that.
Although one of the stands is a classic. It's just made of scaffolding. On one side
and
of
yet
the ground.
permanent.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It's not supposed to be permanent, but it does seem to be. And it is a fucking big pile of scaffolding. And you can kind of climb behind it if you really wanted to.
Hotel's nice to stay in though, particularly with a room with a pitch view.
$3.5 grand. I was reading in the paper the other day.
Not if you're watching Middlesex play Lancashire.
Well, no, I imagine not. That'd be about 50 quid, wouldn't it?
I can't remember what I paid, but it wasn't very much, and it is quite fun. Just pull back your curtains in time to see the first ball of the day.
Exactly. Gonna have a nap at lunchtime.
Just make sure you've remembered to put a robe on or something before you do.
Speaking of first balls, we got the first of the innings coming up here, and it's going to be Bumrah to Crawley. It's bang on the money. Lovely ball to start from Bumrah. Crawley lets it go. Most un-Baz ball-esque.
Right, let's play some jingles. This man's bowling.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
2.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Yeah, similar delivery once again left, goes through on the bounce to India's keeper, who I assume is Pant, or has he got some loophole in the law that he doesn't have to keep now?
No, it's not. No, it's Jofra Archer.
It's Jofra Archer. You can't keep.
So they let him. I can't keep up with these rules. This is madness.
Yeah, I know. And this is the second test in a row because he got a damaged finger.
I mean, for someone who hasn't been following it quite almost deliberately, it's completely counterintuitive. There you go. So
3 slips. I'd be tempted to have a 4th slip for Crawley. I've got to be honest.
It's another great delivery. Crawley watches it studiously go by to Jurel. And there's no run.
Yeah, the rules seem to be that if the injury occurs on the field as well, then he doesn't have to. If he misses this innings, he can still come in bat number 5 if he wants to in the second innings.
And
so
he
there's
can
no
sit with
penalty.
his feet up in the change room.
Yeah,
all the time.
so he's got no penalty because he got injured on the field of play. And so exactly that. So he came back with his injured foot batted. Now he can just sit in the dressing room, and then he can come out and bat again. And then for the second innings, he can just sit in the dressing room. It is a bit mad.
Bumrah once more, bowling in. This time he does draw a stroke from Crawley. It's a little bit wider and it does the job, but Crawley doesn't nick it.
That's why I'd have that 4th slip there.
I don't think you'll need a 4th.
Well, you got 3 slips and a gully, haven't you?
Well, exactly. But my bet is it's going to 1 or 2.
Crawley came a long way across there to try and get at that. Well, actually,
he didn't actually.
His
foot's in line with down the line of middle stump.
I imagined that part, but he was going after a wideish one. It's Bumrah once more. Over the wicket, right arm to Crawley. It's straight. This one is hitting the stumps. Crawley defends. It's fielded by Pant, no run.
I mean, for me, this is the worst actually that England's opening partnership has been in terms of scores. We did all right in the first test. Duckett really didn't do anything. It's the first time he hasn't really done anything in either innings in the last test, did he? He got about 20 and a 17 or something. He didn't get very many in the last test, which is the first time he's failed in both innings in a test. Crawley, well, you know.
For a while, you mean?
23 and 12 he got at Lord's.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a great.
Bumrah looking for a maiden, and he's going to get one as Crawley defends it and thinks about a run, but he won't take it. So none for none after 1 over.
Right, indeed. Let me see. Honourable mention for Gary, says Stephen Kelk in the accent debate. Kantilal Jagwani says England will be all out for about 315, I guess. Yeah, that would be there or par there or thereabouts. Lockie 6 says Bumrah is India's not so secret weapon, and Jamie Wilson says I'm astonished Bumrah has never torn his rotator cuff, to be honest. What's your rotator cuff there? With your knowledge of anatomy?
In the shoulder.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, we're seeing Cambodge, look.
What?
Mr. Cambodge, get ready with your jingle.
That's a bit odd, isn't it?
It's somewhat unexpected.
Everybody loves, you can bosh.
He's bowling too.
Don't give in, don't just say fuck it. They have professionals for this. Don't give him the ball, not at all. Don't give it to Duckett.
Here's Cambodge, a little bit wide going across Duckett, but not a terrible ball to start up.
Are they trying to tempt him with 76 mile an hour dibbly dog to open the bowling when you've got Siraj in the side? What I don't get. Maybe they think we've got two decent bowlers in Jasprit Bumrah and Siraj, and we don't want Shartul, Thakur and Cambodge to bowl in tandem.
79 wickets at 23, Bear, in his 24 first-class games, if I've got that right, for Cambodge.
Here it comes again. This one is straighter, too straight. It's down leg side. I think
that's 4 runs, you know.
Missed it. Yeah, someone's.
It is. It's gone up.
Campering 4. Yeah, I think 4, and it's going to be 4. Missed everything, didn't it?
Well, that was nearly yet another. He's been strangled a lot. As,
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, it came off his glove in the end. Good effort by Dhruv Jurel, wasn't it? It's bounced a little bit on him. Taken the glove. He's punched it basically over the keeper.
It's very close.
It was. I mean, Dhruv Jurel must be happy. He gets a game, even though he can't bat. But he will have to play, presumably, at the Oval.
Well, it's certainly better than sitting around. Here's Cambodge again. He's back bowling on the offside, and it's just slashed out with mild aggression by Duckett. But there's a fielder there on the offside to stop the single.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think if Duckett survives and gets himself in, he'll quite like tucking into this. Yeah, it was an obvious fucking punch. Don't need Snicko to tell me that.
It's off the glove, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was off the glove. Well, he was out like that in the last test.
Not much to continue. Ooh, Duckett doesn't know a lot about that. It's come in at him. He's ended up without his bat. He's facing the square leg umpire. His bat's on the floor. I think the ball went to the offside somewhere.
Well, yeah, he went to cut
More than that, I can't tell you without a replay.
Well, no, he went to cut it, and then he lost the bat, but the bat went over his shoulder, was in danger of coming down on the stumps, which presumably would have been hit wicket, even though it wasn't in his hand. I don't know, actually.
So. No, I think it would.
And he was a bit worried that it was coming down on the stumps. That would have been a hell of a way to get out. That would have been comedy gold.
Super chat. End of the over.
Oh, okay.
Get yourself ready.
Well, can we top that delivery? Here's Cambodge again to Duckett. This one is fuller on the leg side. Duckett has very little difficulty turning that away off the ankles for 4 runs.
Oh, that's like it. Good start. Is that the end of the over?
No, one
ball
to come.
One to come.
But it's been a lot more productive than the Bumrah over for England. Following the maiden, it's gone for 8 with 1 to come.
Well, it's going to be a problem for India, isn't it? If the sun looks like it might be peeking out as well, it's starting the least milky sunshine. I think.
Well, you can hope for up north, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, Messi just said this afternoon it's probably going to be the brightest.
Well, Cambodia struggled to settle on a line. Let's see what he's got with this last ball. It's full and straight and clipped away again. I doubt there's anyone out there. There isn't. It's going to be another 4 to conclude the over. 12 without loss.
Almost identical.
Well, at that pace, he's bowling high 870s as an opening bowler. Oh, mind you, I suppose that's what fucking Wokes he's bowling at, but hey. Anyway, over to you.
Well, yes, the super chat first. It was Hombre, the estimable Hombre Nuevo, who sends £2 and says, have that for Duckett. Has Messi heard it yet? I'm sure he might have heard it somewhere in the background. And there's been a general outpouring of love. Mint jingle, says Jay Grover. That Duckett jingle is class, says Alex. Stephen Kelk says Duckett is so good at batting because as an all-rounder He can anticipate what the bowler is doing. Better wait now whilst Richard talks us through the next ball.
Another Bumrah over, his second. There'll be no run as Crawley plays this into the onside. I think we're due a switcheroo, switchosaurus.
We are. End of this over then.
But I don't see Ajit arrived yet. Oh, he's...
No, I think
okay,
we've just
I'll
let him
finish
in.
this over at the very least.
Yeah, do that. The next message was from Nick. Oh, you're on next over, Ajit. Nick Vickers had said, "Bear Tony Richard, just back from the beach. Looks like England have put in some good work today." Yes, they have, in a qualified manner.
So Crawley's got the difficult job of facing Bumrah, but there is a rare loose delivery as that one strays well onto the leg side. Crawley's unable to dash in on that. No run there.
When you walk off at the end of the over, can you just press the across button? I've got it all set up for you. Just sort of press the arrow.
Okay.
Lovely.
I know.
What could go wrong?
What, in pressing one button? I think I should be fine. Hopefully.
What are we watching here?
We're watching Crawley getting
Crawley's
dismissed
dismissals on the series, which teach us that bowling on the leg stump is not gonna get him out. This one is driven a little bit fuller by Bumrah that time.
Yeah, you got
off fields.
You got to bowl Crawley a driving length outside off stump.
Absolutely.
That is the one that gets him most times, which is why I would have had that fourth slip.
Yeah, but my point remains that you won't get caught at fourth slip. It will be first or second. Because he doesn't.
Depends how wide you drag him, Bear.
Well, he was caught gully in the last one, but he. Yeah, it's true, I suppose, but.
We could agree to disagree, perhaps.
Yes.
As Bumrah comes in to Crawley once more, and Crawley lets this one go through to the keeper, who is accompanied by, I think, 3 slips at the moment.
Just want England to get a good start. You kind of feel that if you, I mean, the ball has been, it's been easier to hit after about 20 overs. It gets easier.
And if they are smart, which is a big if.
It's a very big if.
England these days.
Yes.
They've just got 12 off the bloke at the other end. They could actually just say, we'll see off Bumrah at the moment. Let's see if they can manage it. Crawley's got to face him once more. It's a wild one down leg side. It's actually taken a long way across by Jarrell.
Well, that's exactly what you've got to do, isn't it? And this is my point earlier. This is why they've opened with Cambodge, because I don't think they want Shartul, Thakur and Cambodge to bowl together, because I think they're both kind of medium pace. I'm not sure England have a lot of respect for them, and they don't really have any other bowlers apart from spinners, and you can't be going to spin with the new ball. And Siraj is the other one that you think is likely to get you some wickets.
Well, second over for Bumrah about to conclude. It is defended straight into the covers by Crawley, so 12 without loss after 3.
You're going to take over on socials, Richard, so I'll let you go ahead and do that. You want to start with Sagnik Datta, about 4 from the bottom on YouTube.
And you can come in now, Ajit. Come in, Ajit. All right, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
All right.
Good.
Well, good. Some nice heroics from Pant earlier in the day. Unexpected.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Totally. I don't think he should have gone out, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't think he listens to anything such as common sense and likes.
No.
If you see him bat, you know it, probably.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of common sense, one would think. But hey, it was entertaining. I'll give it that.
And he got India some runs, very crucial runs, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Got them past 350, right? I mean, the tail wagged, which is important. Now, here we go.
It's Cambodge who gets smashed straight back down the ground, but it comes off fucking Crawley's bat, who he then diverts it to mid-on. That's annoying, because Duckett would have had 4 runs there. I think Duckett is liking this, isn't he? Cambodge, don't know much about him, but he doesn't look too hot to me.
No, he's Sam Cooke type in terms of pace and also in terms of skill. He can swing the ball very well both ways. So it hit Crawley's bat in the follow-through. That was definitely going for 4.
Yes.
Crawley guided it to the mid-on fielder with his bat. He had no time to remove it. It was hit so hard It was a full ball wide outside the off stump. They have some sort of a strategy I'm seeing. Kamboj might go for runs, but he's going to always try and pitch the ball up into the left-hander's arc, even if that's what it means.
Well,
to get a nick.
exactly that. And you don't think Duckett's... Oh, no, he's going to round a wicket now, and then he prods at one, which he might have got a little nick on, because he certainly looked behind after he hit it, but it dribbled through to...
But that one didn't rise. Interestingly, he's coming from around the wicket. That ball had no carry at all. It almost rolled to the keeper.
No, one side of the wicket seems to be a little bit dead, and the other side seems to be a little bit lively. I mean,
it's a good thing to bowl then from there and try and target the stumps, put a bit of pressure on the batter.
Well, I'm not sure that will worry Duckett too much. Let's have a look. Round the wicket, smashed into the offside. Is there anyone out there? Probably is. There is. But
there's a sweeping
Jadeja in front of, well, he's square, and that was hit not particularly with great timing in front of square, and Duckett will get back for 2. He's on to 14. When England are on 14. Crawley's on none of 12. We're in
That's okay.
Fourth over. Yeah, it is. I mean, this is it. I think it's just so important to see out Bumrah.
He has the tougher overs, frankly, Mr. Duckett. It's okay.
Exactly.
Let him take the time if he must. Mr. Crawley, I mean, it's okay. It happens.
Yeah, well,
and
Duckett hasn't had to face the ball yet from Bumrah. I bet he's happy about that. Down the other end, facing this. Smashed, but straight to mid-off.
Well done there. Again. It was Bumrah, I think.
Yep, it was indeed.
That was otherwise going to be easy boundary, but just with dove and got his hand onto the ball in time. Because he's more like, the test match mid-off, it's more like between extra cover and mid-off, really. It's sort of closer to the bat for a catch.
Well, yeah, and you just got to miss the fielder, isn't it? And that's 4 runs.
You are clearly seeing that Kamboj is balling sometimes wide of the batter, but all the time fuller.
Yes.
I mean, he's inviting Duckett into the drive, which is, I think, the plan, because they have 2-3 slips waiting.
Although, having said that, that's hit again, this time straight to Jadeja out in the deep, and it'll just be the 1 run. He did have that one, he nearly got caught first ball down the leg side.
There you go.
And that was not the full one.
Strangle.
And, it was nearly a strangle, came off the bat. And fortunately, it was just out of Jarrell's reach.
Well, at least India have a fighting total here. I mean, on this sort of a pitch, I think this is not a bad total at all.
No,
260 almost.
We were thinking 350 was about par, so slightly above.
You would even say probably they would be a little disappointed considering where they were.
Yes.
Probably 264 for 4 or 5, let's say.
Well, I mean, my thoughts are that they were a bit circumspect yesterday for long periods of time. They could have scored quicker and got more runs, especially that top order. But that's the way India have played this out. England are aggressive generally. India are a little bit more circumspect. That's a horrible ball down the leg side. Kamboj bowls to Crawley, and there is no
a good
run.
ball to Duckett, but Crawley was on strike.
Yep.
That's okay. Finally, the strike's changed. Duckett will get to see some Bumrah.
Social world. Sagnik Data says, what do you guys think? Stokes putting such long bowling shifts. Is it a good thing or a bit high risk for England given his injury concerns?
I kind of think he's doing it because he's not really getting enough out of the other bowlers. If there was a bowler who was really standing up, and it wasn't Jofra actually, because obviously they've got to be careful with Jofra. I think Cass has had a pretty poor series in general. He bowled really well in the second innings of the last test to get those wickets, which is probably the best.
That's his place.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. I think Wokes has bowled with good control at times, but he's just not quick enough. Has got some important wickets again, but I think Stokes sees himself as the man to go to when he needs to get a wicket. He trusts himself, and he trusts Archer a bit, but I don't think he trusts Wokes and Cass. He seems to bowl Cass less and less as the innings goes on.
Also, he's got to bowl when he can. I mean, he's in one of those phases of his career now where he's a bowler who bats a little bit.
Yeah.
Next year he'll be a batter who bowls a little bit. He just really cashes in when he's fit and raring to bowl, and it's nice to see. It brings something to the game, I think.
He's a damn good bowler, isn't he? Really. I mean, I remember when he
can make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when he first came into side. He scored his first ton in the Tour of Australia in 2013, 15, whichever it was. But up until that point, I'd always thought he wasn't much of a batter, and he was a bowling all-rounder, and then obviously he's had injuries and he's became a very good batsman for a very long period of time. But I think in the last 2 years, he doesn't seem to have, since become captain, he's kind of, after this, that's defended by Duckett, and there is no run.
Well, we got in some of our thoughts simply because the pitch was being sort of repaired by the groundsman. They sort of got a hammer out near the pitch on the one end where I think Bumrah would land. They were not comfortable, so that's why we got some words in about our our thoughts on Stokes and so on. Now play is resumed.
Yeah, repairs to the pitch. Yep.
The hammer was out. Or the pitch
I
pounder.
wonder what such a small hammer can do, but yeah, I think apparently it did the trick.
Well, here comes Bumrah bowling to Duckett, who clips that airily square on the leg side. I think it's going to be 4. It is.
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah.
One of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
There wasn't a square leg in place. Would have been a comfortable pouch if there had been.
Yes.
It was just clipped airily through square leg. But
there was a long leg and a catching short leg. He just hit it wide of the short leg, clear into the big wide acreage there.
Yeah.
But look, the way he opened his front pad up, Bumrah wouldn't be feeling anything about it, and I think he might come around the wicket sometime later, seeing how Duckett is playing this.
Well, yeah. The thing about Duckett, that one, that was a good ball. Snaked across Duckett, controlled it well in the end, played it down to the gully, and there is no run. If he gets away to start with, and he doesn't get himself out in some stupid fashion, which he can be prone to do. He didn't have a good run at Interesting as well. He's had a couple of tests where he hasn't scored any runs. 62 and 149 at Headingley. Batted really well. 0 and 25 at Edgbaston, 23 and 12 at Lords. So a couple of tests where he hasn't done much. He'll be wanting to get some decent runs on the board.
He's gotten starts.
Yeah, well, he's gotten starts. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he's the more reliable of England's openers. That's down the leg side, clipped nicely. He's got that fine enough. I bet the long leg's gone squarer. And he's just clipped that nicely around the corner. Another 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
And Duckett has scored every single run of England, 23.
Yeah, he's been very cheeky because he waited out 2 overs when Bumrah was on the money, and now he's taken strike to Bumrah when he's gotten freebies.
Well, somehow Bumrah is also on or around leg, which is where you don't want to bowl to Duckett.
Yeah.
Probably Bumrah is having tough time adjusting from right to left, probably. They were all good balls.
Well, this is the good thing about Crawley and Duckett, isn't it? It's not just right to left, it's height. I mean, the length you have to bowl to both of them is very different. Bumrah has come around the wicket to Duckett, who defends that back down the track, and there is no run.
It's an obvious thing. If you get his toes to open and sort of some gaps created in his pads and bat, you want to exploit it by coming around, trying to force him to cover that line. That's when you are, first of all, probably going for a boulder and LBW, but also catches start coming.
Yeah, well, exactly. If you get it to swing away down the corridor from around the wicket, that's always a dangerous ball to the lefty. Last ball of his 3rd over. How many overs does he get? 6 probably as an opener. So he could be halfway through Bumrah's spell here. 5 or 6 it will be. Bumrah in. That's onto the hip, and he's again clipped it down to long leg. He has been moved finer, and he didn't get much on it. Thakur is down there. He'll get a single and retain the strike. Over
so
to
a couple
Richard.
of important messages here, particularly from Andrew Kelsall, saying, I think you're the best cricket community in the world.
Thank you.
Brian in Brisbane says, Tony has missed the across button. Empty chairs.
Yeah, you fucking did. Tony, what did I say to you? What's the one thing I told you to do when you left here? Was press the arrow. You said, I know how to do this.
I forgot it. That's okay.
Tech Tony's teched it up again.
I was visible, but
it was apparently half of you and me, Ajit.
Yeah. There's one thing he had to do when he left here.
Yeah, one job, eh? And he said what could go wrong.
Well, exactly.
He did say it.
Ambodge around the wicket to Duckett, who just dabs it down to the gully, and there is no run.
He's probably trying to now hit a slightly back of a length. That ball was interesting. Do you recognize who the celebrity is there by chance? They are apparently focusing on these 2 gentlemen of a certain age in the crowd.
I'm not old enough.
What's that?
Hence the joke. No, never mind.
they're
I asked, can you
picking
recognize
out
those two
celebrities.
gentlemen? I was just teasing you about your, let's say, wisdom and experience.
He still hasn't done it. Cambodge bowls is defended by Duckett, and there is no run. There we go. We're in the right positions now.
He's now bowling middle stump, trying to force Duckett to see if he can play down the ground more rather than across or if you want to go for a hike across, we are happy, right? But
Depends where
this
he's
is good bowling,
fielded.
I would say.
Does he have anyone out in the deep on the leg side? Probably not. He's an opening bowler, supposedly.
No, but he'll probably take that risk, right? He wants the batsman to see the gap and sort of open out his defense and try to show them the stumps and the pads. And why not? You have enough total. And this guy's settling down nicely now after a nervous first over.
That one smashed into the offside. Good bit of fielding, though. Was that Bumrah?
Wow, Bumrah, I think.
Well
yes.
done, Jasper. Dive into
He's
his
saved
left.
a few in the field already today.
He has.
Yeah,
That
twice
was-
now, I think.
That was
right?
drilled
Yep.
by Duckett. Probably would have been 4 had it got through him. He hit that hard.
Smashed. Wow. And it was on the practice wickets. It was on the same square where there are more wickets, not the practice wickets.
Yeah.
That would have hurt, I think.
Yeah, he's quite
That's
close
hard.
in there, is Jasper.
It's a catching position, and he's happy to be there as a fast bowler, so that's nice.
Is he the best catcher in the side, though? One's drilled it in. I don't know. Cambodge around the wickets. That's defended by
Well
Duckett. It's a
bowled.
much better
Yes.
over here from Cambodge.
He's targeting the top of off, and just from a slightly fuller length. That's exactly where you want to be as a new ball bowler.
Yeah.
Let's say the best catches are in behind the stumps, hopefully. Right? For the slips in the gully.
Well, yeah. We need one to nibble away on that kind of length.
You know, Rahul is good. Jaiswal is all right when he can keep his concentration. Gill is all right. And no Karun Nair here. He's a stellar keeper. He's a stellar catcher, but I think Sudarshan might be all right.
Well, Karen Nair's not out there, is he? Oh, wow. He didn't get bowled there. He was trying to heave that into the leg side Duckett. Missed it. He could have quite easily had his stumps taken out, but somehow it missed the stumps.
I don't think from that length there's enough bounce on this pitch to take it over the stumps. Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, it did?
Only
Just on top of the off stump.
Yeah.
Always lucky.
Might have been
He was
just wide of the off stump as well.
Still, that was a very risky shot to play.
Yeah.
You could have had the bails trimmed, as they say.
You don't need to say that about Duckett. Duckett's all about risk, isn't he? I mean, that's all he does.
It's an oxymoron.
Pretty much. He doesn't leave a lot. Cambodge, last ball of the over is this time he beats Bumrah. If it is still Bumrah, doesn't look like Bumrah's chasing.
Yeah,
him
it is,
now.
it is.
Yeah.
No, it's still not.
not.
It's Sundar.
It's Sundar, yeah, well, that's presumably because they thought he might get a catch there and he'd probably better with his hands. Anyway, Duckett gets back for 2. Out towards the extra cover boundary. England are 26 for 9 after 6. Crawley,
so
you get to go for mark.
Quite a lot of chat going on about potential Ashes lineups for England, which will be tough to fit in between overs, but quite timely now as Crawley comes onto strike, still looking for his first run as England are at 26 without loss. Paul Atkinson says Crawley clearly has no confidence faffing at balls outside his off stump. He does not have to play. His wicket always looks vulnerable and puts pressure on the rest of the team. Time for a change.
Well, yeah, but if you were going to make a change, well, the next test would be the time. Yeah, I mean, there's literally one test before we go to Australia. Then there's a bunch of whiteboardy crap. And then the Ashes. That one's hit Crawley on the hand. He's going to get a run, though, because obviously it came off his hand because it was painful. It's jumped on him from Bumrah. It's gone out into the leg side. He's taken his glove off, but he's off the mark. He must be off the mark. It's got to be Crawley.
Yes. That was clearly the glove.
Yeah.
Just the scorecard taking some time to play. And yeah,
Cue the physio coming on.
Looks like the index finger, and he's holding it apart. That jumped off a length.
Yeah. Ooh,
and
jammed his hand.
Jammed the glove on the handle. You don't want that as a batter, but that's interesting that Bumrah is getting some lift on this pitch from the other end.
We're going to have a slow-mo at hand. It doesn't look too bad. Well, he's not even got the physio out. He's an old man, Crawley. Well, Duckett's going to face up. Around the wicket, Bumrah. Oh, what the fuck was that, Duckett? He just hung his bat out. I think he realised he wasn't going to hit it. He kind of dropped his bat underneath it, but it just looked ugly.
I mean, you give him some width, right? He's always going to go after it, hoping. He's also so strong on the off square of the wicket. We can't forget that. So that's a tempter, and it's a good process if you're Bumrah, right?
Yeah.
Probably because Cambodge is bowling so tight. Duckett, as you say, doesn't leave the ball much. He's looking to get the bat on the ball. Let's see.
Well,
so it's a fascinating contest. This, I think, the protagonists are very well aware of each other's strengths.
Well, yeah. That one's into the pads, and Duckett clips it into the leg side. There is a straight mid-wicket. It's fielded by him, and there'll be a single. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, after 6 overs, India were probably on about 5. Well, no, actually, because Wokes went for a few, didn't he? But
it was not a whole lot until the 10th or 11th over anyway. It was a 1.82 run rate. But this is the England way, right?
Yes.
And they are slow by their standards even. They are just barely 4 and over. Just about 4 and over. So, okay.
Well,
mostly it was Cambodge. Well, now it's Bumrah giving us
Duckett's 27 off 25. Crawley's 1 off 14. That one's into his pads, though. That's where he likes it. But he can't beat the ring on the leg side. It's fielded by mid-on. He'll get himself another single, though.
But this is good. If you're England, you are able to get singles off Bumrah without too much risks. And Cambodge will give you probably, because he tries to come close to the bat, he'll come into your hitting arc. Right?
Well, and getting 12 runs off Bumrah in his 4th over. It'd be 3 and over. That's not so bad.
Nah, it's about not giving him the wicket. I think that's the most important thing in Bumrah's first spell, isn't it? Even if you go at 6 and over, he'll take 2 wickets if you can give him.
Yeah, absolutely. Duckett facing up round the wicket. Oh, squares up Duckett. Gets a big, thick outside edge. Goes along the deck though. Jadeja Fields going back from gully. Get himself a single.
Very good bowling this. Just that, you need that little bit of luck. Maybe he nicks one because he was squared up. And he somehow, to his credit, he took his hand off the bat, right?
You have to
make
say,
sure it goes on the ground.
Throughout this series, bowlers haven't had a lot of luck. I mean, on both sides, really. I mean, India were a lot of shots yesterday that, but the bowler beat the bat quite a lot. there weren't any nicks, and it seems to have been like that pretty much for both sides a lot through this series. That one is in Crawley's arc, and that's a shot that Crawley knows how to play. Oh, it might not go to the boundary though. It's slowing up across the outfield, and I think it's been fielded by. Who is that?
Cambodge, by the looks of it.
And Crawley has come a run. It's an all-run 4.
All-run 4. Well done, them.
Wow, don't see that very often.
That's Cambodge.
Unless they stopped halfway and thought it was only going to be 2. It was definitely fielded.
No, it's 4, I think. They ran 4.
Yeah.
It's very clean work in the outfield by Cambodge, who was actually bowling from the other end. But then, nobody went to support him because they all thought it's a boundary. He didn't. And that means they took all 4 run. And I think he's done with the spell by the looks of it. He's not coming back to claim the ball to start bowling again. Maybe Siraj comes on and Bumrah switches ends.
Well, that is over up, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Kieran Roseblade says, Tony, if you are experiencing abuse and harassment at work, the Samaritans can help. You are a valued and dignified person, Tony. Scott Harrison says, I am still the only one of Stokes opening with Duckett to go 100% Bazball.
With the ball, you mean?
Sherry Jones says Crawley doesn't belong on the stage. Nicholas Harwood says the Ashes is going to be an awesome one. Cannot wait. I think most of us can put our signatures on that statement.
Yep. Stokes. Stokes got a couple of scores in this series actually, hasn't he? He's got a couple of 40s. Very patient ones. I mean, in the last game, he got a 44, I think it was, before sweeping over the top of a ball.
I think those were very crucial runs in both innings. By the
way, they were when he batted. It's just, exactly that. He looks a bit discombobulated when he comes out to bat. Doesn't know over to stick or twist. He spent a long time when he came in as captain just basically throwing his wicket away, and he's a better bat than that. Pulled by, nicely pulled as well. There is a man out on the pull, Shartul Thakur. It was short. Siraj is the new bowler who we expected to come in, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now.
kind of think they missed a trick. I mean, I know they might not think that Thakur and Cambodge should be bowling in tandem, or but I mean,
no, it's not that. I think Cambodge is a new ball specialist. I mean, Siraj is sort of hit the deck bowler. This guy is more pitch the ball up, get it to swing. So you want to give him the new ball.
Well, yeah, okay, maybe so, but I mean, Siraj is your next best bowler after Jasprit Bumrah. You want early wickets. Sure. You should be opening with both of them, really. Siraj is into Crawley, who defends that into the offside. There's no run. I mean, I like Siraj. I like the fact that he's feisty.
There's a lot to like about him and his attitude, and he's always a trier. Look, the only thing is, on this pitch with the newish ball, you want to try to be a bit more fuller. Siraj's natural length is slightly back of a length because he's the hit the deck bowler, and he tries to get into those sort of lengths that make it tough for the batsman to come front or stay back. That means with the newer ball on this sort of a pitch, maybe there's some overhead conditions you want to use. So the ball is given to Anshu.
Well, fucking hell. Crawley tries to pull that one from a length that shouldn't be pulling it, really. It goes over the top of the stumps and through the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, he's trusting the bounce that Siraj is able to get off this pitch. That means because he's hitting that slightly back of a length ball.
Well, the keeper,
and it didn't rise all that much above.
No,
we've just seen a good reason not to trust the bounce.
There you go. That should have gone much higher based on where it was pitched. It barely went like 4 or 5 inches above the top of off. That's a bit risky. But all right, I mean, look, it's all by play here. Probably he's getting into his own groove now that he's got a score moving. Crawley, he wants a couple of balls to hit the middle of the bat like the previous one against.
Well, yeah, but pick the ones to hit, huh? Like that one. That's into his pads. Probably should have clipped that one out to deep mid wicket, but instead he hits his pad. Half appealed by Siraj, but going miles down leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, at least it wasn't worth an appeal. Siraj seems to have begun to settle into his rhythm already into the first over. He looks in good rhythm. The speed gun doesn't show a whole lot, but it looks like he's bowling a heavy ball. Like he always does.
Like he always does, yeah. We'll have one more over after this, and it's a 3-man change.
But England will be reasonably happy. Very reasonably, they'll take this. Just after,
Siraj down the leg side.
That's a wasted ball.
And there is no run for Crawley.
Well, look,
waste of a ball.
Indeed.
But it's all right. Look, England, they'll want to see this through to the end of the day, as close to maybe 1 wicket lost, maybe 2, because this is the crucial part of the day. You don't want to blink here if you're England.
If England get, well, I'll tell you what. Actually, if England get through to the end of the day with only 1 wicket down, they'll be on close to 200. Would be my bet.
Exactly. No, they'll get.
And then well ahead of the game. Siraj is in. That one's worked into the leg side. Out towards long leg by Crawley. That'll be the end of the over. We'll have one more and then we'll have a change. 36 for none.
If you're England, you look to bat once and bat big on this pitch. It's a tough pitch. Even a lead of 150 can be a killer in third innings.
Exactly that.
So Jamie Wilson agrees on the idea of, partially agrees on the idea of Ben Stokes opening up with Ben Duckett at the top. He says to Scott that would depend if Stokes is bowling long spells, but yes, you could definitely do that. Zippy Tuna says Siraj Jingle is one of my favourites. And Paul Higginbotham says Stokes continues to make things happen when it counts with bat and ball.
Yeah, he's a great cricketer.
And you suspect, like, he's really up for it this series. You don't always get that feeling.
No.
Not that he consciously doesn't turn up to work, but when he's more up for it than usual, everybody knows about it.
I do think he is enjoying bowling again. That's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, he spent 2 or 3 years not being able to bowl properly or bowling when he has in a great deal of pain, and I think he feels his body has been operated back to some sort of operational level where he can deal with it.
And also I think it's something that applies at every level of the game. Really every level is that bowling you're guaranteed to be involved. Batting you get a duck and you're just sitting feeling miserable for 5 days.
I was always happier being a bowler than a batter because I knew I was going to get, especially when I was younger, and I get long spells, I get 18, 19 over spells on a Saturday. I'm involved in the game the entire time, whilst we're out in the field, bar the first 10 overs. That one is played square by Crawley out to point, and there is no run.
Bumrah switched over as we expected because he has 2 or 3 more overs in the spell, and they wanted to give him both sides of the wicket to try and see, both sides of the pitch to try and see. Maybe from this side where it doesn't bounce so much, you want to give him the balls at the right-hander. Maybe he can get one through or get one to be nicked into the slip. At least Crawley looks a little bit more settled this over. He's not looking to force everything off the back foot like he did against Siraj.
Yeah. Bumrah is defended by, oh my God, by Crawley. Drops it in the offside. There was a bit of yes, no after you, Claude, but in the end,
only
it
for
was
me
an
to
easy
say what I
single.
said.
Yeah.
And Crawley to show, no, he's still skittish. Hang on.
Well, I think they,
yeah.
I think if you're an England batsman, you see Bumrah as the main threat, you see Siraj as the next best threat, and you think if you can get through those two, which is why Shartul Thakur will probably end up getting a fucking fifer because they see him.
Yeah, why not?
I think they see him pretty much as Tommy Trundler. He was.
That's exactly what he wants to be considered. Believe you me, he's in there for the fight.
Yeah.
And he wants people to think he's not as good. That's when he does his best. Lord Shartul.
Bumrah bowls to Duckett, who just drops it into the offside. There is no run. 29 of 28 deliveries for Duckett.
Nothing new to see here, is there?
No.
That's all right too. I mean, he is the natural aggressor. He's shorter, but that means he has more control over the short arm shots on both sides of the wicket, the pulls, the cuts.
Yeah.
He's good at it. I mean, that means the pressure is not on Crawley, right? I mean, if you want to think of a certain way of playing, one guy is there who can take care of a run rate, the other guy can bed in, do the old school stuff. It's not a big deal, right?
Yep. Around the wicket, Bumrah into the pads. Duckett clips that sweetly. The square leg is not in for Bumrah, and therefore there is another 4 runs to Duckett.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Just 2 leg siding.
And more than half of England's runs have come to that shot.
Correct, exactly, and exactly that shot. The flick of the leg where there's an empty position behind square, and all you have to do is hit it to that big gap. There's runs. And look, Bumrah bowling from around, you saw it go wrong with his release right at the, the wrist sort of fell away instead of staying straight, and that meant the ball went down the leg.
Bumrah, last ball, beats the outside edge. That's a cracker.
That one, the wrist held its position, and the ball went through.
Indeed. Well, that is the end of our spell. Hendo is going to come and take over from me. I believe, who is doing commentary? Gary?
Me.
Is it Gary? It's Gary. Hendo is bringing Samantha to cuddle in the jingle chair, and I'll see you shortly.
And I'll read out one social while you'll get settled in. Jay Grover says, "Good Lord, I thought I were coming back for a collapse. Time to open castles."
Well, I don't think India have bowled particularly well here. They've been too wide of the wicket. England have had a bit of luck because I think the sun is out, and we know in England when the sun is out, very often a swinging ball no longer swings. Maybe they've been unlucky with the ball because this one isn't doing as much as the second new ball, or the second new ball did for England. Of course, England played such positive cricket that if you're stepping out to thrash the ball, then it's not going to swing because you've already hit it before it swung. Well, Siraj is coming in and Crawley pulls out, and it's a regular problem at Old Trafford where you have people sitting behind the bowler's arm in the pavilion after they reoriented the pitch. So that was an aborted delivery. 41 without loss. England going at their traditional rate of well above 4 and over in the bounce ball era. Here is the combative Siraj, who's in. This is down the leg side, and Crawley just helps it on its way. I mean, that's garbage, really, isn't it? Whether it'll be leg byes, no, it's not.
Number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yes, just got a little tickle on that to Crawley. He was becalmed when he came in. Took a long time to get off the mark. He's beginning to look quite good, Hendo.
Well, yeah, it's taken him a while to get going in comparison to Ducky. Creeps and Ducky, as they are now known, according to Harry Brook. But I think Duckett's played a really nice innings. He played a lot of really good shots already. He's just got to go on.
Shadows on the ground as Siraj is in. That does actually move in a little off the seam, and for once Crawley has bat and pad reasonably close together, so his second line of defence, the pad, saves him. It was going over the top, so there's no chance of an LBW. Scrambled seam, wobble seam.
Well, I felt before the start, I mean, no one's bowled particularly well so far, but I felt Siraj could be the most dangerous.
Yeah, I do as
because
well.
he's a bit more like Stokes. He kisses the top of the surface a little bit more than the way that Bumrah hits it so hard.
Yeah. Siraj is in, and this is on off stump, and Crawley again sort of goes with his hands rather than the bat, but there's so little movement now that he can get away with it. Doesn't time it, of course. When you're reaching for a ball like that, you seldom do. Ball just dribbles into the offside, and there is no run. I think Thakur will be bowling soon because he might just be able to get some swing now the lacquer's off the ball, but you don't want to leave him to the 45th over or something, do you?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's got to contribute. I mean, he didn't bat too badly at all.
Well, I mean, he wasn't fluent, but anybody getting 40 odd on this pitch, you've got to say, well, okay, you've done your job. Siraj is in again, and that's just driving for Crawley. He does play that shot so well. It's not quite there for the drive, but he stands up. He's a tall man, and he hits it through extra cover with such power. And on this outfield, you do need power to get it through extra cover.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I don't want to put the kibosh on him, but that's the Crawley you want to see, isn't it?
It is, and he's almost made that a half volley because he's standing outside the crease. He gets a big stride in, and the arms fully extend, and it's then that he looks $1 million. Could be out next ball, and he gets an inside edge onto the pad because he didn't get a stride in there. Siraj is on the ground, but this is what Crawley's done. He's done it his whole England career, and sometimes it comes off, often it doesn't, but when it does come off, it's fantastic.
It is, and I think what I would say is that he does have talent. What I don't think he has is the consistency of technique. So he will play that shot beautifully and technically supremely well one moment, and the next ball he'll be stuck to the crease. He'll throw the hands at it. He'll close the face.
Yeah, all of that,
and he'll be caught behind.
And so he's never really in, or rather, you've always got a chance.
Yeah.
Siraj is in again, and Crawley gets another inside edge onto the pad, although the inside edges onto the pad are rather better from a batsman's technique than getting bowled or LBW, as England were so often in the Edgbaston Test and Lords.
Frank Rockefeller says Tommy Trundler. I don't know if he's relating to Cambodge, I'm not sure. Sherry J. Bumrah is so overhyped by the Indian coterie. Drake Mongreen says, where's the Australian guy? At least he reads everyone's texts. And kick-ass comments. I think he must be referring to Messi Jez, who will be back, don't you worry, Drape. Frank Rockefeller, Bumrah demigod status. But Sherry J says, he's played the last 2 test matches and India has lost both.
Yep.
He disturbs the rotation of the bowlers and his workload management has to be accommodated. Play all the matches and then claim this demigod status.
I tend to concur with that. I think once the hype gets too much, it can imbalance the psychology of the team as much as its makeup. And I think Bumrah has bowled some tremendous spells, but he has not had a tremendous series. Well, there's Cambodge, who's the oldest 24-year-old I've ever seen. He's younger than my youngest son. As he's in, and Duckett gets one wide of the off stump, and to his credit, Duckett, he doesn't fling the hands through it as he so often does. He just dabs it down, and they take the easiest of singles to point. But if he's 24, he must have had a bloody tough paper round. But England have got the 50 up. In the 11th over, just one ball into it. Duckett has 34 of them. Crawley has 16 thereof. The strike more or less shared equally. 30 to Crawley, 31 to Duckett.
What? No, you're looking at the
strike. That's
sorry.
I said the strike.
I thought you were reading out the scores.
Yeah, that was 16 to Crawley, 34 to Duckett. Cambodge is in. I mean, he may surprise us now by a devastating spell of sort of 4 for 12, but he doesn't. He looks quite a step down from Akashdeep so far. But I think it's his debut, isn't it? So we'll give him some credit for nerves. He survived 3 balls himself this morning, and that's as gentle an outswinger as you'll ever see in your life, left alone by Crawley. That was 80 mile an hour going on 65. You see, if you're bowling him there, you might as well bowl Thakur, because he bowls at 80 mile an hour, and I think he's got better control of his outswinger.
Well, I mean, obviously they will do, but I think I was kind of confused when I looked him up on Cricket Info, because I hadn't seen any of him, well, I hadn't remembered seeing any of him in the IPL, and they described him as right arm RM, a right arm medium, and I think they needed a bit more than that.
That's a better ball. It's on the off stump, but Crawley's able to just drop the bat on it and run a single in the covers because the fielders are on their heels. I think perhaps the Sky commentators were having a similar discussion because the camera picked out Thakur in the outfield, and I think they may be saying, well, why isn't he bowling? Well, I should say that Thakur has the biggest cap I've ever seen. It's almost like a kind of Rasta hat. The Indian caps are sizing very big this year.
It's a good sight to see, though.
Oh, I like a fielder in a cap. The Australians under Steve Waugh all used to wear caps, didn't they, in the first session as Duckett's defending this and there is no run.
I must admit, I thought the first couple of overs from Cambodge were sprightly enough, but he does seem to have slowed down a little bit.
Well, he just doesn't.
Since we've come on.
He just doesn't look like he's got the physique or the approach of a threatening bowler. I mean, I'm not talking you have to look like Curtly Ambrose or anything, but he just looks like your kind of Division 2 medium pacer that you get on the county circuit. He's round the wicket here, and Duckett punches that hard, but he picks out, I think that's Bumrah at mid-on, and there is no run.
I mean, you said you sort of compared him with Shartul a moment ago, and
that's a no ball, so that's not going to help him, is it?
Shartul will get a go fairly soon, but I don't think Shartul. I think he is a little bit nippier than Shartul. Shartul is more of a swing bowler.
He is a swing bowler, but he's got control and he's got nous and he's got experience playing in England, Thakur. And he's got some runs behind him as well, all of which suggest he'd be a better bet in these circumstances. Cambodge round the wicket again, and that's wide of the off stump, and Duckett just waits for it, knocks it on the head, and it goes to vacant backward point, and they're through for 1. 53 without loss England. They trail by 305. They have had some fortune with conditions because it was almost, the sun came out almost to greet England walking to the crease here, and I think conditions are rather easier to bat, as they so often are in England under a sun.
I don't think it's just the conditions. I honestly believe that there is something in, individual balls. So that England didn't really get that much yesterday morning.
Yeah, they got it after the second new ball.
But the second new ball today really did start.
I agree. Cambodge is now over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, and they're just absolutely milking him like he's a spinner here. They're just dropping and running, and a drop and run is the case. 54 without loss. Your tubers.
Yes, Jake Grover.
Can't hear you, mate.
Oh God, try that. Jake Grover says surprisingly practical. I now have vests, toothpaste, nail clippers and citronella candles. I'm slightly disappointed in myself. Are you planning to go away with those, Jay, or is it just you've just been shopping in the nearby pharmacy? Drape Mongreen. Oh my God, the last time I was here was a year ago when England was hating on Crawley, and he survived. He did indeed. Farong, 126 runs in this series, 65 in one knock. Crawley in the Ashes, a risk. Yes, possibly, but it's a risk England will almost certainly take.
They absolutely will take.
Sagnik Data. Any idea why Wokes' pace has been down this series? He's usually quicker.
35.
Had an injury and getting old.
Yeah, he was the highest scorer in the last Ashes series, Crawley, lest we forget, as he gets another absolute gift from Siraj that he helps around the corner, and this isn't very good from India.
It really isn't.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe we need to change a ball.
It's coming. I have something controversial to say about the change of ball, but I'll let Tony enlighten you as to his giggling.
Oh, no, sorry, this is just Alex. Or do I say just Alex? It's Alex, who said Cambodge, Akash Shallow, bowling like he'd already done 3 paper rounds this morning.
Yes, there's something in that. Even Siraj looks a bit down
as well.
He looks a bit down on energy. He needs something to upset him. He needs to get himself upset here, Siraj.
Well, in an ideal world, they would be playing Akash Deep and/or Arshdeep Singh. I think,
well, they would, clearly. Siraj is in. This is a half volley, and Crawley just hammers it through mid-off rather than extra cover this time, and this is not very good at all.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Now, you can say what you like about Crawley, but his off-drive in the arc to extra cover is one of the great shots of the 2020's Test game. It's such a fantastic shot. But even that ball there and the previous 4 he hit in the over through extra cover, they're limping to the fence. They're limping to the sponge because it's a very green, very verdant Old Trafford with the grass not clipped particularly low. It's not like the glass we have at Trent Bridge. As the picture freezes, so something's happened here, but we're not sure what.
It's the skybox getting the old dodgy raining weather treatment.
Well, it's not
rainy weather.
Oh, yeah, it happened to me when I was in here on my own, actually.
Never fear, though. Tech support has leapt into
Yes.
life.
Well, Crawley survived that delivery because he's still at the crease. What I was going to say is that the ball isn't racing over the outfield as it does at Trent Bridge, and indeed it does at Lord's. So what that means is the ball is not hitting those LED advertising boards that surround the perimeter of Test grounds these days. An inside edge onto the pad from Crawley. He does that a lot, and he's done it again. No run. And I think that when people talk about, well, what's different these days? Why are the Duke's balls? Why do we have to have these balls changed all the time? I think the ball clattering into those advertising LED displays damages the ball. And it's noticeable that in this test, where the ball is not clattering into those advertising LED displays, there haven't been so many requests for the ball to be changed.
I have to say, those LED displays at any sporting arena are something that I despise.
Well, I don't like them either. You do tend to tune out when you're actually at the ground. You kind of, as the brain does, if it has something in its visual field it doesn't want to see, it does eventually get rid of it. Oh, that's going to be close. He padded up the Crawley there. Siraj is very interested. The umpire isn't. Siraj is calling for the review, and then its captain calls for the review. I think this is going over the top, but it might be close. When you pad up, you're always taking a chance. Suddenly, there was in-duck movement from nowhere, Hendo.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
Misread that one. Jagged back, I think.
Did jag back?
Yeah, it's only going to be height that can save him, I think.
It's hit him outside the line, but it doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's definitely height.
It's
definitely.
back pad. It's back pad, though. It's above the pad. It's the
It's
inner
tall,
thigh.
man.
It's the inner thigh.
It might be umpire's call. It might. The closest this is going to be is umpire's call, and it might be going over the top. He got very excited, did Siraj, but that's right. If you're a bowler in 62 without loss, that happens. You want to get excited. Tony, where do you stand? We're seeing it. It's hit him in front of the off stump, and it's over the top of the stumps by a distance. So that, in reality, that was a poor review, really.
Yep. And a good piece of umpiring.
For these two umpires have got a lot more right than they've got wrong in this test, and some of them have been tight calls, and that was a very good call by Raza.
Yeah. I think the umpiring this series has been excellent, actually.
No, it's they've been too lax on letting the players do as they please.
Oh, sorry.
But aside from that,
I'm thinking in terms of actual
decision making.
Yeah,
I think that's.
I think what did for Crawley there is he's very tall and he was quite a long way forward.
Even if it hits the back pad,
that's what rescued him.
He's still in front of the crease. Yeah.
I mean, Crawley shouldn't be LBW all that often because he is so tall and he does get so far forward. It does help. He's more likely to be out inside edging the ball onto the stumps than LBW, but he survives. He's on 26. Siraj is in again. That's defended, and there is no run. Will that be what gets Siraj's blood boiling?
Maybe they need a bit of inspiration. Maybe they need to go. We've got tea coming up in 10 minutes. They go away and they come back after the break. The concentration has been interrupted for the batsman, and things can change very quickly.
Yes, a few definitely. Jay Graver clarifies, no, he's been Amazon shopping. He hasn't been going around Superdrug doing a supermarket sweep. Drape Endo thinks you've lost a bit of weight. Well, he was last here a year ago.
Look, listen.
I suspect his memory's not great.
I am continuing to explode. I'm expanding like the universe.
Social media avoider. He was on holiday somewhere. Yes, he was in Tunisia. Says, afternoon chaps, 40 degrees in Tunisia today.
Ooh.
Near perfect cricket listening weather.
Well, there is that.
Yes, Joe Bergova says, I'm getting old. My gnome installations are judging me.
Cambodge is round the wicket to Duckett, who fetches that from about middle and off and clips it into the leg side, where the ball fails to go over the outfield, but does nevertheless reach the boundary. India need to get a grip here.
I do think that the tea interval could play a massive role here for India.
Yeah, they need to regroup.
Bumrah
has not been at his best. Siraj is certainly trying. Cambodge looks a bit outclassed. For some reason, Jadeja hasn't bowled. For some reason, Thakur hasn't bowled. Maybe Gill is showing faith in his young bowler because he looks 35, but he is 24, so he is young.
Well, to be honest, I'm not surprised Jadeja hasn't bowled because we're only 12 overs into.
I know, but you would just there's a boundary every over at the moment off the seamers. You've got to give them something else to think about. Now we've got a kind of one-day field for Cambodge with two men out, backward square and square leg, just two slips in the gully, and Duckett gets one on Midland leg, and he's able to punch it to the man who is Washington Sundar, who's at mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. Duckett's already got 40 off 36. England 67 without loss. It's too easy at the moment for England.
It always strikes me about Duckett is that he almost seems to be taking the run before he's completed the shot. That's not to say he's played the shot poorly. It's just there's constant activity.
He's
about
busy.
him.
He's busy. He doesn't let the game settle. He doesn't let the bowlers settle, and he's ultra positive in his approach. And it's served him well. This was not the Duckett we recall when he was first picked for England. 9 years or something?
No, and
ago.
I
He's
think
reinvented himself.
Well, I'll come back to that.
Cambodge is in. It's on leg stump, and it's another easiest possible single for Crawley, who just lets the ball hit the bat, goes backward and square.
I think with Duckett, I mean, yes, we saw him in Bangladesh and then in India early in his career, and I remember reading an interview with him a little while ago. Maybe it was shortly before he got his recall. And all the talk after Bangladesh, when Mahdi Hassan was bowling so well to him, was, he can't play spin. I'll come back to that.
Cambodge is in round the wicket to Duckett, who defends with a perfectly straight bat.
And he was just saying, I read that and I kind of laughed because I knew I could play spin.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is he went to Bangladesh. No opening batsman likes to face a spinner turning the ball as they were on the kind of the first day in Bangladesh. Early in his career.
Tough gig.
And I think we've seen he's certainly found a way to play spin, even if the argument is that he didn't really know how to before, but I think he probably did.
Cambodge is in, and Duckett for once mistimes that, slightly crabbily defending it, and there is no run. Yeah, I saw him about 3-4 years ago. I think he was just back in the England team, or was about to come back in the England team. And an early county match at Lords, and he made 170 odd, and hardly anybody else got 40. And he was just slashing and burning outside off or pulling to leg. And he was playing on a completely different level to everybody else in the whole game.
Yeah. I mean, and now he's one of the players that you would definitely pay to watch.
Oh, you would. Cambodge is in, and Duckett gets one that he slightly fetches from middle stump, and Bumrah slightly on his heels at mid wicket, and they're through for a single. England 69 without loss. Tony.
Yes, I'm so used to the headset, I forget to pick the mic up. Let me think. Simon Stevens.
The playwright?
Well, no. Well, he may be. Says, where is young Billy? Now, young Billy also happens to be called Stevens. So, are you related, Simon? Are you his dad? Are you his brother?
And if you're asking that question, as Billy said, sorry, I can't be helping out today on the farm. I'm going to.
And also, if you are related, I'm trying to get hold of the bugger myself. So if you can tell me where he is, I'd love to know.
Isn't he at summer balls and stuff like that, chasing young undergraduates or something?
Who knows where who knows? I have just messaged him because. He does like being here, but he's just been busy, lad.
But I think if it was either here in a rainy sort of Lewisham or chasing undergraduates, you would.
Zippy Tuna says a Hendo expands to fill the volume of its container. It's a scientific principle.
Here's Siraj round the wicket to Duckett, who's getting a run of ball, isn't he, these days at the moment? Or, well, largely a run of ball. He just dabs that down to backwards point, and through for a single. He has 42. Crawley has 27. England all of a sudden have 70 up. Wasn't it 2 minutes ago we were saying they have 50 up?
I do have Simon Stevens news. It's his uncle.
Oh, it's his uncle.
Right. Okay.
Well, thank you for letting us know that, Uncle Simon. And yes, please chase the lad, because we do enjoy his company. Plus, he makes us feel slightly less old.
Yeah, where is he? And the other guy I'm missing from this summer, Nick, seems to have gone AWOL.
He's been in India.
Yeah, but is he not back yet?
That's true. Again, I'll have to chase him.
Siraj is in over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, who punches this again absolutely beautifully. He looks so good when he's playing those shots. One of the hardest shots to play, but he just punches that drive through mid-on. Another one of these.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
One of the reasons he looks so good playing these drives is that he doesn't lose his shape. He doesn't fall over to the leg side. He doesn't try and hit it through mid-wicket. He tries to hit it through mid-on. I mean, there are flaws in his game, but he can look very good indeed. And if that doesn't get him out, nothing will.
I think he might have done it.
Inside edge onto the pad, not looking good there because the ball is that little bit shorter, so he's trying to drive one that's too short.
Yeah,
you've got to be just back of a length to Crawley. I mean, he gets one for his troubles. England go to 75.
That was the back foot drive, really,
yeah.
And he was trying to play it off the front foot.
Yeah.
But yeah, brilliant start from England, you have to say. And
350 doesn't look as good as it did an hour ago or 2 hours ago.
But let's face it. What we're okay? It's been done a lot more quickly, but
India were after a good start.
78 for no wicket before lunch yesterday.
That's right.
Yeah. Just needs the cloud to roll back in again a bit. Maybe a different ball.
Tony's having a great time here, laughing at all these
tubers. I get to read the messages before anyone else does.
Here's Siraj again, round the wicket on leg stump to Duckett, and there's nowhere to bowl to Duckett at the moment because he's either clipping to leg, as that one was hit, and he gets a single for his troubles. Trombone time, 76 without loss. So give us a laugh.
Well, no, it was Lockie's 6 follow-up to the Hendo expanding to the volume of its container. And Lockie just says, it's just Sam I feel sorry for. Because presumably she doesn't expand, she just gets smaller as she gets more crushed.
Yes.
She's She has confided to me that she prefers the bigger man.
Yeah, the inspiration.
Was that a bit of pillow talk?
Yeah. Oh, very good.
Hey.
The inspiration for the name didn't have much room for expansion, as I recall. Siraj is in, and this is full on the off stump, and perhaps Crawley showing a little concern after the expansive drive leading to an inside edge. I think he'd have driven that earlier in the over, but he just pushes it back whence it came. I think there's one ball left before tea, am I right?
Looking that way. Looking that way.
And we'll have a switcheroo after that. I think I've got one more sesh. Then I'm off to see some musical theatre at the Shore Theatre in Euston Road.
What is it
I'm
again?
not sure. I don't know
Does
what
that
it
mean
is.
we're going to get the full review of that in the car?
No, you won't get it. I've learned my lesson.
That's why we put you in the back seat,
I
Gary.
know. Sometimes I've got to refer to all this stuff in my head before I get it down on paper. But I shall be reticence itself tomorrow. Here's Crawley, who's not very reticent in this innings, but he gets a fullish ball. He just lays the bat on it. It goes to the inexplicably vacant short mid-wicket. They take a single. England are 77 without loss. They trail by a Latchman. Crawley has 33. Duckett has 43.
Just hang on for a moment while I play this.
What's tickling Tony?
I don't know. I've already said what was tickling me. Simon Stevens, uncle of Billy, did also say, I'm also not the playwright, by the way. So that's also good to know.
I have interviewed the playwright, so had it been him, I would. But anyway, there you go.
Nick Vickers says, while Billy's out chasing tail, let's hope India get nowhere near England's tail anytime soon. Well, it's certainly been going well. Jay Grover, who I think we've heard of before on the odd occasion, says, I've said this before, but I reckon Guerrilla Cricket should pimp its sent out as a Swiss finishing school for young journalists. Well, I think you're probably right. Brian in Brisbane's watching the Gloucestershire versus Lancashire.
Oh, yes.
And DeLanger has a runner. Ooh.
Martin DeLanger has got a runner.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm surprised he's in.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You won't be watching, of course, the Northampton-Middlesex game, sadly, Brian, or at least last I looked. 8 down for Northants. Plenty behind, but rain is your friend.
The no runners maybe a playing condition of test matches rather than in the MCC laws.
It is now.
Zippy Tuna says this is all going ominously well for England. Scott Harrison, as an all-rounder, it does seem that Stokes' career has mirrored Flintoff's injury-wise. A batter who bowls, now more of a bowler who bats. What we need, this writer, is Stokes to peak with bat and ball.
Wow.
Funny you should say that, because I need to check my facts, but I think he's just landed on the same number of wickets as Freddie Flintoff.
He
will now have just overtaken him.
226, I think Flintoff was.
Yeah.
Harmison 225.
Check my facts there. Yeah, 226 for Harmison, 226 for Stokes now before today, and 226 for Flintoff.
Oh, so I wasn't far wrong.
You said 226.
Yeah.
You were bang on. Bang on, Gary. Hope he's a better driver than Freddie, says Alex. Well, fair enough. We'll probably let Gary just do a quick summary of the session. Which
will we?
Fascinating.
And
then
well, very much England's session. They wrapped up the Indian innings, and the sun came out, and India have not bowled particularly well, and England, as they do, have seized on every opportunity. And by seizing on every opportunity, you get opportunities because the bowlers get worried, they get tense in the shoulders. Cambodge has looked like he's had a bit of stage fright. Siraj isn't wound up. Bumrah's not at his best. And England have cashed in. Of course, it could all change in the next session. But at the moment, England are looking very much in the driver's seat.
Well, I'm hoping the Bear's got something ready for us to go to for the tea interval. Where is he? Is he asleep?
He's just woken. Literally, that was like an alarm clock going off. I've never. Suddenly, a head appeared from the sofa.
He was primed to hear the word bear
from its recumbent posture.
He probably misheard. I tell you what, he probably misheard bear as beer. That's
beer?
what it is.
Maybe that's it.
That would be a mistake he could make repeatedly. I would think.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and does. Right, we will be back in about 15 minutes. England go to tea at 79 for no wicket. It's been a thoroughly entertaining afternoon if you're an England supporter. Maybe not so much if you're an Indian one.
I agree.
Put another weirdo on. Put another weirdo on. That's not time sensitive.
He's from Woden, Canberra. He's an all-round left-hand bat.
Rated T for teen.
Each year, thousands of adults lose their shred. It's an epidemic simply known as shred loss. But it doesn't have to be this way, because rekindling your shred is as easy as playing the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. With new parks, cross-platform multiplayer, and sick new game modes, we can put an end to shred loss everywhere. Get the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and show the world that the shred's not dead. Get Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 available now.
Ready to launch your business? Get started with a commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Nabil Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock. Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. And after a break of about a month, we're back with episode 5 of Who's That Weirdo? A test of skill, knowledge, and overactive imaginations that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound as though they ought to be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition matches occasional gorilla Kit Harris, the finest Richie Benno impersonator it's been my fortune to meet, but more importantly now, assistant editor of Wisden Cricketers Almanac, against the award-winning author, Guardian writer, and possibly Michael Atherton's biggest fan, Emma John, who've been trying to get on for a while, and finally she has relented. Emma, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and Who's That Weirdo? How on earth did Kit manage to persuade you to come onto this orgy of chaos?
Well, he definitely didn't say that I'd be announced as Michael Atherton's biggest fan.
Are you not Michael Atherton's biggest fan? I thought that was...
No, I am. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. I just, it's definitely one of those things that, you know, now feels like it's become such a parody of itself that I...
Are you trying to disown Michael Atherton?
I get nervous about hearing it.
Is there a scale to measure it by? Well, exactly. That'd be the interesting
to
thing.
be honest, I know that I'm not his biggest fan because I've met Miles Jupp, so
Miles. Well, we've met Miles Jupp, not recently.
Miles Jupp is an even bigger Mike Atherton fan.
Really? Okay, well, we'll have to get Miles on this.
He's got kind of, you know, he's one of those people who remembers a lot of facts and stats, and he's got all the Athers knowledge in his head, to be honest, way more than I have, and I blooming wrote a book about, you know, that involved the man, and I'm terrible at that stuff, but Miles really knows his stuff.
Right, well, Miles will be our next target. He doesn't know it yet, but he will. If he's listening to this now, he will now know that we're after him. Now, your book, which you just sort of alluded to, was following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket, and we can all relate to terrible cricket. When you said terrible cricket, was that terrible cricket from England in the early 90s? Is that what you were really referring to?
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't play cricket at all, so it wasn't my terrible cricket.
It wasn't your terrible cricket.
No, my terrible cricket has only recently started, because I literally never played until last season. I joined Stoke Newington Cricket Club, who are just up the road from me. But no, when I was a teenager, it was just before all the This Girl Can and, you know, all those kind of campaigns to get women into cricket. And even though I was absolutely obsessed with the game, nobody would let me play it.
That's really sad. I mean, you probably know Annie Chave, who comes on our programme quite a lot. And she had a similar situation, didn't she, when she was young? That she was trying to play for a boys' team and they wouldn't let her play, as far as I remember. That was the.
Well, mine was mostly my school. I mean, I didn't even know any teams or clubs. But I and certainly the one that was local to me was the Luton one was and possibly still is all male. But But yeah, the school that I played, the school that I went to was all girls, but there was a boys' school next door. And once I was really in love with cricket, I asked them, could we, we used to do the classic thing of in the summer it was like tennis or rounders. That was what we got to play. In winter it was lacrosse and netball. That was your options. In the summer it was tennis and rounders. Or kind of athletics, which was always really embarrassing because that had also the worst outfits. And so I really wanted them to kind of maybe show us how to play cricket in the amazing facilities that the boys' school next door had.
Right.
And we were told no, and then eventually when I did finally persuade them in sixth form, we got one session. And the boys and the male teachers just laughed at us because obviously we didn't know what we were doing. So it was the most dispiriting cricket experience you can imagine, and certainly not one that any girl who went to who turned up to play in England today would find, I think.
No, things seem to be improving greatly in that respect, don't they? I don't know really what's happening at clubs. I'm not that sort of involved with clubs anymore, so I don't know whether it's really growing as much as people are saying. Anyway, have you got anything else in the pipeline regarding writing, books, or ideas that you're planning?
Oh my goodness, that's always the worst question. I'm sure it's lovely for people who do have things that they can immediately answer, but for those of us who kind of maybe aren't as organised, I bobble along, having vague ideas and then trying to work out if they will work, and I'm definitely in the bobbling phase.
It's always a good phase to be in, the bobbling. Do you not think, Tony? But let's move on. That's an introduction for Emma. Let's talk about Kit, who he's just become an author.
Bobbling would be a very good name for a bluegrass artist, though.
Oh, true, it would, yes. Kit, if you're still there, are you still there?
I am still here.
He's still here. He is still there. You have just published your first book, I believe, which is called The Queen at Cricket. Tell us the idea behind this. Is this every game that the Queen has ever witnessed?
Yes, that's right. And along with, as it turned out, all the occasions when she held receptions for cricketers or really got involved with cricketers at all, according to the official records. And now, in fact, the idea came to me only after she had died. I found myself sort of casually wondering, how many cricket matches did she actually go to? And because I know she didn't go to very many football matches.
Right.
If you were the Queen, what would your cricketing experiences have been? Mm-hmm. We can all say, if we've been to test matches, we can all remember exactly which tests we've been to or which days or what happened on those days. So I decided it would be really fun to reconstruct the Queen's cricketing memories as a watcher. So that's what it is. It's a chronological journey through all the games that the Queen saw, live and in person, from 1947, when she first went with her father, to 2017, which was her last appearance at a test match at Lord's.
How difficult was it to track down those games? I mean, did you not have to sort of delve deep into old newspapers to find a mention of the Queen having been there on a particular day? Or was it through your access to back issues of the Wisden Almanac?
Well, as blessed and beautiful as the Almanac is, it wasn't terrifically helpful in finding the information, because Wisden is, of course, far more focused on the cricket than whether the Queen turns up.
Right.
And the MCC provided a list which it said was partial. In fact, Emma herself managed to get that for me.
Brilliant.
So then when I started investigating in the British Library, going through past newspapers, quickly established that the MCC's list was definitely partial. So, yes, got to work with the newspaper archives, digging up things like Surrey at Guildford, the Queen turning up too late for the game to still be on, so the cricketers all traipsed out again and had a county beer match, bun fight as they called it in the 50s. So, yes, it's a reconstruction of her cricketing journey.
You worked on that pretty quickly then. If you didn't do it until after she'd started on it, until after she died, and it came out in December, that's pretty swift work.
It is pretty swift work, and yes, I don't think many writers are used to working exceptionally hard for prolonged periods of time. But yes, it was quite a sweat to get it out. And lucky, really, that having to write it didn't coincide with these last 2 months of working very, very hard to finish the Wisdom Almanac, because January and February would have been a nightmare time to try and get anything done.
Oh God! Well, of course that comes out. What about April? End of April or early May?
Mid-April. Yeah, mid-April.
Okay. And what? Can you give us any little quick, things we should be looking at for this year, or is it all hush hush and won't be revealed until the last minute?
Well, aside from the hush hush expectation, which of course we do like to have, I think what are now called Easter eggs, things that you open the covers and look in our part 1 comment section and say, oh, that's fun. There are things which, of course, you can predict easily will be in there. Our coverage of Shane Warne's death and his life, I should say, more correctly. That's very, very detailed, and we've got some very good writing on that and covering it from a range of angles. This wonderful cricketer and all his great achievements.
Yeah, that must have been the biggest shock of the last year, mustn't it, Shane Warne? I don't think any of us could really believe that had happened. Anyway, so that's The Queen at Cricket. That's Kit Harris's new book. Have a look out for that. And just a reminder that Emma's book is following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket. Let's get on with the show. The other man I haven't introduced to you so far is very patient Tony Bishop, sitting up here alongside me, and he's just going to give you a rundown, a reminder for those of you listening for the first time, of the rules of Who's That Weirdo.
Well, yes, thank you, Hendo. It's all very simple. There are going to be 12 questions. Each comprises a person's name. Each of those will be either a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. You just need to use your knowledge, skill, or judgment to say which you think they are. If you think the name is not a cricketer, then you need to say, who's that weirdo? And if you don't, depending on his mood, Hendo may apply a penalty of some kind, ranging in severity, dependent upon that mood, really. There are some other things. There's a toss to start. You can choose to open or put your opponent in. Correct answers will accrue 2 points. A wrong answer means it's passed to your opponent, who can win bonus points. If you were correct, you also get to guess the age of the individual, currently or at the sad time of their demise. Within 3 years earns you an extra point. If you're bang on the nose, it's a boundary, 4 points. If it's a weirdo, you have to try and guess the reason why they're famous. They might be a musician, a politician, business person, record breaker, writer, philosopher, or indeed absolutely anything else. And finally, whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you a bit about each of the people before we move on to the next question. What really could be simpler?
Yeah, it sounds immensely complicated to me, so we'll probably go wrong, even though I've done it 4 times before. Right, I think, Emma, we shall give you the chance to call on the coin toss. I have a newly minted King Charles coin. No, I wish I did. I don't. I have an old Her Majesty the Queen pound coin here. I'm going to toss. Do you want to call tails or heads?
Heads.
Oh, I've lost it. It's come flying over my shoulder.
A great
so let's just say that will be found in about 3 months' time when someone goes down the back of this chair. So let's just say that you won the toss. Do you wish to bat, or do you wish to put Kit into bat?
No, I'll open.
You'll open it. Wow,
I'll open because I genuinely don't know what the level of knowledge required is going to be, and so I feel like I know that I'm going to embarrass myself, so I might as well just get that over with.
Well, that is the whole point. That is the whole point. To have people involved in cricket embarrassing themselves. That's basically what we decided that this show should be about. So you will have the first name for Who's That Weirdo, episode 5, and the name is Susan Redhead, West Indies. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo? Susan Redhead, West Indies.
I want that to be a live cricketer, so I'm going to say live cricketer.
Oh, what a start for Emma on Who's That Weirdo, episode 5, because Susan Redhead is indeed a live cricketer, so that earns you 2 points, and if you can guess how old she currently is, you may get extra points. How old do you think live cricketer Susan Redhead is?
Well, let's go youngish. Go 24.
Oh no, I'm way. No extra points, I'm afraid, for you on that one. Susan Redhead is 60, would you believe? Susan Redhead is 60, and Tony has more details about Susan Redhead.
Well, the first thing is she's not a redhead. Either that or she has some very powerful hair dye. She was born in June 1962. She's a Grenadian former cricketer who played as a right-handed bat. She appeared in 3 one-day internationals for the West Indies in 2003 and played domestic cricket for Grenada. She only made 8 runs in those 3 games, all of which were against the Sri Lankan women. Retired in 2011, scoring 17 as opener for Grenada versus Dominica at Bridgetown. Then Grenada won by a thumping 216 runs, so she went out on a high. She did once present the Player of the Match awards to Stephanie Taylor after a West Indies win against Pakistan in a T20 in 2015. That, I have to say, was the only photographic record I could unearth of her.
Well, there you go, Susan Redhead, great name, and quite a good by the sounds of it. So 2 points to Emma. She leads by 2 points to 0. We move to Kit with the second name of Who's That Weirdo? Clarence Hill Bermuda. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo?
Oh, it seems like a very...
Well, welcome back. We've just been failing to put the world at rights because the world is
never long enough.
Well, quite, and the world is not put backable to rights at the moment.
That's what lunches are for.
Yeah. Well, we're back on, as you can hear. I'm joined by Richard and by Messers, and it's Richard who'll be taking over the ball by ball. I'm going to be jingling, and India need to be bowling rather better than they did before tea.
Yes, and we have Shartul into the attack. And Messers is looking very dapper, I must say. It's chilly over there in Perth, is it?
It is. It's 1.9 degrees at the moment outside.
I saw you walk across the old Trafford Square to fetch your jacket.
You did indeed, yes. Even the heater's struggling a little at the moment.
Here's Thakur into Crawley, who gets the bat out of the way of that one just in time. It's a good start. Good length moving, nipping just away. And Thakur is responsible for injecting some kind of life into India's attack post-tea, I think it's fair to say.
It's the first time he's bowled in this innings, and so we'll jingle him up. Perhaps a little tribute to the late Ozzy Osbourne there with that vocal.
As Crawley gets set to face up to Thakur once more. It's on the money, that ball. It's edged it. It's gone around the edge of second slip and all the way for 4. There's a rather clumsy attempt by KL Rahul to try and haul that in, but he ends up just sort of somersaulting over the rope behind the ball.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
You know, I'm not a great fan of third man because you have to take 20 wickets to win a test match, and third man, unless there's some uppercutting going on, is not going to help you with the wickets. But the outfield is so slow here that third man could cut off boundaries almost from backstop to point. So I do think a third man would be welcome from an Indian perspective.
Yeah, and a relatively low-scoring game, but compared to some in this series, this one's a bit fuller from Thakur. Gets the drive from Crawley, but he can't find his way past mid-off. There'll be no run.
Yeah, Crawley has 2 drives, doesn't he? That was very much the second of the 2. The first is the full-blooded textbook drive through extra cover and mid-off, and that was more the kind of half-hearted push.
Absolutely.
And
yeah,
yeah, it's not quite a defensive shot. I'm not really sure Crawley does much in the way of defence, but he just sort of pushes at the ball, doesn't he?
Well, we've seen an unconvincing lead, we've seen an edge, and we've seen a half-hearted drive. So things are happening this over, but this one is too straight, and Crawley turns it around the corner. He'll get himself off strike with that one.
I mean, what would you do, Richard? I mean, they've brought Thakur on. So that's something different. I was saying it might be worth putting Jadeja on just to give the batsman a different pace to work with. Pace both in the ball off the pitch, but also in terms of Jadeja sort of hurrying the batsman along between deliveries. Because
absolutely.
Because there's not enough happening for India here, is there?
Yeah, and the first couple of bowlers didn't really do the job.
No.
And they needed time to sit in the naughty corner and think about what they've not done. As Duckett faces up to Thakur now, Duckett drives this one, is wide, and there's going to be a chase on here for Bumrah. They're going to get 3, I should imagine, for that. Yes, they will.
Yeah, it was good running in the end.
Without loss.
Again, India just look a little bit off their game in the field. I mean, Bumrah's never the most mobile over the ground, but you do get the idea that if it was Jadeja chasing that down, they would only have got 2 there. I mean, Crawley was running quite hard to the keeper's end where the throw was coming in, but there are many fielders that would have been 2 there.
Sure, and in fairness to Bumrah, he's done his bit in the field. He did cut off a couple of certain boundaries earlier on. Before tea, as Thakur's in, this one is just outside off stump, played with a pretty angled bat, I'd say, by Crawley. There'll be no run as Thakur does the fielding. Overs up, 85 without loss after 15.
Rom says, Sam's back. I don't know, that's a reference to my cap. Leah says, missed most of the afternoon session. I had to eat at a pretty bad cafe for the birthday of an aunt, but I'm back now. Zippy Tudor says, I like your cap, Missy. Thank you. Zippy, you'd be amazed when your hair is as thin as mine, how much heat leaves the body through the head.
Jez, I couldn't agree more. That's why I tend to wear headgear all the time. Otherwise, it's just like having your head in a fridge.
Yeah, that's right. And Dan De Castro says it's starting to sink in. England is bloody winning. Don't get carried away.
Oh no, it's only day 2 of the test. My mother used to come in when we were watching the cricket, and she would always irritate me. Her first question was, "Who's winning?" Well, it's
She didn't learn.
No.
So it's not going to be Jadeja. It's going to be Bumrah, who strays onto the hip, and we all know that Duckett can deal with that comfortably. Once again, he gets himself off strike easily with a single.
Yes, he's hip but no hop when he's in form because he's just able to nudge it away.
No, the hops today have been provided by Rishabh Pant.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the one-legged Tarzan out in the middle there. It was a brave innings and what might prove very valuable runs. I think India probably added 40 or 50 while he was at the crease. If he's not at the crease, they're not getting those 40 or 50 runs.
Yeah, the second big, brave, injured innings we've seen in England this Test summer. Of course, there was Bavuma in the World Test Championship final, making 60-odd. So Bumrah, this one is left alone, quite wide off stump. And Crawley is not tempted.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to sort of put the YouTube comment of your favourite innings by injured players, I mentioned Glenn Maxwell earlier on, and Malcolm Marshall with one hand, and then getting 7 wickets. Gordon Greenidge on one leg making 200 at Lords, I remember that. And there's probably many more of incapacitated batters and bowlers who've nevertheless become heroes.
And our hive mind will certainly provide them. Here's Bumrah again over the wicket to Crawley, who leaves this one alone. It's quite a difficult one for Jarrell to field as it arrives on the bounce, and he's got to dive to his right, but he handles it well.
So Pant can be a hero, and for more than one day, because he's got to get through the 5 days of this test. We probably won't see him at the Oval, but
I don't know why not. I mean, apparently you can use between 17 and 20 players for a test match now, so just start
I have a bone to pick with you about this. Richard, I totally disagree with your perspective on this.
Fair enough. Look forward to hearing it after this ball, which is left alone by Crawley.
The first question is, when a player is injured fielding, should he be able to be replaced by somebody else to field?
Yes, that's fair enough.
Okay. So what happened to Pant when he was batting? He's not going to be able to field, is he?
No.
So, but should he be prevented from batting again because he can't field? Should the team be penalised by losing a batter because of that?
As Bumrah continues, it's defended by Crawley. Well, you're making me really think about this. So I've got an intuitive, visceral reaction to this, which I haven't really given any thought.
Fair enough.
And you're
I mean, we all
coming with
do
your
that all the
logical
time.
arguments.
Let's face it. Yeah.
It just feels
Well,
wrong that you can pick and choose what you're going to do. If you're going to
Yeah.
have a rule that a batsman can replace a batsman, or a bowler can replace a bowler, or a fielder can replace a fielder,
Well,
but picking and choosing and doing the bit that you can do or want to do, and then not playing the rest of the
yeah, I
game.
mean, my view was clear in the last match when I'll just break off.
Yeah, so Bumrah's got one more to go in the over. It'll be a dot ball, is defended away into the offside, 86 without loss.
Well, Pant hurt his hand, if you recall, and he couldn't keep wicket. My view at the time was that he shouldn't be sitting up on the balcony and then come out and bat. Is that
Why not?
because
Why not?
Because the game is a multi-skill game, and fielding is part of the obligation of every cricketer who's playing in a match. And like Richard, I don't think you should be able to pick and choose. So by all means, be replaced as the wicket-keeper, but don't have a day off sitting on the balcony and then come out and bat. I think you should do your time in the field.
I think you got it arse about, because I think at the end of the day, each team goes in with 11 people to bat. And if they're capable of doing that, they should be able to do so. If they're unable to field legitimately, then you can't make them field, but you disadvantage the team unnecessarily if you stop them from being able to bat, I think.
Duckett helps himself to a couple more, or will it just be the one into the offside? It's all very leisurely, and it will just be the one.
Well, we're not going to necessarily agree on that. I mean, there may be views coming through on the tubers. Obviously, it's been a live issue in this series about the nature of replacements and injuries and stuff like this. I think it's generated as much light as heat. It hasn't come down to which colour hat you're wearing as to where you sit on the judgment calls.
As Thakur continues, and this one gets big outside off stump on Crawley, but there's no harm done. He gets the hands down. Goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, that's the length to Crawley, just slightly back of a length, and it kicks off the seam, and Crawley is left in no man's land because he doesn't really get the feet moving. And I confess, this is that's the kind of delivery I was wanting Thakur to bowl, because he's at a pace where he should have the control to bowl that 4 times out of 6.
Let's see if he can manage another one off the back of that. It's a little bit wider, similar sort of length, doesn't get up quite as high, and Crawley has a slash at it but misses.
Yeah, this is where India have got to be clever here. To his credit, Duckett has now gone down to Crawley and say, just watch out here, because Crawley's slightly ticking. He's missed a few. He probably thinks Thakur not much of a bowler and he's got to go. But if he's not careful, the one who'll be going will be Crawley himself rather than Thakur.
Yeah, not much of a batter. Sorry, I still find it extraordinary that he's still in this team.
Thakur to continue. This one
That's
is
why.
too full, and it gets the treatment. It's a lovely drive.
Well,
past
that's a
Wicket,
lovely
who
drive.
is chasing
Yes.
and will not reel it in.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Now, we do have a super chat, which I'll deal with at the end of the over.
Yeah,
Grover.
there was never going to be a way that the man who scored 500 runs and was top scorer in the Ashes the last time it was played was going to be dropped before the Ashes in Australia. So that was never happening. And Crawley's now got 42, so I think he's vindicated already his selection in this match.
And he'll be feeling a lot better after that drive. Thakur has just given away more freebies as he strays onto the pads, and Crawley gets down the other end with a single. What if you had, you can replace a player who's injured, full stop, but they have to then do everything that the other player would have done, or you've got to reshuffle.
So you got a full substitute.
Well,
full substitute, end of story. I mean, that does make it simpler, if nothing else.
It does. I mean, it's open to abuse. It's very difficult to judge it.
There's still a certain soreness about Gary Pratt coming on in 2005, 20 years on.
Thakur to finish us over. There's a wild swing at this one as Duckett tries to drive a foolish one that's leaving him. No bat on it. End of the over, 92 without loss.
Now, I don't know if you can lay your hands on Super Chat jingle
Super
for
Chat,
us,
Super
Gary.
Chat, Super Chat. Oh, I'm not very good at finding them.
It's extras too, I think. Is it extras something?
No, it's
too?
here.
YouTube Ride, Super Chat.
So Jay Grover sent us £5, and he says everyone's mum used to come in and ask who's winning. Global man conspiracy. Several friends of mine are now going to give me a slap.
Yes.
Alex says, Missy, have you just got back from Clarkson's farm? Oh, God.
Very good.
How dare you?
The Cotswolds is full of strange people at the moment, as I understand
Yeah, well,
it.
they pay probably 200 quid for their nice caps. I paid $7.90 on Temu, so I'm quite happy with that. Scott Harrison said, if 2 players got injured, should a team have to bat with 9, 3 injured, 8, etc.? Difficult control. Should umpires stop bowlers going off for rest or whatever after a spell? I think they should a bit more than they do, to be honest.
As Crawley leaves that first one of the over from Bumrah alone.
Yeah, one of the delights of cricket, and it is a little bit unusual in this. I know there's one of the baseball leagues or conferences or something where the pitchers have to bat, and the other one I don't think they do bat, or they get a designated hitter. Is it in cricket? It's always been 11 players who have to do 11 things. They all have to, rather the 3 things. They all have to field. They all have to bat. They all are available to bowl.
It's choosing that balance of the side, and that's why this is such a bone of contention. Again, it's left alone by Crawley 2 in a row.
And that's why I'm so opposed to the so-called impact substitute in the IPL.
Yeah.
Once you start doing that, you just corrupt the whole basis of what we're talking about.
Oh, you wouldn't want to corrupt the IPL now.
Oh, God, no. And there's Bumble there talking with Paul Allott, and that looks like Mickey Stewart, but it can't be Mickey Stewart, can it? Talking next, it can't be Mickey Stewart. Yes, there's fewer celebs in Manchester. Peter Reid is counted as a celeb.
This one is... he tries to whip it away on the onside, does Crawley, but it ends up being fielded by Pant. I'm not sure if that went in the air at any point. We're about to find out.
I think it did, but it didn't carry.
Yeah, it went scudded low in the air. Yeah. Definitely, I don't think came anywhere near the fielder before bouncing. So some pressure building, you'd think, although there was that drive from Crawley, but I'm not sure the ticking has entirely gone away.
Well,
quite a few false shots since.
Yeah, one of the tenets of baseball is to be relaxed at all times. So
difficult when Bumrah's coming at you, but he is offering up more bad balls than usual. Here's another one, full and on the legs, and it's tucked away for 4 runs by Zach Crawley. Who has, after being miles and miles behind Duckett, almost caught up with his opening partner. He's on 47.
Well, he's either getting or inducing a 4-ball per over. He's probably not inducing a 4-ball per over from Bumrah, but I think he probably was from Cambodge. Yeah.
So Bumrah again. It's outside off stump and left alone by Crawley. Yeah, I mean England haven't had to induce very many. I think it's fair to say from the Indian bowlers.
It's just bowlers the first time they come up against baseball. It's easy for them to become imbalanced. They can't believe that these openers are playing as many shots as they play, but they are, and they do.
Interesting. Crawley's had a huge proportion of the strikes since T.
Yeah.
Duckett had twice as many deliveries as him previously, and now got only about 60%.
Yeah, which will explain partly why he's caught him up. He gets bat on this outside off stump. Could have left it, didn't. It's fielded by the gully fieldsman, and that's the end of the over.
Brown in Brisbane says, Gary, Gloucestershire versus Lancashire. See Gloucester following on at 176 behind.
Oh, really? Wow.
Scott Harrison says, fuck it, name a squad of 80 defence and offence, and each play runs onto the ground with their names called on the PA system. That's how the IPL might well end up. Lockie's 6 says Sri Lanka winning the final with Ranatunga walking between the wickets was gold. Jay Grover says Ian Healy's sledge to Ranatunga's runner request is still a classic. Shu Sen says Bazball meets Gilball. And Leah says hopefully I'll stop.
As Thakur is played away by Duckett behind square on the offside in typical Duckett fashion. It's just the angled half cut. And Duckett will proceed to 50 with that shot.
Yeah, half-size man gets half 100.
Half a century.
You and Duckett can't be that far apart in height, Gary.
Oh, I don't know. I think Duckett's 5'7". I'm 6 and a little bit, so
I suppose
a little bit. Yeah, he's not half a man, but it was too easy a line for me to resist.
A similar shot, but it's played along the ground, and there's a man at gully to do the fielding this time, as there's no real pace in the shot. No run.
I mean, I do think Jadeja's needed now. I really do. I mean, they've had a bit of a dart after tea. England look as settled as they were before tea. Not much swing, not much seam. Got to give him something else to think about.
And hope that Ravindra has the golden arm. Not that he's often produced one in England. But here's Thakur again, and out with the pull comes Duckett. It goes quite straight and is fielded by Siraj at mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, two set batsmen who are, they're both boundary hitters. They both go at ridiculous strike rates. I think Duckett's about 90, Crawley's about 70 or something in Test cricket, and they're not really timing the ball. It shows that the pitch that was up and down a bit earlier today and side to side, it certainly isn't to be completely trusted. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so many mistime shots.
As Thakur comes in once again to Duckett on 50, who watchfully defends this one straight back to the bowler. And if they can just survive those moments of mistiming, India are just failing to stick to one side of the wicket, constantly giving them something on the legs. So really, they don't have to try and force anything. They don't have to. They might. They don't really. They've had to less than in other first innings stands I've seen between these two.
Their success in previous matches was with bowled and LBWs, but that does bring the leg side into play.
Thakur to Duckett once more. It is sworded away through the covers. There's no one who can get between that and the boundary, so we've got another one of these.
Yeah, he loves it
and
there.
And the England 100 is up.
Yeah, Duckett just loves it there. Most left-handers do. Yeah, and the 100 is up indeed. 102 without loss. I bet Jasprit Bumrah didn't see that coming when the ball was hooping and bouncing and squatting this morning.
No, and but the Indian attack to me looks a bit tired.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like they're into a sixth test.
Short of inspiration at the moment.
Thakur is certainly not into even a fourth test of this tour, as Duckett defends that one and the over comes to an end. That's the 19th, 102 without loss. Over to you, Messrs.
Leah says, hopefully Messi has come back from a job on Clarkson, if you know what I mean. The Australian with the shotgun by the pond, Jeremy fucked up. Sorry. Scott Harrison says football is going that way. I saw in the World Cup thing they sneaked in a huge squad on the bench and players running onto the pitch before the game.
Yeah.
When the name was announced, number 66, Joe Root. Are we sure Duckett might not be a half a man? Do we know he still has both balls, says Leah? Oh, that's a bit mean.
Yes, I think that's a little harsh. What's clear global marketing? I'll break off in a moment.
as Bumrah comes into Crawley, who is 3 short of his half century. That one is left alone, comes through on the double bounce to Jarrell.
And it's been clear since Michael Jordan led the re-establishment of the NBA as one of America's leading sports when it was falling behind the NFL, which it still is, to be fair, but the NHL as well, and some other sports, is that what sells sports at a global level are not teams, they're the individuals. They're what you can market. Teams do have followings, but in an increasingly global market, it's the players who do it.
Crawley watches this one from Bumrah go by, and almost every ball now is starting to die in front of the keeper. So good luck to the slips if there's an edge.
So if you've got, here is Inter Miami or LA Galaxy running out, that's what the announcer can say. If he says here is Lionel Messi of the Inter Miami, that gets a completely different reaction. It gets completely different clips on YouTube, on Insta, and all of that. So we're only going to get more of it.
Well, with
it's a bit of both, though, isn't it? I mean, Man U or Liverpool will pick up a crowd wherever they go, irrespective of who's playing.
Crawley defends this one from Bumrah.
But what sells, and we know this from shirts, and we know it from lots of other things, and now, the kind of drive for success and things like that. The team is important, but the superstars are called superstars for a reason. They drive the traffic, they get the identification, they drive the narratives, they drive the interest, and so from a marketing person's perspective, if you're marketing the team and not the player, you're getting it the wrong way around.
Crawley facing up to Bumrah once more, and he lets this one go. Plenty of leaves today from Zach Crawley. Yeah, I think particularly in a world of made-up teams, for example,
franchises,
any given 2020 T20 league, I think it's less of a... I mean, I think what you're saying still applies in international sport, but in international sport, which is not made-up teams that actually represent places people come from and care about, people really do genuinely care about the teams. You do need to manufacture something in made-up franchises, which is why you have, you buy those players that you can sell.
I had some thoughts, and indeed wrote in the Guardian 2 or 3 weeks ago a thought about this, which I'll come to perhaps in the next over.
Fair enough. As Bumrah's on his way in now, right arm over the wicket to Crawley, who defends straight back to the bowler.
Okay, I can throw it in now. Is that I'm struck by the kind of memes that I see and sort of stuff I see online, usually by accident. And it's a meme saying, that MS Dhoni has just made his 50th leg side stumping in IPL history, or these tiny minor stuff, milestones that are you can hang some history on. I'll come back to it after this ball. It'll be quick.
Yeah, because Bumrah is going to complete his over now unless he oversteps. Actually, that one jags in quite substantially to Crawley, but he watches it all the way and blocks it back to the bowler. So it's a maiden 102 without loss.
So T20 was invented in England. It has the oldest teams. It has the greatest heritage. And T20 almost ignores this. It doesn't look... I mean, for instance, would you know which bowler in world cricket has got the most T20 wickets? I bet you wouldn't know.
No.
But, maybe just in England, to be fair. But it's Danny Briggs, for example, who's played for many sides, the left-arm spinner, played for England about 10 years ago. There's a whole lot of history that you could hang memes on, that you could build a narrative around, and T20 in England just ignores it. And they shouldn't, because if it didn't work, the IPL wouldn't be doing it. And the IPL does do it because they know it drives traffic. England should trade on its T20 culture and its history, and it should use it on Instagram and on TikTok, on all those platforms that young people are interested in. Instead, we've got the false history of the 100.
As Duckett plays this one from Thakur out towards Quentin, they scamper for one. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think that goes for marketing any sport. If you ignore your history, you're probably you're pissing off at least half of your fans who care about the heritage and tradition.
Yeah.
I mean, why? What's to lose by using it?
I completely agree, and they wouldn't need many people to do it. You just need some kids who know how to drive traffic on those platforms, and you just need, you know, a decent bit of googling, and they'd be able to do it. You won't be unsurprised to hear that this is my last stint, so that's why I wanted to get that in.
My last over on ball by ball, I would imagine, as Crawley is driving this one down to deep backward square. He'll get a single for that, move on to 48.
I don't know if we're having a changeover now or at the end of this over.
End of the over.
End of the over. I'm back tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. That's if I don't drown on the way home. It seems very wet outside here in Ladywell, Lewisham.
You don't understand wet.
Well, that's true.
We've had 5 inches in the last 2 days.
Well, look, if you're going to live in Australia surrounded by hostility on all sides, that's what you're going to get.
And in almost freezing conditions currently.
Yes.
Yeah. We're down to 1.5 now, yes.
Thakur to Duckett. It's just muscled into the leg side. And Suraj does the fielding. And there'll be, I guess, the 1 run for that. Yeah, 1 run for that.
He's just enjoying himself, Duckett, isn't he? I mean, he always plays like he hasn't got a care in the world. I'm sure he does have a care in the world, but I love his attitude when he's dismissed, Duckett, because whether he's dismissed on 2, 92 or 192, he just sticks the bat under his arm and walks off. Glad to have the job he's got, and it must be a great way to live your life.
I like people walking off like that. I always think I should do that, and I do get a lot of practice at walking off. I'm usually very angry, and I forget to tuck the bat under my arm. This one is cut off by cover following a Crawley drive.
Yeah. I used to get lots of practice walking off, but I used to enjoy walking off at the end of the match because by the time I got to the boundary rope, I'd forgotten what the result was. I was thinking about dinner that night or the beers and all of that kind of stuff. I enjoyed a win, but it was a momentary serotonin rush, and then it was on to the next thing.
Live in the moment. This one's banged in a bit short by Thakur, and Crawley throws the bat.
Dear,
It's gone down to third man for 4, and will get
The number
half
of the
century
day.
with that shot.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad. Woo!
So it's the Lennon-McCartney of English openers here. Where are they on the list of most runs by England openers? They must be getting quite high up now.
What, Lennon and McCartney?
Not Lennon and McCartney. Crawley and Duckett.
Had to be done.
Yeah.
Thakur completes his over. It's a dot ball as Crawley leans forward and defends. So it's 109 without loss, and I'll shift into the summarising chair, as it were.
Thanks very much, Richard. Tony is coming in to join me. We thank Gary for his efforts. We wish him well as he swims to the Shaw Theatre on the Euston Road and hopefully doesn't disappear down a sinkhole. Anyway.
I have to apologise to Tony. Due to circumstances totally beyond my control, my opportunity to get any messages in for the last 10 minutes has been extremely
I wonder what they
limited.
may have been. And when you said disappear down a sinkhole, were you referring to Gary?
Yes.
Fuck me, it'd be a big sinkhole.
It would be. I did manage to restrain myself from saying that.
Oh, well.
50s for both England openers. That doesn't seem to happen that often. It's normally one or the other, mainly Duckett.
Well, unless you go back to the days of Strauss and Cook.
Oh yeah, sorry. I meant in this current era in the of these two. Bumrah is round the wicket to Duckett, who just pushes that square and keeps the strike rotating very nicely indeed. Goes to 57 from 54, 110 without loss. England trail by 248, and It's been England's afternoon for sure. We thought it was going to be England's morning, and they took the wicket of Jadeja very early on, but then struggled to control a moving ball, moving a hell of a lot more than yesterday, the second new ball. Bumrah is in over the wicket to Crawley, wraps him on the pad, waves an arm, his right arm, his bowling arm, in the direction of umpire Raza, who's not in the least bit interested. He's gone away for a leg by. 1-1-1 for none.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an anticlimax from the neutrals' perspective, this Indian bowling innings.
It's funny how you see things from so different angles, isn't it?
I suppose you're rather happy.
Yeah, well, at tea time, we're thinking, oh, that's been a good afternoon, and then you think, hang on, if you're an Indian fan, that's been a disastrous afternoon. Bumrah around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett onto the front foot, defending into the ground. Ball rolls across the grass to the man at extra cover, and there is no run.
Bumrah just hasn't quite had that threat of menace about him. Of course, it can change at any time with a quick strike or two. Of course, he's bowled good balls, but not as many on the spot as you'd normally expect.
I do remember him beating Duckett with an absolute corker, but you're absolutely right. I mean, 28 off his... Okay, he's only going at just over 3 and over, but that's quite unusual. At this stage, he's beaten him with another corker at 85 miles an hour, and he'll be wondering where the justice is. It's not there at the moment. It should be remembered that yesterday morning... Should be remembered that yesterday morning, even though the ball wasn't moving as much as it was this morning, they did go past the outside edge, Wokes and Archer, quite a few times. But I always think as an opener, first ever test match, you earn a little bit of luck. Bumrah in again onto the front foot, this one keeping a little bit lower. Possibly it was a bit fuller as well.
Well, the last 3 or 4 balls, he has actually managed to keep a consistent line to Duckett, who he waited a long time to have a go at Duckett at all at the beginning of this innings, as Crawley had to deal with Bumrah the whole time.
Which probably
got one more at him in this over.
Probably explains why at one point Duckett had 24 of the 24 runs England had scored, because he wasn't facing Bumrah. In comes Bumrah again, another beauty. That was probably the best of the lot. There was a real flick of the wrist, a real flick of the fingers, I think, the off cutter there from Bumrah. Took it away from the bat just enough, in fact too much.
Messers sort of said he was way behind, so I'm just going to pick a place to start, and stop me if you've heard it. Dave Durrell, says, any updates on Pant? Well, we know he batted, made 17 post his injury, got himself to 50. Suspect he will be available to bat in the second innings, albeit extremely inconvenienced. Lucky 6. Young people shouldn't be looking at social media, they should be Dount Pit.
Or Dount Pit or up chimney.
Or up chimney, aye. Zippy Tuna says, wish I got 5 inches. Oh, that would be in response to Messers going, he's had 5 inches in the last, whatever it is, 10 minutes.
Isn't it weird that double entendre did occur to me?
And me. And me, literally, the second he said it. Rather worrying.
But we didn't say it.
No, we didn't. We waited for
I
our
have no
smutty
idea what
audience.
you're talking about.
You have no idea. In comes Thakur, who has gone at 6 and over. Well, 6 and a half and over. 4 overs, none for 27. Gary was crying out for him earlier as he was taking out his ire on the poor first attempt at bowling in English Test conditions of the new man. But Thakur really hasn't got his act together. I suppose the thing about Thakur is he can swing the ball, but he does it at quite sedate pace. That said, sometimes that can be enough for Crawley, because he'll aim to drive it, he won't quite get there, and it'll go in the air. Here he is, bowling down the leg side, whipped on its way. How dare you say such things about me, says the tall England opener. And he's going to pick up 4 more runs because the long leg is square. And he moves almost level with Duckett on 56. He was a long way behind at one point, but he's right up beside him now. But yeah, you're right, Richard. That last over from Bumrah, he found a really good line just outside off stump against Duckett, and his length was spot on. But too much of the Indian bowling so far has been wayward, really. 2 slips, 2 gullies. He's in again, bowls, straighter ball, pushed back to him by Crawley.
Yeah, and they just haven't been able to build up any pressure whatsoever. And to build pressure on these two, what have you got to bowl? 4-dot balls?
Well,
in
yeah.
their heads.
And we were talking earlier, I think it was just before tea, that Gary was saying, oh, well, he hasn't even given Jadeja a go. But I said, well, you're really kind of admitting defeat if you've got your spinner on after 12 overs. However, he's found the edge there, but it's going to run down to that place that never has anyone. It's a sort of Hotel California. People have checked out of that position from now.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
4 runs to Crawley. Goes past Duckett now. Wasn't fully in control, but 2 slips, 2 gullies, and of course it goes right between those pairs. But yes, I mean, I think maybe that they do have to turn to Jadeja, perhaps Washington Sundar as well, just to get some control back and make England do something a bit different.
There's always a chance when the spinner comes on the Duckett or try a steady reverse sweep and get it wrong.
Absolutely, top edge, bye-bye. Make them hit over the top. Don't give them easy singles. At least, they may take a few runs, but, they're both bowlers that are capable of bowling quite flat and not giving you the opportunity to get down the wicket too easily. So I think it is time to have at least one of them on. Back goes Crawley, forces up to mid-on. There is no run. I would say that I think, having seen how much movement England's seamers got this afternoon and the fact that Dawson wasn't used at all today, I imagine that India went out, even with the sunshine, because we have seen the ball swing in the sun, and it did it at Lord's. They probably went out there thinking it's going to do something for us, and it really hasn't very much.
No, and even if it does, you still got to put it in the right spot.
Totally true.
I would argue their pitch map. I mean, we haven't seen a pitch map of the Indian bowlers yet, but I think I can sense it coming. NASA's going to do an insert on this on Sky, and I think it's going to be all over the place.
I think it will be.
Was that the end of the over?
It was.
Right, okay. Dara Azizi says, is there no social media down the pits?
Can you get the reception? I don't know.
Well,
You can do.
Well, I think that was the question.
You can do these days on
Frank Rockefeller, solving all philosophical problems whilst watching the cricket. A good use of time. Quite right. Pirate Badshah, to answer Gary's question, Crawley and Duckett are the 14th and 15th respectively in terms of run scores for English openers.
As a partnership?
But no, I think I don't think that's a partnership if it's 14th and 15th.
Bumrah to Duckett. Duckett presses forward and eases out onto the offside. And you feel as if India
and he'll
should
be annoyed at that he's got him off strike, because he was sticking to that nice line, and he's giving the fielder a bit of a look, I think. Well, that shouldn't have been one.
Not just the fielder, but maybe his captain, because I feel like they should have been tighter there. The last thing they wanted to do was give one, not just because Duckett gets off strike, because Bumrah will still fancy his chances against Crawley, but it's just another easy run. And when there are also fours coming, suddenly you look up the scoreboard and another 20 runs have been added.
Matthew Cullen does have the answer though.
He does?
Yeah, I'll let you know after this ball.
So Bumrah switching to over the wicket. Just the 2 slips for him now. Into Crawley, and Crawley seeing it quite well now. Works that to deep square where Jadeja hurls the ball in at the non-striker's end. He wasn't all the way back because he was into that too smartly to have run that quickly into camera.
Right, so yes, Matthew tells us that Duckett and Crawley as an opening partnership have scored the 7th most of all England opening pairs, 2,295 runs in 53 innings. I suspect if you actually looked at time taken to get to that 7th position, though, they'd be quicker than almost certainly anybody.
Bumrah again into Duckett, bowls him a short one, which Duckett spots quite early and just has absolutely nothing to do with it. It wasn't really very well bowled by Bumrah. It wasn't threatening him in any way. It was too wide of the off stump.
No, that was a bit of a waste.
It was.
Delivery.
Got that wrong. 121 for no wicket, England, off 23 and a half overs. I saw Porod and Indo. Won't have done his health any good seeing this bowling from India. Although he does give credit to the opening pair. And again, this is chopped into the offside. This time, I think it's Mohammad Siraj there. It's a bit tighter on the ball. Prevents the run. Crawley 61, Duckett 58. We were just looking at Crawley's record, and again, Gary is getting quite excited by some of Crawley's shots today, and he has played some very nice shots, to be fair. Actually probably been at the kind of best that we see from Crawley. Now that has gone past the outside edge. That was an absolute corker from Bumrah. He was really groping for it, Duckett. He sort of swung his head back to check whether that had been pounced by the keeper, which made me think that perhaps he'd got a little feather on it, but there was no appeal.
I mean, this over and the last one, with Bumrah mostly bowling to Duckett, has been the longest sequence of, troubling balls in the channel, let's say, from an Indian bowler in this innings.
Totally.
Excited for the last ball. Now, don't stray onto the legs.
Well, Duckett is going to have to concentrate hard, despite the fact that he's done well so far. And he gets a straight one this time. She defends back to the bowler. But going back to Crawley, he's now into his 7th innings of the summer. This is only his second 50, and he didn't really go on beyond that, although it was, it laid the foundations for a win at Headingley. So, you've got to give him credit alongside constructive criticism, one hopes.
Was that the end of the over?
Yep.
Oh, right, down to Castro. Now, I've got to put Dan, I'm not sure about this point. You say all the Bumrah height, yes, 2 tests in a row. Yet 2 tests in a row, he's been a non-factor. 1-1, the other England ahead. Well, he played at Headingley, which England won, I think I'm right.
Chasing down, 340 something?
Yeah, and he took a 5 for. He played at Lords, which, yes, England won. But he took a 5 for there as well. So he's taken 2 5-fers. He took 7 at Lords, with 6 were bowled. I can't remember who was making the case earlier, but they made a really good point that the problem is managing his workload as a captain, and you have to kind of manage around him. No, you are as his captain, you are having to manage his workload within the game, and then that does cause some challenges.
Siraj is back on, bowling his 5th over, and it's not unlike his 4th, his 3rd, his 2nd and his 1st, as it's easily tucked away off his hip by Crawley, who scampers through with his long legs for a second run, 123 for none. Yeah, I mean, the curious thing is, after all the hype about Bumrah, is absolutely true that he missed the test that India won, and he's played in 2 tests that England have lost. I don't think you can put that down to him at all, because those stats speak for themselves. Defended on the back foot by by Crawley. I think there is an argument that when he isn't in the team, that maybe the other bowlers feel a bit freed up. They feel a bit.
I agree.
You know, they feel they've got to perform a bit better.
You certainly sensed that at Edgbaston a bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
Which is the one that they won, of course, without him.
Don't feel that they're in the shadows so much. It's almost like, well, certainly after the first test, it was like, you know, the other guys really didn't bowl very well. Siraj into Crawley, foolish on the line of off stump. He steers that up to mid-off.
Yeah, maybe in some dark recess of one's bowling brain, you're just thinking, well, I don't really have to get it quite right because we've got Bumrah at the other end.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a really good point.
Subconsciously, of course,
yeah.
But it's a theory.
It is a theory, and you know, coming into this series, I thought, well, India have got a pretty good attack. I think we said Siraj in again, driven slightly on the up, didn't place it or time it quite as well as he would have hoped for. Fielded at mid-off. Yeah, we were kind of saying that it was India's bowling against England's batting, and you know they've had a lot of injury problems. I mean, not the ongoing battles with keeping Bumrah fit in general, but also Akashdeep came in, had a really good match at Edgbaston, faded a little bit at wherever we were last, Lords, and has now got himself injured. This is defended up to mid-on. Mohammad Siraj, to my mind, and I guess I hadn't necessarily watched as much of him as a lot of Indian fans will have done, although I'm guessing he was involved in that series against New Zealand that they got beaten in at home. He comes back to England, as far as I'm concerned, with a good reputation, and I was quite shocked about how poor he was in that first test. But in the two tests since, he's been pretty decent. Not so good today. This one comes off a thick outside edge, really, from Crawley, or maybe that's not doing him correct service because he opened the face. Gets a single, keeps the strike, 124 for none, off 25 overs. They're pretty much up there at 5 and over, England.
More Crawley Duckett stats from Matthew Cullen, for which thank you, Matthew. They averaged 45. That's pretty good, no? Yes, it is. Cook and Strauss averaged 41 in 117 innings for 4,711 runs. So, yes, that's pretty good. Brian in Brisbane says, for Tony, bad light saving Northampton in the innings break at Merchant Taylor with their Northampton 364 behind. Not only that, I saw Yuzvendra Chahal, who the poor lad went for none for 175 and got a first baller. Admittedly, he's not in the side for his batting. But he'll need to do something if there's a second innings. It doesn't look like there will be now, but I may be being overly optimistic.
Well, there's another game. There's another day tomorrow, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah.
Weather permitting.
Well, we've been calling for this, and I think it's the right decision.
Yes. Here he is.
They need more control, Jadeja's on.
They do need more control, and Jadeja is on. Slip and a forward short leg is pushed back to him quite firmly by Crawley. Has Jadeja diving and groping for it. He's got the shades on. He's in, and down the wicket comes Crawley, and that is a magnificent shot, I think. It is indeed. It actually went a bit higher and less far than I thought it was, but it's cleared the ropes by 10 yards or so. Don't think there was anyone back there either, so that was really good use of his feet.
Didn't wait long, did he, Crawley?
No.
And it's a rare chance to get a word in between balls from Jadeja when he gets hit into the stands. It's about the only opportunity. So fast is he getting through his overs.
Let's see, what does he do with the next ball? He goes back and then tries to flick it with a lot of bottom hand, a lot of wrist involved, down into the ground, fielded at short leg. That's a good statement from Crawley, but also maybe doesn't want to do anything too outlandish. Although he's played a little paddle sweep here, and that's not too outlandish. That's quite a nice shot. Very fine indeed. Down to the boundary. I'm not seeing the 4 go up against his name. I'm pretty sure he got bat on that, didn't he? Yeah, surely he's got bat on that.
I reckon.
Yeah,
I reckon.
that must be. He must go on. Yes, he has gone on to 74.
Well ahead of Duckett now, isn't he?
Yes, extraordinary, because Duckett had a 24-run lead early on. 135 for no wicket, a 6 and a 4. Oh, there was a no ball. That 6 was also a no ball.
Oh, blimey.
So, not a great start from Jadeja, the man who's supposed to be controlling him. Oh, now he plays a leg glance. Didn't have a little look and see that the short leg had gone to leg slip. And Crawley's a little bit lucky to get away with that. It went past him. It went past him very quick and very fine. And it's gone for 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Well, that seemed to have been been given to Crawley, but it was unquestionably purely off the pad. So he has been given 4 bonus runs there. Final ball of the over, is it? No, God, we've only had 3. Feels like. Hang on, he must have bowled another no ball. What's going on? He's now bowled 4, none for 11. Yeah, he's really put the brakes on. Defended by Crawley.
What's happening is that even the telly graphics can't keep up.
They can't keep up with Crawley. He's on a roll, and in fact now they've done 2 balls in 1, and it is the end of the over. None for 11. England 139 for no wicket.
Kartik Kumar says this should be the last series for Gautam Gambhir as coach. I grant you his test record's not been stellar, Kartik. Let me see. Jack Hoffer, no. Dr. Nivedita Verma. Much like Bumrah, Sehwag's outlier strike rate would destabilise India's batting lineup. Yeah, that's not quite sure I get that argument, Hendo.
The Manchester United curling team is out on the
Manchester United curling
crease.
Repairs to the foothold. Well, not exactly the footholds where the batsman stands, really.
I wonder if they're languishing in the lower reaches of the curling Premier League.
The brush has come out now. Run that through me again.
Right, it's Dr. Nivedita, who's a very welcome visitor. Much like Bumrah, Virender Sehwag's outlier strike rate would destabilise India's batting lineup. Dr. Nivedita, are you saying that as being too slow or too quick?
Oh, come on, Sehwag. It must have been too fast, surely.
So too fast, then yes. We're not disagreeing, but we're not entirely sure we're understanding. Maybe it's late in the day and we're just being a bit dense.
Well, no, I don't think we're being dense.
If you can add a tad more colour, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think, there is possibly an argument for that, but I'd need to know the argument in more depth. Because normally you would say as a batsman that someone's going at a rate the other end, especially in the era that Sehwag batted. That he'd be taking pressure off the other batsman. They could just play around him. It could be, I suppose, is your argument that because he would score so quickly that other batsmen felt under pressure to emulate him in some way? Is that what you're getting at? Anyway, get back to us on that.
Can I do a few more? Yep. As I have the opportunity, and Duckett's got his helmet off. Kartik Kumar says, in the future, if a bowling team fails to take a wicket within 20 overs, they should be allowed 10 ball overs or 12 ball overs, so the audience will be spared me just to be those annoying TV ads between overs. Interesting thought. Andrew Kisal, I play cricket for my team at my school, and my teacher told me to go to Old Trafford and find out if you want to play for them. And they had to, and they said they had too many players, even though I tried my best. Oh, well, that's a bit harsh.
Well, quantity doesn't necessarily equal quality, does it? Siraj then, round the wicket to Duckett, and Duckett chops that very cleverly to the right of the man at gully, and Siraj is most upset.
2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And India will just be getting a little bit shaky about how this is getting away from them so quickly. A lot of people were saying that 350 looked like a good score on this, and may well be still. But at the moment, England 143 for no wicket from 26 overs.
And it's a little over 215 away. That's
right. That's right. And at this rate, they'll have reached that in another 30 overs. 35, maybe 35. Tucked away down to long leg at the next delivery as he bowls this one a little bit straighter. So Duckett is making him bowl where he wants him to bowl, which is very clever and dominant batting in a way. 144 for no wicket, Duckett 63, Crawley 74.
And we do a change at the end of the over, I think.
Are we indeed? I think we probably are. I don't know what the time is. I haven't got a clock in front of me.
Well, I mean, probably it's past 6. It's gone 5. Sorry, 5 your time.
Oh, it's gone 5. All right, okay. Yeah. Siraj in to Crawley. Crawley defends, closing the face of the bat just a tad. But no real alarms. Goes up to mid-on.
Should be Bear, Messers and me. I'm staying put.
I'm going to go and get my head down over there for with the lovely Samantha. I'm going to get my head down on the lovely Samantha.
Please, that's not. That's where my head was going. I was just hoping you wouldn't say that, but we just couldn't stop
Well,
him.
why can't you put your head down on the... I mean, I'm only going to rest on her belly.
Right, okay.
The belly of my pillow, I should point out.
Okay, yes.
For those who don't know Samantha. Siraj in again. Once more, Crawley trying to drive very much on the up. And although he makes decent enough contact, not enough leverage to send that flying at pace through the infield. 144 for none. Glorious sunshine at Old Trafford. Miserable cloud and drizzle in Ladywell.
Well, at least it's not roasting hot for you guys there, I hope.
Oh no, goodness me!
It's been more pleasant in the studio, that's
better.
for sure.
Much better.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Siraj in again. Crawley drives. Oh, that might have hurt Siraj as he tried to stop it. It bounced up at him as it hit into the ground quite firmly and just shakes his left hand a little bit. I think he's okay.
Well, it's a big hour and a half yet for, assuming we go into overtime as we always do for India. I mean, if they can't find I can't wait till tomorrow to sort this out, because India will have gobbled this lead up like happy eaters if India just go through the motions till the close now.
Yeah, the other thing, of course, is that something I was going to say about the hour and a half that's left is that we probably haven't had that many overs today, because that over from Jadeja was the first over of spin. Siraj in, bowls nicely played by Crawley, but won't get a run to backward point. He ran round to his right and cut that off, but it was a very pleasant shot, under control, completely under control. End of the over. All yours, Tony.
Well, I'll just quickly catch up before I move into the summary seat. Messers takes over, I think, on socials. A lot of love for Crawley. Only Crawley seems to be in control, says Kartik. Lockie 6 creeps is booking his ticket to Australia. Jeff Perkins couldn't resist it. Hender's going to give Samantha head, ? We were all thinking it, Jeff. We weren't expecting you to actually say it.
We were all thinking it.
Anyway, I want to know if Mrs. Hendo knows that Hendo has another woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we've kept it a quiet, he passes...
For the benefit of Mrs. Hendo, we shall not let these things
passes
slip.
loads of £10 notes to me on the way home in the car. Trey Grover, super chat. I'll let you pick that one up, Messrs.
Well, there's a
Thank
sweep
you.
from Duckett from a ball outside the off stump by Ravi Jadeja, and he missed it. There is no run. I don't seem to have seen so much of Duckett. Crawley seems to be gobbling up the strike in recent overs. I mean, he's faced a few balls.
Absolutely.
Duckett defends that one back down to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, he's got 63 off 67. Crawley 74 off 99. England 144 for none. If they go on for another hour and a half, they'll be on about 250. This is Bazball at its best, because if they carry on at this run rate, which is nearly 5 and over, by the time India get the new ball, if England are still there, they'll be on 450. There's a big appeal for LBW. Fuck off. It's outside off stump. It's hitting. There will be no run though. He hasn't broken his foot. No. It's got stuck under his pad, weirdly, at the bottom. And that is the beauty of it, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how many overs India faced today, but it was about 120, 130 to get 350. He tries another sweep. He's disgusted with himself because he hasn't hit another one. And it's just dribbled out on the offside. He will get one eventually. They've probably got someone out in the deep anyway, and it'll only be a single, but you never know with Duckett.
India faced 31 overs today.
Yeah, but how many in total in their innings?
114.
Okay. This time, he, rather than sweep it, he just turns it into the onside and picks up that single. You know, if England face 114 at this rate, they'll be on 600 and could be staring down the barrel of an innings defeat for India. You know. We'll have to see. There's still a long way to go. There's still 213 runs behind, but they haven't lost a wicket. And the ball is now nearing 30 overs old, and the sun is out. And this looks good. Ooh, Crawley tries to sort of, on the crease, drive out through the offside without moving his feet, really. He just bends his knees, gets an inside edge, goes out on the leg side, and there is no run. Not a bad over from Jadeja in the end. 145 for none after 28. Messy.
So Jay Grover is very kind to send us another £5. He says, I think I speak for the guerrilla cricket community that any result which will usher an Indo into health will be the best result. Yes, I think that's fair to say. Although it may not coincide with the desire of the bear and some others.
Well, they might be raising his blood pressure watching this. I mean, I don't know what you do. Go on.
Alex Maximus says, R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. Just announced he has died. Another WWE Hall of Famer who's passed away just days after Aussie.
Ah, well. Well, we're getting to that point, aren't we? All these people who were famous when I was young were quite old.
Yeah. Sivy Tuna, pity, Hogan was a wanker, though.
He was a bit of a right-wing nut job.
Yeah.
Didn't he turn up at Trump's inauguration or something? Rabbiting some crap. That's turned into the leg side by Duckett. He'll get himself a single out through mid-wicket. And this is the problem that India face. They just can't get any control here, can they? At all. Even Bumrah's going at 3, just over 3 and over. Everyone else is going silly runs per over. I guess a wicket will slow it down to some degree. If that happens, I can quite easily see one of these batsmen making a mistake at some point, because they seem to be trying to push. And we've seen England fuck it up from a position of extreme strength before, haven't we?
India went at just a shade over 3, and England, of course, are barrelling along at over 5 at the moment.
Crawley drives that sweetly, but straight to cover. And Washington Sundar is there, and there is no run. I mean, I might get Washington Sundar on as well. It might slow things up a little bit if they've got spinners working at both ends, because the batsmen don't want to give it away, playing a stupid shot. But this wicket seems okay. This ball isn't moving as much for the Indians as it was for England.
No, it doesn't seem to be, does it? And that's, given that today's weather has been overcast, and I don't think we actually had any rain yesterday, whereas today we had
a breeze. Well, we only lost 10 minutes, didn't we? And we had an early
tiny
inside edge
on lose anything.
Inside edge onto pad, goes out to the offside. They scootle through for a single.
First day of Middlesex, there were 3 rain delays, and they were all under 10 minutes. It's literally the players went off,
Came back on.
came back on. Only the last one, which was bad light, finally did for the day, because once bad light happened at that time of night, it's an outground with no floodlights.
Oh,
It's
floodlight,
not all of a sudden going to get better again.
Yeah, I mean, Cambodge has gone for 6 and over, but bar a tiny bit. Siraj is 6 and over nearly. Thakur has gone at 7 and over, and Jadeja's going at 12, 6 and over. I'm sure he'll bring that down. But it's all coming up roses for England at the moment. Short and pulled well by Duckett. There are 2 men out. He's got on top of it and pierced the pair of them. He's got it behind square for 4 runs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, well, here's a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
And that brings up to 150 for England, 150 for none in 28.4 overs. It's like a one-day international.
It kind of is.
I mean, they are going along at ODI pace, basically.
That was really well controlled by Ben Duckett.
It was. It did seem to squat it. I think he thought it was going to get a little bit higher on him, didn't he? But he was managed to adjust and roll his wrists on it.
It would have been so easy to loft that, but he kept the wrists right round on top of it. They are trying to plug that left side gap because you've got 2 men. You've got like a kind of a deep backward square, and you've got a kind of a wide long leg.
That's into the pads, and he works it around the corner to the long leg. He'll get himself a single.
Makes you think there in a minute they're surely going to drop one short and wait for him to have a crack at it.
Well, yes.
The leg trap is set.
Well, England got 2 like that, didn't they? Yeah. It's interesting as well that it seems that India so far only bowled 7 extras.
My gut feel is that it's going to be this next ball because it's the last ball of this Siraj over.
Yeah, but it's to Crawley.
Oh, then it won't be to the Duckster. Then it won't be this last ball.
No. Well, they might try to Crawley. He has a penchant for a pull as well.
He does. I think they'll still keep working away. You know, the outside of his off stump, looking for that loose drive.
Well, it's the last ball of the over. Siraj gets punched through the offside, nicely timed by Crawley, but there is a man in the deep. Of course, it's Jadeja, and it'll be a single. He'll walk in and take the ball to bowl the next over. Over to you, Messi.
A lucky 6 says Duckett laughs in the face of fear and tweaks the nose of the deadly killer spindly fish.
Who's the Twitter killer spindly fish?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, okay.
It's a good line. Alex Marmon says Crawley showing once again why Stokes and McCullum keep backing him. Old Trafford seems to be his happy place for Zach.
Well, certainly is.
Frank Rockefeller says India will be slowing this down and blaming Crawley for time wasting. He says England ready to rumble. They could be staring at an innings defeat. How many beers have you had? Bear?
I'm only on my second, but I'm definitely going to have at least another one before the end of play. Well, they could do. You know, there's plenty of time. We haven't even finished day 2 yet.
I think you're a tad ahead of yourself there.
Well, with 3 days left and a lot of batting to go, a depleted Indian bowling attack, a ball that will be, as that's driven out through the offside by Crawley into the deep. My point being, as that goes out to the boundary for a single for Crawley. My point being that if England score at this rate, the ball is going to become, it's starting to become pretty soft now, right? And it's going to be soft for another 50 overs, which is going to make it hard to pick up wickets without batters making mistakes. It was hard work for England. But at times, India sort of, there we go, the attempted reverse sweep. Still hasn't got hold of one. I guess he's getting annoyed with himself, and he missed it. Well, he got an
he's
under
up
edge into his
against a
bat.
canny opponent in Jadeja.
He is. He'll get there eventually.
Well, he also knows he's going to try it.
Yeah, that one is dropped into the leg side this time, wide of the man at mid wicket, so they'll get a single. Yeah, so they got 50 overs of an old ball essentially.
Isn't it? I mean, the reverse sweep, great as when it comes off, but isn't it a bit of a Hollywood shot?
It is, but they play it so often. I didn't realise that he was such a hockey player when he was a kid as well. That's where he gets it from. That one's cut down towards point and there's no run. I was reading, I think when he got his 100 after the first test, apparently he was a very good hockey player as a kid as well. Very good with the reverse stick, so he feels very comfortable with that. That's defended back down the track.
I wonder if he had specially shortened hockey sticks. So
Kids
sawn off at the top.
Kids socket
down the track comes. Oh, that's a lovely shot. There is a man out in the deep. It's chassé down the track. Crawley just punched it up to a deep set mid off. Gets himself a single. That ends the over.
Did you say chassé? I'd never thought I'd see the day. Parrot Badger says, given my age, I have memories of Hulk Hogan's atrocious acting. I remember the 3 ninja films where he made the child actors look like the reincarnations of Laurence Olivier by comparison. But to which Jay says, come now, Suburban Commando were mint. One of the great benefits of Bazball, says Ian Howes, is that no matter how much time the opposition try and take out of the match, England is still well ahead of the game due to rate they are.
Yes, well, that's the thing. That's my point.
And we have an answer about the spindly killerfish from At the Bridge. He says it's from Blackadder, the one with Tom Baker as a mad ship's captain.
Oh, yes.
Of course.
You have a woman's hands. Absolutely brilliant. Well, Crawley, I tell you what, he's going to be... Every run now is improving his Old Trafford average and making it less reliant on his 180, whatever it was, against Australia. Because he was averaging 60, which was pretty much jacked up entirely by that 180 odd, and now he's past his 60, so he must be improving it.
And indeed, you can see he's only had 5 innings. Every five runs adds a single to it.
There you go. Yeah. The smaller the number, the bigger the swing in an average.
We're on a drinks break at the moment. Lucky Six says, I had Suburban Commando on VHS. Because thou art a wise man, says Jay. Very sage.
More recently, he was famous for sex videos whilst high on drugs, wasn't he?
Who was?
Hulk Hogan.
Was he?
Yeah.
Didn't know that bit.
This must be a reference to the Suburban Commander. Lucky Six says, yes, but also when they reached the urine drinking stage. Oh, God. Dara Azizi says, you have a woman's purse, which I take it is another Blackadder line.
I think it might be. I remember they just sat in that bar when they're trying to recruit their or press gang, whatever crew they're trying to get together. He keeps saying it to Blackadder, is you have a woman's hands. I can't remember why. That's what
and also,
saying.
I'll warrant those legs have never been sliced off by a mainsail.
Yeah, that's something like that. He was so good.
I think Lockie has committed the whole of Blackadder to memory.
Yes. Yeah, well, there you go. There's plenty to commit across all the different series.
As Jay Grover says, chances of guerrilla cricket not referencing Monty Python or Blackadder, 0.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, some of us, that's true. Now, if you had young Billy here,
he wouldn't know what they were.
He'd go, what are you talking about, you old farts?
I think Blackadder should be compulsory in schools, to be honest.
Certainly the last episode.
Teaching
as
a history.
Brilliant piece of education.
Did Jack Callis get 45 Test hundreds?
Yes, he did.
Fucking hell, man.
Well,
not bad for an all-rounder, is it?
No.
Who is it? Is it Gary? Gary's got something against Jack Callis, and I remember him saying once, yes, but I don't remember any of them. He seems to think he's some
He was very slow.
Some sort of plodder.
He was a bit of a plodder.
He's one of the world's greatest ever all-rounders, and yet Gary clearly doesn't approve.
He was very much, he wasn't a go-quick bat by any stretch of the imagination. Jesus, Ian Botham, 27 5-wicket hauls. It's pretty impressive. Shame he's such a wanker. Anyway, that's clipped into the leg side by Crawley. There is a man out deep mid-wicket. There's a single. I loved Ian Botham when I was a kid.
Well,
I think everyone did.
Absolutely.
And as he's got older, he's just turned into a complete arse.
He's a very fine spokesman for Revitalift.
Yeah. They've got rid of him now. It's Claire Balding.
Oh, shit.
She does the adverts on the telly now.
Frying pan fire.
You must watch the same rubbish TV that I do, where you're basically sold funeral plans,
Yes.
erectile dysfunction
Absolutely.
solutions.
Over 50s insurance policies.
And over 50s.
It's daytime telly.
Yeah.
Basically, all the old people watch daytime telly.
Mainly detective series.
Yes. Around the wicket, Siraj. Oh, has he bowled him? No, hit the back pad. It must have hit him outside the line.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it
was
must have been a
about to
bit.
say that
Must
had
have
to
been
be
a bit
outside
of
the line.
inside edge as well, because otherwise there'd have been an appeal. Surely, he may have hit him outside the line anyway.
Siraj is keeping himself quite self-contained at the moment, but you sense he's just ticking.
He is ticking, but he is going at nearly 6 and over. Still causing the odd problem, but still going at 6 and over. It must be very frustrating.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack Callis scored 30,289 runs at a strike rate of 45.97.
That is
not quick.
Harsh, but different times. You shouldn't judge.
Well, yeah. I'm sure he played with A.B. de Villiers at one point. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run before A.B. de Villiers retired. He was still playing on that test side.
Also possesses one of the most spectacular hair weaves you're going to see anywhere in cricket.
And he's also sixth on the list of 6 hitters in Test cricket.
Yeah, he was some player.
Well, was it Dirk Nannes when they used to have the hotspot cam? His rug used to beam.
Was it Nannes?
It was either Dirk Nannes or the other left arm that played briefly for Australia. Siraj is around the wicket to Duckett, who cuts that down, trying to get it between. There's only 2 slips. Well, a slip at a gully, or a second slip and a fourth slip.
Was it Nannes who was the ski instructing, scuba diving, saxophone playing kind of all-rounder? Or am I thinking of someone else?
Yeah.
He wasn't an all-rounder. He didn't bowl.
He was a big skier.
Well, all-rounder in the sense of Renaissance man who did just about everything.
Oh, right, yeah.
That sort of all-rounder.
Well,
interesting.
He got called into the Ashes, didn't he? I mean, that was post everyone retiring, when they didn't really have anyone. He was supposed to be really quick, wasn't he? But he was quick for a spell, and then about 80 miles an hour.
Oh, yes, because he played for Australia even though he was South African, is that right?
Something like that, I can't remember. Clipped into the leg side. Hendo's trying to tell us something, but I've got headphones on, so I can't hear him.
You what, sorry? He played for the Netherlands. So, yeah, he won't have played in Ashes, Bear. You tend to have to play for England or Australia to play in an Ashes.
I think Dirk Nannes did play for Australia.
He did play for Australia.
Hang on, Messers is disputing.
Yeah, no, he
Hendo.
definitely played for Australia. I didn't realise he played for the Netherlands beforehand, but that might have been the story. Anyway.
I will, while you're concentrating on the action before us, I will see what I can figure out.
Siraj is coming over the wicket to Crawley. Bowls it full, driven hard. Is he out? No. It's a crowd catch by Shubman Gill. He did drive it hard, and it wouldn't be hard to imagine it skimmed over the surface and was taken by a short cover, but it wasn't. England need 1 run to avoid the follow-on. 158 for none.
You're right.
Dirk Nannes played 1 ODI and 17 T20Is.
So he never played a Test match, and he wouldn't have played in the Ashes.
Okay, so it was another left armer who was of the similar ilk, played in Bollinger, Doug the Rug. Doug the Rug, of course, it was Doug the Rug.
Yes.
God damn, it all comes back to you. It's the thing about being old.
Didn't we have one of our...
yeah, we were talking about it not that long ago in a podcast or something, yeah.
One of our dice teams was weave wearers, wasn't
Yeah, he might have been in that, Doug the Rug.
I think that Grubby's team, wasn't
Yeah, either that he was the beardy ones. Finally! He's reverse swept it. Only as far as the fielder down at deep backward point, which is Siraj, and he'll only get the 1 run.
Brown in Brisbane's got a message for you, Tony. He says your Middlesex mob have Northants at 15 for 2 in the follow-on.
Get in the middle.
Well, England avoided the follow-on. They trail by a measly 199. They are 159 for none. Great opening partnership here. Crawley 79, Duckett at 73. Crawley goes back. It's a bit short by Jadeja, and he's able to knock it in front of deep point, allow him to get through for a single. Bit of rotation.
We have a super chat from Ravi Natarajan. He sent us $5. Says, debate. Which gorilla qualifies to be called a love sponge?
Love sponge?
Love sponge. Well, we know Hendo loves sponge.
Yeah, well, yes. That's worked into the leg side to mid-wicket. They don't go for the single this time. I don't know who'd be the love sponge. I don't think it'd be me.
It'd probably be Grubby for some reason.
He's not really spongy, though, is he?
No.
You have to be spongy. It needs to be one of the more fuller-figured gorillas. I mean, I'm happy to volunteer if no one wants to claim the title.
You're it.
You're it. You're Gorilla's love sponge.
And thank you very much, Ravi. I'll take that title as my own.
Duckett. Facing up, Jadeja. There's a leg slip. There's a short leg. There is a slip. And he sweeps it off middle stump, out to the man in the deep back square leg position. He will get a single.
Alex Marmon says, I watched plenty of Blackadder episodes at secondary school during my history lessons. It made me love the subject more. Yeah,
well, exactly.
Good teaching.
Yeah, I genuinely think you could do worse for your history lessons than watch a bit of Blackadder.
Blackadder the fourth was hilarious.
Obviously,
but
the whole series was great.
Futility of war.
It's amazing how you
well,
can learn
Zippy
stuff.
says, Blackadder taught me how the war started. That war ostrich.
Jadeja bowls again. It's a little bit short, and it's an attempted late cut with some power by Crawley, but he can't beat Washington Sundar's sort of backward point.
Well, you don't need him damaging his fingers.
Nah.
They're dropping like flies already before old Indian team.
Well, what happens here? If England win this test, Jadeja... Oh, that's a sweep by Crawley. He's got it in front of square. It's going to be 4 runs.
It's a terrific shot.
It was a terrific shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You wonder what would happen here. If England win this with ease and go 3-1 up, will India crumble? I mean, a lot of us had 4-1 as the score.
Yeah, although England and dead rubbers is not a great history.
No, that's true.
Certainly not recently. New Zealand.
Alex Barman says, I still prefer Ian Botham to Ian Chappell, who, as Botham says, is sad and lonely. I actually don't agree with that.
Chappelli.
Beefy is just nasty.
Yeah. Oh, edged, gone. Crawley has gone. Finally, a wicket has got. Crawley has gone for 84. Can't believe it. He wanted to get 100, but he did turn that one, funnily enough. And it was on a good length. Crawley propped forward, got a little edge. What are you going to do? Why are you going up there? They're saying whether it carried. It certainly carried.
Yes.
It was straight into the hands. What are you on about?
It was like the one in the first in India's innings that was taken.
It should just be walking off. Why are we fucking about looking at that? That was straight into the hands. Unless it was a no ball.
Why do we have just almost exclusively run-out jingles? I'll just go with this one. I'm pretty sure that's out.
Ooh. Yeah, I think he's got his fingers underneath it. I think
yes.
I mean, when you saw it in real time, it looked like it went straight in. Let's have a look here. It has. Yeah, that's out. That's straight in the hands. I don't even know what they're looking at. He's got his hands underneath it. You can see his fingers wrapped around it.
Yeah.
That'd be a travesty if that's given not out. That's straight into the hands. His hands are underneath it. They're behind the ball.
Yeah,
Send him off. Get out.
I think that's out. Outie McOut.
You know, I'm all for England winning, but not by cheating. Fucking hell. Get on with it. Yes, out. There we go.
Guess what? He's out. Right.
Oh, goodness.
I'll leave you just for
The crowd says you're out.
Annoying for Duckett. I mean, sorry, Crawley. He's batted well. Probably deserved 100, but you know that's life. 84 is a pretty good score. England have done fantastically well as an opening partnership. They got through 32 overs. The ball's getting old, and they've already got to 166 for 1. I think everyone would be happy with that. India will now try and regroup and get a couple of quick wickets. Still got time to get themselves back in it.
Yeah. John Kevin says, pound for pound, who's the best cricketers, Cullis or Root? I'd go for Root still. I just like Root. Sorry. Cullis would have made any test side as either a batsman or a bowler, says Lockie Six. His stats are ridiculous. That is true. And Lockie Six also says Dirt was more into skiing than cricket. That's also true. Alex Barman says, why do someone's politics determine whether you like or dislike someone? Can't you respect people regardless of whether they're left?
I can no. I can respect his. No, yeah, but if you listen to him talk, he just, it's annoying. And he did get a bit of caricature of himself late on in his commentary career as well. Quite belligerent.
Yeah.
It's not just his politics. he pretty much became a caricature of himself and became quite dull.
Someone said he broke their heart during Brexit. Richard Peel says a love sponge has to be both very attractive and also attracts others to love them. So it simply has to be Messi Chess. Who could be more lovable than he? Richard, I adore you. Thank you.
Well, Duckett will now face up to Siraj. Oh, he gets an edge and it goes through the slips and it's going to be 4 runs. There's no tenanted third man. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. England move on to 170. Duckett moves on to 78. Yes.
Right, we're due a change, aren't we, at the end of
well, I'm here till the end, I know that much.
God.
Hendo's
hair shirt must be really uncomfortable.
It is, it's really fucking scratchy,
I was just working out the logistics of going to get the car and then waiting outside for Hendo so we then don't have the 20-minute walk.
Where did you have to park today then?
Oh, basically
near my house?
Yes.
Well, should have got you to give me a lift. Oh no, there's no point. I'll be at home. That wants to be enough to mid on and there's no run. Duckett, 84 balls for 78. Very good batting.
Kantilal Jagwani says England will win as it seems their score will be 515. My guess before was wrong. This is the greatness of this game, the most unpredictable game.
Oh, that's a point. We should check out what's going on in the GPL.
Yeah, we haven't really.
Nobody entered.
Well, that's because we haven't pushed it today. We were very.
We did mention it early, but then we forgot about it later on. Driven by Duckett inside mid-on. Oh. I think he's got enough on that, and it's probably going to run for the boundary for 4 runs.
That's a glorious.
Chased down by, I think that's Shartul Thakur, isn't it? Yeah, it is. The problem India have got here is where do they turn? I don't think they're going to turn to Cambodge. They're not going to turn to Thakur. They've got Bumrah, but they don't want to probably over bowl him. Siraj is now his 4th or 5th over. Jadeja can block up one end, but he's going for 6 and over. I guess they go to Washington Sundar.
If I ever have some time, I mean, I know it's going to sound like the equivalent of organising one sock draw. I'll tell you in a minute.
Siraj, short. Attempted pull by Duckett, or did he pull out of it? I don't know, but there's no run.
But I would then categorise these 4 jingles, and we've got so many of them, by type of shot. So that when you get a glorious cover drive or a sweetly stroked on drive, it gets one type of jingle, whereas other jingles lend themselves much more to smash, bash, crash, Batman style.
Well, if you use them enough, you know where they all are anyway. I mean, they're categorised at the moment. They're categorised by author. Currently.
That's oversimplifying.
Siraj short pulled this time hard by Duckett, but out to the man at deep square leg, who I think is Washington Sundar or Cambodge, one or the other. It's it's a single. Sorry.
Oop, crash bang.
He's equal
with. Zippy Tuner's sort of with you, Bear. He says, I'm all for England winning, but not by cheating. Exceptions against Australia.
Yes. Very much so. The boardwalk, for example. That
wasn't cheating.
Well, you saw that. I saw him watching that the other day, and he just admitted umpire didn't give it. I didn't walk.
Yeah,
he's always stuck.
Well,
to
that
the
happens. That happens.
It's not my job to walk.
I don't regard that as cheating.
It's up to the umpire to give it out. It's true. I mean, it's happened. I'm sure it happened the other way around when I've watched Nash's game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before reviews, that happened quite a lot, I presume. That one is defended up the track, and there's no. Although wasn't that in a game with reviews, and they've run out of reviews? That was the early days of reviews, I seem to remember.
You sure? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I'm not
Maybe.
sure. That was just a bit of a lazy shot by Crawley, wasn't it? I think he was finding it too easy. Just fiddled at one. Did turn though.
Oh, so Crawley got out nicked off. Oh, there's a change.
Well, he did. In the
Well, at least he got 84 or 3 or whatever it was.
Yeah, he did. That's the end of the over. Right, we need Hendo and the lovely Samantha to join us. Samantha
we've got 2 super chats too.
Who's doing those? I think.
Well, you can do them while you're sat there.
I can do them if you wish. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, message you do them.
Okay, Jay Grover sent us £5. Says in awe of Tony's rotor skills and his ability to herd Hendo. And Obrino over sent £1.99. Sorry, no GPL today. Have a super chat instead. Thank you.
Jadeja, swept by Duckett, reverse swept indeed, and it doesn't really go anywhere except a dribble to very short fine leg.
Is it us 3?
It is going to be Hendo when Hendo and Samantha appears.
Hendo, you're on, mate.
He's
he mumbled
the
something.
delights of Samantha must be distracting him to a point where he can't quite make it over here. 3 men around the bat. That's a more conventional sweep from the Duckster. Down to deep backward square. Washington Sundar fields. And they take a single. And Duckett will move on to 84. Which, am I right in saying, was also the score upon which Crawley perished?
He did indeed.
He did.
Get Hendo to sort the screen on his way over.
Oh yeah, Hendo, on your way over, can you do the screen? Because it's a 3-man studio job, as you will well know. He may not be able to do that and cuddle Samantha with his other arm. He may have to put Samantha down, not in the veterinary sense. Jadeja, round the wicket he comes. The Bishop of Rome onto the back foot, slaps it to point, and there is no run. Try and keep the new man on naught for as long as possible. Admittedly, it's only been 2 balls there, but that's the principle. There is, for Pope, a man at silly mid-off. And Pope whips this nicely through mid-wicket. Just outside of off-stump is where it started. They should come back for 2. They do. And His Eminence, His Grace...
has graced us with his presence.
Has graced us with his presence. My ecclesiastical brother is off and running. 178 for 1 England. Jadeja, man who got the breakthrough. Ooh, there's hands on heads and oohs and ahs, but I thought Pope played that safely enough outside of his off stump, and again there was no run. I'm guessing, is this going to be... Yeah, well, was nothing wrong with that, was there? Played it down into the ground. There are the 2 men on the offside round the bat. That's driven's a short cover. No run. Yeah, we have the slip and we have the silly mid-off. So they're clearly working the off stump of Ollie Pope. It's 178 for 1. 34 overs complete. And where is Hendo and Samantha? I'll have to do social. I've been left on my own. I've literally been left on my own. If I judged everyone based on political beliefs, says Alex Marmon, I would have a very small group of friends. I thought with you we were... in the way the new studio is organised. So not only do we have tech support, we've lost Hendo and Samantha. The Bear has now gone to do tech support, and I am here, a man alone, shouting into the ether because no one's going to be able to hear me anyway. Audio's just gone out. Yeah, Richard Peel's telling us as well. It should be back. This one's turned to square leg.
No, you're back now, Tony, although it's a big...
I don't know why that went out. That's a bit weird.
Actually, it was turned to point by... No, it was turned square leg by Pope.
It's all right,
I'm
it's done.
distracted. It's all sorted. We are back. It was a brief interlude without you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because we can't live if living is without you, and we did lose you for a bit, but we should be back. Hendo, you haven't lost Samantha, have you? Oh no, Hendo's wandering around like a man lost.
Although the YouTube screen's now stuffed up, I'm sorry.
Oh, fucking hell.
I thought it was. I got it correct, and then
the bear uncorrected.
The bear uncorrected it. Yeah.
He was distracted. Right, Siraj into the attack. Duckett again plays it late from just to the side of his off stump, guides it to point, and again there is no run. 176 is what England now trail by. They have 9 wickets in hand though, and the Duckster is motoring along at nearly a run a ball. He has, well, it would be one of the more politically incorrect bingo calls, in that it's the 2 8s side by side. Siraj in, Duckett defends, Siraj does a little bit of football to flick the ball up, and there's still no run.
Oh, pretty good ball from Siraj, that one.
It
I thought
was.
just came back into him, and he was a little bit laboured in trying to play that. Almost found a little bit of room between Pat and Panama and socials.
I can't remember.
Sorry, I thought Messi Jez was still on, but obviously not.
Oh, maybe he is. No, it's Tony Hendo Bear.
Sorry.
With you on socials. All I can see is Bear's head as this one is whipped off his legs. Off Siraj by Duckett down to deep backward square. Jadeja runs around to field. And they take a single. All of which I saw in the gap between Bear's ears.
Bear's ears?
Well, yes.
You see my head see through.
His head was literally right in front of me.
I was a bit worried
Just
about
as well there was such a gap there.
I was a bit worried about where his ears might be. Where did we get up to, by the way? Anyone?
We were pretty much up. Well, I can't remember the last one I read. We'd certainly done the 2 super chats. 183 for 1. Siraj in, left alone. Big, high, confident leave by Ollie Pope. Through it went to Juve Jarrell. Juve Jarrell, of course, fielding again, making that position his own, just on the back of the various trials and tribulations of poor old Rishabh Pant.
Yeah.
Who, if you weren't here today, well, it was worth watching. Make sure you try and catch some highlights later. Could barely walk himself down the steps to get onto the pitch. We were all amazed when he was out there after having seen the state of that foot last night. He could barely walk, could barely run, and yet he got himself the 17 he needed to get himself past 50.
Let me get some tubes in. Have we had to talk about politics? Has that been through?
Yes.
Okay, let's go on. Samantha is not Bagpuss. Have we had that one?
Yeah, that was the last one I read.
Oh, okay. The audio died, says Leah. It's all gone quiet over there. Audio is down. Sound's gone. Bear, you knocked the audio out. All quiet on the Western Front. Censorship has got us out of control.
Swept by Ollie Pope. In fact, I think reverse swept down to backward square. It's a single. No, it's Duckett. So it was a conventional sweep. Beg your pardon. And Pope will be on strikes. 184 for 1.
A lot of panic out there as we went down briefly.
It's all back now.
It's all back now.
Went down briefly. We're not talking about you and Samantha.
Hey, boom, boom.
184 for 1.
They turned off the lights. I thought once they turned them on, they kept them on all day.
Have they been on?
Yeah, they were on the morning.
Oh no, they would turn them off.
Nicely off his toes by His Eminence, the Bishop of Rome. His Grace. Gets a single, 186 for 1.
Got 2.
Oh, got 2, did he? Oh, that was sharp running.
There's not too much grace about Pope these days, is there, though?
Not early. He can be.
Once he gets
settled,
Whether he's been working on that technical fault where his head tends to fall away when he's got him into trouble several times. He's going to be facing Jadeja with 2 men short on the offside and just pushes it into the onside. And Jadeja strolls to pick it up, gives the ball a good shine on his right buttock cheek.
It just bounced a little bit, didn't it?
It did. Well, Jadeja can get a fair amount of bounce. And indeed that one does as well. And Pope steps back and he cuts it, but he cuts it straight on the bounce to short third. There's no run. Looks frustrated with himself. He's got his bat under his arm.
I don't know
Possibly
why.
feels he missed out there.
I don't know why England are 186 for 1 from 35 overs.
Pope's only got 4 of them.
Well, true, but...
Oh, he's nearly through him there, was Jadeja. That really did pop on Pope.
It didn't. It just went on with the arm. I don't know if he got an inside edge.
No, I think it turned it.
Yeah, he got an inside edge.
He got an inside edge onto his back pad. Nonetheless, past Raja. That beats him. He's grounded his feet. Although I think every Indian has got their arm up, asking the question: did he drag that back foot?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
He'll
And the
probably
man
have
who
a
would
look.
know is Juve Jarrell, and I don't think he's encouraging anyone to review, is he?
Well, well, having appealed, it's up to the umpire to review it.
Yeah.
If he's not prepared to say it's not out, he's probably going to go upstairs
Well,
because
he'd
they
have
always
to be
fucking
asking
do.
Ashan Raza, who's the square leg umpire, but I think they may have gone to have a good look.
I'm not sure they did actually. It's the end of the over.
We have a
Is
bibbed.
it? There still seems to be 1 ball to go, unless they haven't updated.
They haven't updated it because I think they assumed that he was going to go ask upstairs. Is he going to ask upstairs? He's like, I don't think he is
may
because
still
they've
be
already.
going to do that.
Well, no, because he's at the end of where the over is to have the next over.
Yeah, he wasn't the square. He was the square leg umpire.
Yeah, he
but
was the square leg umpire. Oh, they have looked.
I tell you what.
Well, we're having a look. It's nowhere near out.
No,
Well, it wasn't, but you could see how the excitement was there because his momentum was really. It would have been the classic stumping dismissal for a spinner had he been out because he really was almost dragging that foot. And he just managed to hold it.
Yeah, he held it. I thought he did okay. I mean, I see what you're saying. He'd got in that big stride, so it could have happened. But I don't think he ever moved that back foot.
No,
I mean, if I'd been side on to that as a fielder, I wouldn't have appealed for it.
No.
Well, it's our friend
Cambodge.
Ashur Cambodge. He probably needs a jingle.
Of the new jingle. Of the very
Where did you
I like
hide
his
him
jingle.
there?
Number 9, where his batting position was, funnily enough, too.
I always forget you have that system.
Yeah, me too.
Right, in he comes. 24 apparently, looks about 47. And that is defended by Ben Duckett into the onside for no run. And here is the Cambodge.
Everybody loves, everybody loves, everybody loves you Cambodge.
The sound turned itself off, so it didn't have to listen to political shite, says
The
Lockie.
scorecard's gone as well. What have you done?
I haven't done anything to it, Bear. I barely touched it. You handed it to me. Lockie, it was a bit poetic, says Zippy, who also says, I'm afraid to talk about the cricket because it's going too well.
Right, well, let's hope you haven't jinxed it. Cambodge is in to Duckett, who steers this, but steers it straight to cover. And there's no run. The technical support is off again. Oh, he's going. No, he's not. He's going to the woods. I beg your pardon. That's a no ball. Cambodge, come on, lad. You're not that quick. You should be bowling no balls. Listed as a medium pacer, isn't he? I think he's a little bit quicker than medium, just pure medium. I think. To be fair, is Anshul. It was only just a no ball, but only just is enough.
Yeah, there was a no ball earlier that was very, very tight. Was it one of Bryden Cars's?
Yes, it was. Round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who turns him into the onside, down to deep mid-wicket. They take a single. Duckett is into the 90s. 91 for the Ducks there. Is there no end to his talent? Took a blinding catch this morning, I think, wasn't it? What a catch that was.
Well, it was a good catch. I wouldn't say it was a blinding catch, personally. I think we said at the time we thought it was the Flying Duckett.
The Flying Duckett.
Which I thought was a band.
Do you think it was one he should have caught and then the dive was for the cameras?
Well, it wasn't so much a dive, he just hopped off the ground, didn't he?
But with such style,
well, you know, you can give him points for style, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
It
4,
wasn't
5,
necessary, though.
6 men on the offside for Ollie Pope. 2 slips as well for Cambodia, make up 2 of those 6. But he leaves that. It does swing, but it swings quite gently at 79 miles an hour, and Ollie Pope can just stand and watch it, admire its arc and its curve. But,
Yeah, they got
need to do nothing with it.
You know, I wonder whether they should have gone with Kuldeep, because Cambodge doesn't look a great deal quicker than Shartul, and they seem to be both quite similar sort of bowlers. You know, one of them has to be of a bit more pace than this, I would say.
Here comes Cambodge, and that's cut uppishly, but all the way to backward point for 4 runs. How close, though, was that to the fielder it passed on the way? We'll have another look and let you know, but it's one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Well, it was right between the two, wasn't it?
So bisected gully and backward point, and although it was somewhat uppish, it was beautifully directed. Doesn't matter if it goes in the air if you know there's no fielder there. So well played, Ollie Pope. Lovely shot from him. 4 more to England, 192 for 1. As in comes Cambodge. That is back down the ground, or back to straightish mid-off. I think he's got that to swing in on him a little bit as well. So he's moved it away and he's moving it in a little bit. Or was that more straight on with the arm? Let's have a look. No, he swings
There's
it
a
in.
tiny bit of dip there, yeah.
There
But
was.
look at it. I mean, he's turned him round. Why is he getting turned round? Because is he looking? Look, he starts off looking to turn that into the onside from off stump, and then he has to sort of straighten when he realises he's got it wrong. At least he's adjusted, though.
Right, Cambodge again over the wicket. Left once more as it swings away. It seems to be more his stock ball, that sort of
the away
swinger.
yeah.
I suppose he's got to get himself in, hasn't he?
Taken
You
by
know?
Jarrell, no
Who,
run.
Pope?
192 for 1.
Oh,
England,
Bear, can you get-
91 for Duckett.
Can get me a beer with a
37
glass, could
overs
you?
complete. And Hendo, who is
Half a
whose
beer.
throat, his thirst is needs to be slaked after all his tweet reading. I'll have to read some more.
I will indeed. Ravi says, has the love sponge debate settled? And he caps up love sponge.
Only because I claimed it. Maybe I shouldn't have done.
I don't. What is a love sponge? I don't
don't
even know.
Actually,
We couldn't come up with the answer to that.
you could try googling it, Hendo. But Samantha might not be that happy with you if you do. Might be something you don't want to find out about.
Richard Peel says, yeah, Ravi. Messy Jez is the love sponge.
Oh. Isn't that a song by the B-52s?
No, that's Love Shack.
Oh, that's Love Shack.
Which was used, of course, for the
Love
Jacques
Sponge, baby,
Jacques
love
Callis
sponge.
jingle.
Yes, it
Love
was.
Jacques Callis.
Probably couldn't get away with that now. Oh, that's a full toss, and down the track comes Duckett and slaps it away through extra cover, but it's going to be caught by Jadeja, who's whipping after it. They have come back 4. I think they came racing back for 3, so well run the Duckster.
Yeah, and that was off Jadeja, and he had to do all the running to field it.
He did. He did.
You need a job doing.
Well, it takes
Do
Duckett
it
on to
yourself.
94. He's 1 shot away, just a shot away, to quote the Rolling Stones.
Well, it'd be a real shame if he gave it away here. I'd like him to sort of ease his way to 100.
Yeah.
Because I think he deserves it. He deserves 100.
He certainly does. This innings has been quite magnificent. It's a shame he lost his partner, Creepy.
Yeah, Crawley was batting well too.
Creepy.
Creepy Crawley.
Creeps.
The Creepster. 195 for 1.
Come on, Ducky.
There's a slip and a forward short leg. Forward comes Ollie Pope to push to cover, and there was no run. We should get... Now, we lost 10 minutes.
No, we didn't lose 10 minutes.
No, we didn't lose 10 minutes.
We did lose 10 minutes briefly,
But we got it back.
It was made up very quickly.
Yeah.
By,
They just moved lunch. is all
by
they
the
did.
early lunch, and then just playing the extra 10 minutes in the afternoon session.
Give me a chance to get through some tubes at the end of this over, please.
At the end of this one, yes, I don't think you'll get through many with Jadeja bowling.
No.
Although you might get a couple in as he tries to work his way around Ashen Raza.
He's a large man, Ashen
But
Raza.
here he comes. Onto the back foot, that kept low. Crikey. Hands do go on ahead, including mine, certainly Ravi Jadeja's. Because Ollie Pope was looking to cut that. The ball didn't bounce at all, really. It's shot through, and it was right in front of his off stump.
I mean,
if you'd have been out to that, well, you could hear Hendo's exasperation.
It's Bad's ball, isn't it?
I'm sorry, but really.
Forward comes Olipo. Much more solid that time, much more practical, much more sensible.
Look, I
What we
understand,
want to see.
you know, Duckett's out there and he's batting very sweetly.
That one again, that's slapped nicely, but it will be fielded in the covers.
Oh, should get
In
back
fact,
to
it
2.
will be misfielded in the covers, I think, by Jasprit Bumrah, who made a right to it. Was it Bumrah?
Yeah, it was Bumrah.
He made her an absolute horlicks of that first time round.
Right, let's do some tweets.
Tubes. 97 for 1.
Tubes, even. To quote Blackadder, if India don't make inroads tonight, they'll be in the stickiest situation since Sticky the Stick insect got stuck on a sticky bun. Jago says, Richard Peel, wasn't Bubba the Love Sponge a right-wing radio lad? What?
Oh, I don't want to claim that title. I don't think Messi does either.
And argued that waterboarding were a piece of piss. Back in the day. Oh, goodness, this is getting a bit political.
Work
just
your way around this.
stuck on a stick, says at the bridge. I'm afraid. God, I need to get out more. Zuby Tuna says, that was loud. What was loud? Leah. He was also a buddy of Hulk Hogan, apparently.
Bubba the Love Sponge. I've never heard of Bubba the Love Sponge.
Wasn't Hulk Hogan one of the sort of guys who appeared at a Trump rally?
He appeared at a Trump inauguration.
Still that. Oh, he's got it.
There you go.
Duckett has gone on 94. It was wide. It was a swing. He had that offside field. At the end, it just went straight through to Jarrell. It was a horrible ball. And I'm afraid the Duckster couldn't resist it. He's gone in the 90s for 94. Neither he nor Crawley have gone on for the big one they possibly deserved. I think that's a real shame, but it wasn't a great shot at all.
It wasn't.
You silly little boy, what on earth?
Bounced a bit more than perhaps he thought.
Yeah, it was definitely wide enough to have a thrasher, wasn't it? I mean, it was there, it was short, it was wide. It's a legitimate shot, but as you say, I think it bounced a little bit more.
And for a man who says in interviews he
Doesn't
doesn't
matter.
really think or it doesn't bother him, he has the crestfallen face of a baby who's had his ice cream knocked out of its hand. He looks utterly upset. He's walking back. His trudge speaks of a man who is a lot more upset than he will probably let on in the post-match interview.
Yeah, and, well, the
Nah,
game
he'll
has
get over
turned. The game has turned. I mean, it may not have turned, you know, irrevocably for England, but, you know, they put a bit of pressure back on themselves from being in a really, really good position.
They're still in a really, really good position.
They are in a really good position, but again, 2 more and they're not in quite such a good position.
No, they're not, but now's the man you want coming in this situation, surely. It's the master craftsman who only needs, 40 runs and he goes up beyond.
Yeah, that's right.
2 more and then he's just below whoever's second, which would be Ponting.
Ponting, yeah.
He's about 300 shy of Ponting.
Yeah, well, he's still averaging just over 50. But of course, there are people who still say he's got it all to do because he's never got 100 in Australia.
I really want him to get 100 in Australia.
Well, I think
shut them all up.
Everyone does.
You'll know, of course,
Every English fan.
who we are talking about. It's this man.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit.
And this one's wide.
Oh, what?
And he fishes, and it's taken on the tumble, but he doesn't get an edge. But that was the perfect first ball tempter by Cambodge, who we've been, all of a sudden, has taken the wicket of Duckett with a wide ball, and he throws another one wide to Joe Root for his first ball. Root's feet weren't working yet, were they?
Well, no, I mean, that's what, I mean,
first
whilst you are new, you are vulnerable, even though you're the best batsman in the world, probably.
Well bowled Anshaw Cambodge, and he comes. This one, Rooty does get his feet working and lifts the bat and watches through. Once bitten, twice shy, I think is the message there from Joe Root.
On the discussion about Hulk Hogan, according to Leah, he's bitten the dust today.
Yeah, that's what we're
right.
talking about.
Oh, okay, sorry. Greetings from Basil. Or Baal. Gorillas says Tatty. Saw a swallow chasing a flying pig this morning, and then Crawley gets a score. Are these things related?
What do we got? 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And that's on leg. So Rooty clips it down to fine leg and takes him single, and he's off the mark. 160 England trail by, 198 for 2. The score was all swinging along in a fantastic partnership with Crawley and Duckett. But Crawley went for 84, Duckett for 94. Neither made their ton. They'll both be pleased with their work, but massively disappointed.
Do you think
want one to go on, don't you?
Well, the camera's focusing on Bumrah there. He's getting the old diarrhea or whatever it is.
He's coming on.
Electrolytes and water.
Not diorolite.
Similar thing.
Full whipped off his toes nicely away through mid-wicket. That's a glorious shot from Ollie Pope. It's being chased. I think it might just be hunted down. It is hunted down by
Shartul Thakur.
Shartul Thakur. So well done him. They'll take 3. Pope will move on to 10. It's a lovely shot. Probably deserved 4, but you've got to hand it to Shartul Thakur. His legs were.
They're going to check.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's in contact here with his legs.
He is. I think that's going to be given us 4.
Yeah.
That'll be 4 anyway. Bit of a frustration when you've had to do all that running and then you find you didn't need to do it.
Yeah, he's definitely in contact there. That's going to be 4.
4. I think you are right there. We wait for confirmation. Rod Tucker says, "Yep, Bear, you are right."
And that's a 200 up for him.
Oh, that's why someone was saying it was a bit loud earlier.
Use the little wheel. It's a volume knob, you know. Down.
Yeah, all right, okay.
Okay, there you go.
Right, Cambodge in then to Ollie Pope, who just did get that 4. Pope defends. 4th stump line, back to the bowler. No run. 202 for 2. It's the end of the over. We're probably due a change.
There we are.
So I'm going to cut and run, actually. I'm not going to leave Hendo stranded. I'm going to go and get the car. And I'll wait for you downstairs, Hendo.
Yeah, I'll do one final tweet. Social media Royder says, Love Sponge played 34 first-class games for Gloucestershire in 1890 to 93.
Okay.
And that is absolutely true.
So is it us 3 to end up?
It appears so, yeah.
So you either need to shuffle across the jingles, or we need to shuffle across to...
Yep.
Do you want to just shuffle across and do jingles?
I will.
Are you going to change the screen set?
Sippy Tuna says scores are going to be level again. Lucky 6 says how tragic. I presume that was Hulk Hogan being run out. Stumps are at 30 minutes from now, Lucky 6, unless of course they manage to bowl 20 overs in the meantime.
That one's just worked out into the offside, and Root gets a single. Everyone's run away. It's just us 2. I don't know if has he changed the screen set? I don't think he has he?
Yes, he has.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. The ball, that Hendo.
It's not Hendo. I think it was Tone. He's running off to
and we're now down to 0.9 degrees in Perth.
0.9.
Yeah.
Hovering above the freezing point. That one's just knocked out to cover, and there's no run. Hendo will take over.
Okay. 202 for 2. Pope 14, Root 1. Jadeja 1 for 34. Got one to turn a little bit. Well, he's got a couple to turn a little bit, but it was a bit of a weak shot from Crawley, wasn't it?
I think
you said a bit lazy, yeah. Was finding it a bit too easy, which is unusual for him. This is defended out in the offside. There is no run. Bit of encouragement at last for Shubman Gill in what's been a pretty tricky time since lunch, really. This is a flick towards square leg by Root. He'll come through for the 1. 203 for 2.
Well, you have to say, considering how India have fared with the ball, that actually England did pretty well to wheedle out those last wickets, didn't they?
Well, Ben Stokes was inspirational again, wasn't he? This is what worries me about Pope. He does jab at the ball. This one he's controlled enough to get it down to 3rd man. There's no one. no one down there, so they will get a couple of runs. But he just goes so hard at the ball with that jab. I feel as if he almost gets into position too early against the spinners in particular. And then from that base, he just jabs at the ball. He's gone there, and then he jabs. He did control it, to be fair, looking at it, open the
kind of
face
follows it rather than play a shot at it.
Yeah. Anyway, end of the 8th over from Jadeja, 1 for 37. Pope 16, Root on 2. And England are 205.
Al Hogan seems to be at the focus for messages at the moment. Victor Pearson said, read the wrestling, or maybe he read the wrestling, I don't know. And Jay Grover says, history of punishing schedules, substance abuse, and horrendous personal relationships. Just guessing.
Yes, something like that.
You're talking about you or the wrestlers?
I don't know. Cambodge plays bowls just on the line or outside off stump, and Root plays that shot. The one that he normally plays off the back foot, but he just lays that one down to the gully.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised that Jujarel hasn't actually come up to the stumps like he did at the last place. Maybe the wicket's a little bit quicker.
Well, he might do, depending on how far Root feels that he wants to advance out of his crease to face the reduced pace of someone like Cambodge or Thakur. He's in again, 2 slips in the gully. Glorious evening in Manchester. Onto the back foot goes Root. Pokes out into the offside. There is no run. I was going to skip over most of that wrestling stuff, to be honest, and political stuff, messy, because it seemed to be more sort of between tweeters rather than.
I think this one's empty.
Very cool. I will tell you that the forecast for the next 3 days remains pretty good.
Well, that's good news. Should get a result. Cambodge into Root, straight and full, and he meets that with a full face of the bat. Takes a few steps down the wicket to see if it might get past mid-on, and that might be some runs for him to add to his enormous total in Test cricket, but there aren't. 205 for 240 overs England have batted for. They trail by 153. 358 is what India made in their first knock. In comes Cambodge again, hinting at a little bit of away movement, and then does the majority of any swerve that's there after it's gone past Root.
He's basically their Chris Wokes, isn't he?
Yes, it's gone a little bit too early, hasn't it? I think. Yeah, he's in his first Test match. I think I would leave calling him their Chris Wokes until he's got a.
I meant in pace-wise, really.
Stuff behind him in terms of wickets. Although, of course, he's in away conditions, and Wokes has not prospered there. Onto the back foot goes Root, cuts him, and straight at Jadeja, who's almost hoppling back as he takes that. Such was the force of the shot.
I don't think England will shut up shop for another 10 minutes or so, will they?
No,
not in their nature, is it?
Well, I think Root
will just play
will
it
take
as he sees it.
what's there, and I think Pope will prod and push and play shots across the line and see what happens. Cambodge in, bowls to Root. Root helps that on its way. Is there anyone fine enough to cut that off?
No.
It's not looking that way. That's going to be 4 runs for Joe Root. Haven't played this one today, I don't think.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Rather spoiled is over there, Cambodge. Would have been a maiden, but for straying slightly into the pads there. Well, Bumrah has taken off his cap. He's going to have another burst before the end of the day, and this could be a little crucial
passage of play
for England. Yeah, absolutely. 209 for 2. It's going to be Pope facing. He's got 16 off 23. But I never, ever feel relaxed watching Pope play anymore.
I do when he gets to about 30, and I kind of feel he's
Really?
finally in. Yeah. Once he's very skittish.
I feel like he doesn't blossom really until he's got about 60, in my opinion, and then he becomes the batsman that he was when he first started. 3 slips and a gully for Bumrah, and he's into Pope, and he's tempting him with one wide, but not so wide that he won't go after it. Does resist on this occasion, the red-headed holy one. It really is an upside-down world.
Well, when Manchester has blazing sunshine and it's pissing down with, well, it's not pissing down with rain, but it's grey and green.
Grey all day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Been really miserable here in Lewisham, but we're not miserable because we've enjoyed a very good day of Test cricket. Certainly, if you're an England fan. Did we ever get any comeback on that discussion about Sehwag? Bumrah in again, a good foot and a half outside the off stump. Foolish, but left by Pope, quite rightly. We were discussing whether Sehwag not exactly put extra pressure on the batsman that batted with him, but destabilised them in some way. But I don't think we got a reply to that.
I'm not sure he did.
I'm not sure he did.
He was part of a great side, wasn't he, really? I mean, they had some batting riches when he was in there.
It sounds counterintuitive, but we would have liked to know what the follow-up to that was. Bumrah in, he jabs at that one outside the stump. It was slightly closer.
And Fuller.
To him, and a little bit Fuller. But
I mean, Sehwag played in a side with Raul Dravid. I can't remember. He probably had quite a fair few opening partners, but you had Raul Dravid, Dhoni was in that side.
Ganguly, presumably.
Ganguly and Tendulkar. You know, probably Lakshman at times as well. I mean,
Yuvraj Singh from time to time.
Yeah, he was very bad on a short ball though.
Gautam Gambhir, even outside the stump, rising through, taken beside his face really by the keeper Jarrell. 209 for 2, Route 6, Pope 16. Did we have a look at the GPL?
There wasn't any entries apparently.
No entries?
No, we didn't talk about it.
On that basis, it becomes incumbent upon all of you to get as many super chats in before the end of the day. We've got to make up the money that we've lost on the GPL. 209 for 2.
What, all £4 of
it? Tell him that. Bumrah in, Pope defends. First really straight ball of the over. And England will feel, I suppose, they get through without another wicket. They get through not giving that wicket to Bumrah, and they'll feel like they've had a fabulous day.
Yeah, very much
really,
so.
Really.
I mean, and they've scooted along at such a rate. I mean, considering they've only batted for a session and an hour, they're on 209 for 2.
And I think, admittedly, Cambodge's got one of the 2 wickets to fall. Bumrah in to complete the over. I think he's going to get a leg by. May have got some bat on it, but we'll wait for umpire Raza's signal.
Well, we didn't see.
We didn't see.
Right, I'm going to the loo.
I'll come to you.
Lucky Six says, hard to believe that 200 used to be a good score in a 50-over match. Well, the very first Gillette Cup final, Sussex won with a winning score of 168 in 60.2 overs. They were all out. They could have gone for 65 overs, but they won.
Messi. That was which year?
63.
So that was probably played on an uncovered pitch.
Oh, yes, and there were no fielding restrictions.
That's right.
I think there may have been bowler restrictions, but that was about the only thing that was different. and Dexter captained very, very defensively. Made it very hard for Worcester to score. But Sussex won. That was the important thing. There's lots of talk about wrestling. My only memory of wrestling is Mick McManus.
Oh, yeah, of course. Flicked to mid-wicket, and there's yet another fielder in injury pain, inspecting his finger or fingernail after he fielded that one. Not sure who it was. I think it might have been Thakur. Joe Root is on 13,265. He needs 24 to go past Raoul Dravid, 26 to go past Jacques Callis, and then he needs to pick up another 1178, 89, 90 to go past Ricky Ponting, and behind Sachin Tendulkar in the all-time list, defended by Pope.
I still reckon it's a chance to reach Tendulkar's title, you know.
I think there's a chance. Let's see. He's got to get another 2,700 runs. That's a lot of runs.
Yeah, but you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's still here for the next Ashes in England.
Well, he certainly has the sort of stamina and the desire, a bit like Alistair Cook, I think. Onto the back foot goes Pope. He can't get enough leverage into the shot to make it really count. It's picked up in the covers.
Has about 24 more shots than Alistair Cook too.
Yeah. Well, Root has scored 1,000 runs in Test years in 2 of the last 4 or something.
Yeah.
So if he carries on at a rate or similar to a rate that he has, and England play an awful lot of tests, then there's a good chance he will get to Sachin.
Yeah.
There is, but I mean, you know, you look to this Ashes tour that's coming up, and you think if he doesn't have a good tour, down the leg side, and I think Pope managed to flick that with the swing. No, it's been given as buys, 4 of them. England don't care how they come, as long as they come. That takes them on to 214 for 2.
We have a super chat.
Yay! We love a super chat.
Let me see if I can guess who it is.
Oh, well,
would it be a certain man from Sheffield?
Might be.
We love Sheffield.
Let's play the jingle.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jay sends us a $5. I'll wait till after this ball.
This one swings into Pope, who plays that quite pleasantly up to mid-on. Certainly had the legs on it, the wheels on it, to get to the boundary, but it was straight to the man at mid-on.
Jay sends us $5, says, thank you all. He says, not voting for child rapists is not a political position.
Did anyone say it was?
No.
Well, I don't remember.
There was some discussion where someone might have reached.
Right, okay. There were. I did see there were people saying, "Let's not talk politics." Cambodge in bowls and defended, full face of the bat. Ollie Pope likes this sort of pace. I think he feels more comfortable with it. Anyway, that's the end of the over. As I said, 214 for 2. Pope 16, Root 6. Messi.
Nick Cook says, farewell Ozzy Osbourne, peace and love. Come on, England. Andrew Kilsall, he's retracted it, but Andrew Kilsall said he's looking forward to being back with us tomorrow. If we're happy with that, we're very happy with that, Andrew. We look forward to you joining us tomorrow.
Indeed.
No need to retract that at all. We're always happy to hear that. Bumrah will bowl to Root. Can he wheedle him out this evening? That would be a fantastic wicket for Bumrah, and it'll give him an early go at
Harry
Brook, either tonight or tomorrow.
Crazy Brook.
Crazy Harry Brook. The man who's now joined back in the dressing room. Oh, that's gone through Root, and they think they've caught that. Huge appeal from Jasperi. Unmoved umpire. And
doesn't give a lot, does he?
I'd be very surprised if they don't review that, although they have lost one so far. That was a very poor LBW shout from Siraj a little earlier.
Decided no.
No, decided no.
Yeah, I don't think he was near that.
That's a good ball, though.
It's always tricky with those ones, isn't it? Because you think they deserve a wicket. Because how the fuck did it beat me on the inside? You know, you're beating Joe Root on the inside edge.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Has he got that to swing and then keep going? Oh no, it's come off the paddle. Look.
Could have been a bit of bat in there as well. No, it's
I don't think there's any. It's probably too high, but I think the LBW shout would have been better.
Well, it was outside the line.
When it hits him, I'm not sure. Anyway, Bumrah. Good start to the over. In again to Root. Root's hopping around in his crease, defending on the back foot. Into the offside, there is no run.
Do you think it's dispiriting for Bumrah when basically everything hinges on you?
Well, I don't think it does. I think that,
impact outside.
There's been that. It was. There's been that narrative from the press and the media, and I didn't really see it until I saw him perform and the backup bowlers perform. Prasid Krishna didn't impress me. Impressed me on his first time he was over here, but not particularly this time at all. Bumrah in again, bowls to Root, keeps it a little bit low, but he's on the back foot and presenting the full face. And Siraj had a poor first game, so that kind of reinforced the message, didn't it?
Yeah, it did a bit.
But then they came back so well in the second test with Bumrah unable to play, that you felt that India were in a really good position. But they've been hit by injuries. I mean, I'm not sure how
to lose both deeps.
Arshdeep Singh got injured when he's not played a game. Bumrah outside the off stump, left alone by Root. Obviously he's bowling in the nets, but you've got to be a bit unfortunate if you do something there. So no ball, which isn't particularly good news for England, because it means that he gets another ball at Root.
Ooh, that's close, that one.
Yeah, it's another tight one, isn't it? But it is a no ball.
It's been so good since they've done this.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it's so much cleaner.
It is. Takes it as the umpire kept missing them.
Oh, poor old David Shepherd. Bumrah in bowls, comes off a thick outside edge, this time into the backward point region. Shot there quite quickly, but didn't beat the man. Shouldn't have beat the man, and it didn't. Bumrah none for 31. He's been tighter, hasn't he, in his later overs. He bowled a really good line at one point to Ben Duckett, beat him a couple of times with corking deliveries. And now he's testing Root as we move into the last 7 minutes of the day. Here he is, galloping to the crease, and Root quite sensibly leaves that one as he's given a bit of width.
You imagine England start playing for the end now, don't they? 2 or 3 overs left.
Well, you would hope they wouldn't play a silly shot.
I guess if there's a half volley you can't miss out on, you'll drive it, but
I don't think you should go chasing after a wide one just because it starts to swing away and it's a bad ball and it's full. Yeah, but I wouldn't put
that past Pope
especially. Although Root did do something similar with his first delivery. 3 slips still there, waiting for anything, and this one comes off thick inside edge as Root presses forward. It'll bring him a single to long leg. Bumrah thought he might have just found his way through there, and hands on the back of his head, clenching his teeth with a little bit of frustration. It's the end of his over. 12 overs, none for 32. England are 216 4-2.
Zippy Tuna says, can't believe the way Ozzy went out. He really was the main character. It's true. Jay Grover says everything is politics, you bellends.
Well, of course it is. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And Zippy Tuna says my Willow TV stream went to commercial and missed that delivery to Root. Classic stuff. Yeah, Willow seems to have a reputation for doing that a bit. Andrew Kilson says thanks for your support and enjoy the cricket, and you guys are the best in the world.
Oh,
Thank you.
lovely.
That's lovely.
Cambodge into his 10th over, bowls full.
Oh.
That's a nice shot from Root.
Yeah, you don't miss out on those.
Lovely on drive, all the way down the ground. Good chase by Siraj. But if he was going to flick that back, he had to do the headlong dive, not the foot-long dive.
Yeah, he went in like a 2-foot tackle in Division 2.
And he hasn't. And
That was
it
a lovely
means
shot.
that is 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, glorious, glorious stuff.
It's like a sliding tackle out of defence, that one, wasn't it?
That's what someone did to our returning forward. And sent him off at half time. He's found the edge. Dropped short though. He played it with soft hands. He played it a little bit casually, but still kept the hands soft, didn't he?
Yeah, he always does. He's Joey.
He's Joe. 220 for 2, England. I'm not in tomorrow. I'm a bit disappointed with that.
Well, you could have done. I've realised that Tony's probably put me on the first 4 days, and I've always said not more than 3 days in a row. But I guarantee you he's got me in on Saturday.
Well, I was originally going to have
yes,
today
you
off.
are.
I was originally going to have today off, but I changed it to tomorrow. You've got to have a break, haven't you? It is hard work. Concentrating. Onto the back foot goes Root. It's hard work, but it's the kind of enjoyable hard work. But, you know, especially in the heat of the last couple of weeks, it's been harder than ever, really. Is that sitting up there? Is that Duckett? Oh, he's just in sunglasses. Duckett and Crawley are sitting up there, inseparable. Creeps and Ducky. I bet they room together. Obviously, Crawley has to have a slightly longer bed.
I don't think they do room together anymore. I think they're allowed their own space.
Surely not. Cambodge bowls a short one. Root gets into position, then realises it's too short, too far outside off. He'd be a hostage to fortune and pulls out of it.
Oh, Chris Acquire is with us.
Hey!
He says, just checking in late to see Men with Vape. Been enjoying a rare good day for Essex for our wonderful live stream.
Ah, right. Yes, of course they were. They were well ahead of Sussex, wasn't it? Scored 500 odd in their first innings. Sussex 200 odd.
It's a bit of a problem for my each way bet for Sussex to come first, second, or third at the county championship.
Cambodge into Root. That seems slower. It wasn't particularly. 78. Well, not by the standards with which he's bowled so far. Defended into the offside. Ben Stokes has got his feet up. He's looking less stressed. He looks like a really relaxed man. He picked up 5 wickets earlier, bowled absolutely superbly. And, you know, I was making the point that he didn't want to over-bowl himself in this test when he's only got 3 days to recover before the next one. And it was Gary was kind of poo-pooing that because there was a series to be won. And, I appreciate that. Defended back to the bowler. But I do think we don't want him to force himself to the point where he injures himself again, because there are some important test matches coming up in the winter.
Well, he'd have time to recover.
Well, how much time? I mean, really, if you think about it, August, September, October, he's got 3 months, 3.5 months maybe.
Well,
depends what you do, I suppose. Depends what sort of injury you land with. But surely he can't do himself damage again too soon, because he can't keep injuring the same areas of his body.
We had an operation on his hamstring, didn't he? I presume they tied it back together and made it stronger.
I had an operation on my hand, but I've still got. Hang on, hang on. I'm just going to point here, though. I went back to the doctor, or the surgeon, and he said,
Sorry, I
looks
wasn't
fine.
looking at you.
Oh,
Ian.
right. Says it looks fine. And then as soon as I got home, 2 days later, nodules underneath the skin had started arising, and now I can't get through to the flipping surgeon.
Oh, Jesus.
I know, it's
They blocked
crazy.
your number.
Bumrah in, bowls defended, and Pope is very keen for a single, but Siraj is in swiftly to...
Well, I'm sure they'll try and make this the last over, won't they?
Well, they are. Here comes Root wandering down the wicket to have a little mid-pitch discussion, and they're helped by the fact that that is another Bumrah no ball.
Well, it's already half past, so they were no danger. What was making me laugh was the super chat from Umbrella.
Oh,
he sent us £4.99, and he says they don't room together, but Duckett does sleep in Crawley's jacket pocket, wrapped in lint.
Actually, they could sleep sort of across the bed. Well, Duckett could. Maybe at the bottom of down by Crawley's feet. This is left alone by Pope. There is, of course, no run. And well, it'd be interesting to hear the discussions after play today, and the Indian viewpoint. They're going to have to put a little bit of a polish on their their thoughts, one imagines, and say we've got to come back strong tomorrow morning. And of course, they may well do, but they'll be a bit despondent this evening, I think, unless, of course. Bumrah in, bowls to Pope, and again he jabs it into the offside. Again he wants that single. Biggest danger to England right now is Pope running out route.
Yeah. Stay there for
and
the
his
over.
Desperation to get away and say to himself, I'm all right for tomorrow. Pope has 16 off 38. He's gone scoreless for a while, to be fair.
Well, it's fine.
I think it's fine, but Pope probably doesn't. 2:21 for 2. Could England finish 2-2 for 2 tonight? It's possible. We got 4 balls remaining, unless Bumrah bowls another no ball or takes a wicket. He's in, bowls to Pope. That's a better shot. It was angled into his pads, and he got across and worked it.
Well, of course, a wicket would be the end of the day anyway. Wouldn't
Exactly.
Yeah. There is a forecast of a bit of cloud cover for the first session tomorrow, but this ball's 45 overs.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, but you know, I just think that the number of ball changes we've had in this series, at some point, if it starts to lose its shape a little bit, India will be on it in a flash, looking to get a different ball, because they'll be wondering why on earth England managed to get so much out of their second new ball. Again, a little prod out in front of him by Pope to Siraj, who's been kept busy at extra cover. It was inexplicable, really, that Archer was getting twice as much swing as he was yesterday morning.
Just a certain ball out of the batch, I presume.
Well, I think this is it. I think, we talk about conditions so much, but I think you also have to talk about individual balls. I'm not talking about whether it's a Dukes or whether it's a Kookaburra. I think just individual balls.
What is Siraj doing?
I think he may be helping Pope reattach part of his pad, maybe the Velcro.
No, I think he was switching over to Bales, a la
what?
Don't you remember when Broad was doing
Stuart
that?
Broad.
It was someone else's thing that he took over as well, wasn't it?
That's a very strange thing to do. Bumrah in. Oh, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Pope. And, he adds to that.
Dug it out very well.
He's dug it out for 4 down the ground. And that will just relax Pope a little bit. Shame that he's only going to play one more ball tonight, I suppose. 2:25 for 2. England trail by 133. He got up on the full in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's why it's run away. But when the ball used to hit bats that low on them, all you got was a reverberation and
painful hands.
And painful hands. They don't know they're born, cricketers today.
No.
Bumrah again. Final ball of the day. into Pope. Short, ducks under it very comfortably indeed. And yes, that should be it, shouldn't it?
That's time.
That is Stumps, we believe. Yes, the predominantly English crowd rises to its feet and applauds what has been a very good performance with bat and ball this afternoon. It's been all England, really, since lunch. They finished off the last few wickets of that India.
But not very many, wasn't it?
Not very many.
About 20 in the end.
Yeah, and then they've raced to 225 for 2 from 46 overs, putting them, although they're still behind, ahead of the game in
Very
one
much
sense.
So. 8 wickets still to go and only 130 behind. So
and if the ball doesn't do anything tomorrow and India don't get their act together, then with the power and ability that England have, it could be a really punishing day for India.
It could be indeed. I mean, if they can get going tomorrow morning, even if these two score 80 runs and they're 50 runs behind when Harry Brook comes in and maybe lose another quick one, they're still only 50 runs behind. With the batting they've got to come, and Liam Dawson, of course, in the side, he's got apparently he's got more Test tons than everyone in the Indian. More first-class centuries than anyone in the Indian side, bar KL Rahul.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's fabulous.
That's correct. Yep. He's got 18.
And he's batting at number 8. So Jofra can smash it, and he's probably number 11.
Well,
now,
look, Brian Carse is at 10, and he got a 50 at Lords.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, there's potential for a big lead for England.
There is an England. I mean, unless of course India bowl superbly early on, England would be disappointed if they didn't make the most of this.
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
disappointed. Bumrah none for 37, Cambodge 1 for 48, Siraj 0 for quite a few because it's gone off the page. Shartul, Thakur none for 35, Jasprit Bumrah none for 37. Of course, Ravi Jadeja got the other wicket, 1 for 37. He got rid of Crawley. He was looking set for 100. He was batting beautifully. He made 84. Certainly, in terms of fluency, the best we've seen from him in this series. In terms of the match situation, maybe not, because he batted very sensibly in that second innings at Headingley to help set up the England win. And then 94 for Duckett. He'd looked pretty darn good all the way through. He scored the first 24 of England's runs as poor old Crawley had to deal with Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah.
But then he cut at one from the new boy, and it wasn't a great ball, but it just bounced a little bit more than he expected, and he got a thinnish edge through to the keeper. So disappointment for both the openers, but they got England off to a brilliant start. They've kind of done their job, you'd have to say. You would have liked them to go on, but if we were to say that Crawley was going to get 84, Duckett was going to get 94, you'd have taken it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
absolutely. So that is it for another day here on Guerrilla Cricket. I don't know if you've got any more messages. Yep.
Zippy Tuna says he's vaping some green here in solidarity. Good on you,
Nice.
Zippy. And Andrew Kilsell says, I hope you enjoy your day off work, Hendo.
It's not work, really.
Jeff Perkins says, Hendo should have known he'd pick up something unpleasant from Samantha. And Zippy says, thanks for another wonderful day of commentary. And Chris the Choir says, how inconsiderate to Benno and Nelson bypassing 222 for 2. Barry Yateman says, thank you and see you tomorrow. Thank you all very much for being with us. Thank you for your support, your super chats and your comments.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Don't forget to super chat us. Don't forget to play the GPL tomorrow. We had no entries today. That's a massive disappointment.
Absolutely.
In a day that's been actually quite good for England fans.
Indeed.
Very good indeed. In fact, I would just like to say that I didn't know Samantha when I had the operation.
You've come quite close now.
Sounds dubious. I previously had a pillow that was much thicker, and it was a bloke called Jake. Anyway, until tomorrow, It's goodbye from the bear.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Tony. He's probably sitting outside muttering, saying, when are you going to get down here so we can go home? He's gone to get the car. I don't have to walk very far.
You've got a chauffeur.
I've got a chauffeur. It's marvellous. As long as he puts himself off at 6 o'clock and we go on to 6:30.
All is good.
All is good. Right.
Oh, bugger. I just remembered I forgot to put the heater on in my bedroom. It's going to be fucking
domestic problems. I don't know. Cuddle up to a goose. That's all I can say.
We'll see you
tomorrow, 10:50. Bear will be here. Tony will be here. I won't be here. But plenty of other fun gorilla-type people will be. Ta-da!
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest